Professor Mishra, Professor Skand Mishra. Hello. Professor Mishra. Any organizer from Rewa College?
Yes, good morning, sir. Sir is 5 मिनट से सर आ रहे हैं.
I think we can start. Let the people join. Already we have waited for 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi. Yes. Today, Chairperson Professor M.C. Satyanarayana, retired Associate Professor Wildlife, ABC College, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Co-Chairperson Dr. Ratan K. Srivastava, Professor Environmental Biology, Government Science College, Golvalkar. Our eminent speaker, Dr. Samantha Gunasekara, former Director Biodiversity, CITES of Sri Lanka. So, welcome all you, sir. And I am referring to Professor M.C. Satyanarayana, sir. Please hear the session and Dr. Srivastava, co-chair the session, and requesting to introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Samantha Gunasekara.
Okay.
Satyanarayana.
Thank you, Mishra. Just allow me 2 minutes to share my PPT on the CV of the eminent speaker. Just a minute. Why it's not coming? Just I don't know why. Yeah, now I got it. Just a minute. Is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning to everybody. Really, I am extremely happy that Madhav, Golvalkar College, Rewa, is organizing an international webinar. Really excellent attempt. And also from 5th to 15th November, they had a series of the national webinars. Really, it is highly appreciable. I am very grateful to Professor Skand Kumar Mishra, Head Department of Botany and Organizing Committee, Government MS Golvalkar College, Rewa, for having invited me to act as chairperson. I also welcome Dr. Ratan K. Srivastava, Professor Environmental Biology, Government Science College, Jabalpur, who is going to collaborate as chairperson. I welcome you all. Welcome Dr. Samant Gunasekara. I am glad to introduce our eminent lead speaker. Okay, he is a scientist, researcher, animalist, wildlife photographer, writer, and social worker. He is a former Deputy Director of Customs and Director of Biodiversity, Sites COP 18, Sri Lanka Secretariat. Presently, he has engaged as an ambassador for ENODC, United Nations Drugs and Crimes of ENO office in New York and Austria and anti-corruption in wildlife crimes. He is a science graduate of the University of Sri Lanka, master's degree in wildlife trade with PhD reading process both from prestigious international university, Andalusia and Spain. He is qualified as a journalist from Great Britain, Germany and Sri Lanka. He has customs experience in wildlife detection, investigation and prosecution over 3 decades. Created the world's first custom biodiversity protection unit and biodiversity protection task force. This unit monitors and controls the biological material and wildlife trade at the borders. Later, this unit expanded into biodiversity, cultural and natural heritage protection division of Sri Lanka Customs, which is responsible for several hundred detection in protecting our natural and cultural heritage. His experience on wildlife detection, investigation, and prosecution are quite useful in relevance to various EFL projects and the conservation development. The concept and the creation of the Sri Lanka Customs Museum is another national level achievement. The unique museum theme is Evolvement of Sri Lanka Customs, which depicts the customs history from BCE 800 up to the modern high-tech era of SL Customs. And the awards he obtained, his service in the protection of the environment of Sri Lanka has been recognized by over 50 national international environmental awards, the first presidential environmental award, public servant award of the Verna Sri Lankan of the year 2018. He is the author of monograph on export trade of indigenous. Could, could somebody mute the mic? Somebody is just disturbing. Ask them to mute the mic. Okay, export trade of indigenous. Ask them to mute. Okay. Export trade of indigenous freshwater fishes of Sri Lanka, Jaiva, Mankolyata, Erihiva, and nearly lost, and several scientific and general publications on wild Arctic and freshwater fish species, gene piracy, wildlife trade, etc. A resource person to Customs Human Resource Division and many ministries, government departments, non-governmental organizations, international organizations, visiting lecture of many universities, etc. on the subject of biodiversity, fauna, flora, archaeology, cultural heritage. Now, such a great personality, and we also very happy, and also we are proud to have such a personality. And that Samantha is going to talk on transboundary wildlife crimes in region and effect on biodiversity conservation. And I'm sure that all of you going to have a very good session, and I wish all of you good luck. Once again, I thank everybody for having given opportunity. Yes, I will hand over to Dr. Samantha.
I want Namaste. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Professor Narana, for introducing me, and also Professor Mishra of Rewa. Thank you very much, all the organizers. And I would like to, I'm going to start my presentation. So I would like to share my presentation. Screen share, please. No. Can I share the screen? Entity. Can you see my sharing the screen?
No, not it, not it, not it. You go to share entire screen. You can choose the window. Don't say entire screen. Window.
Window.
Yeah, window. You can choose your file there. Double click your file, PPT file. Then it will be visible.
Is it? No.
No, not it. See, you are able to go to the window from the share. Just in the bottom, you have an arrow mark. The down.
Yeah.
You choose. You just press the
entire screen.
Yeah. Don't window. A window. Choose a window.
Use the window in the entire present.
You can open your window is there. Your files are there. Yeah, you can choose your PPT. The present today's PPT. Is there?
No, share the application window. Share. Share an application meetup. No. Share is here. Now I think okay.
No. You can just stop it. You can stop it.
Yeah.
And then now from your window, you can open your PPT. Go to your window. Just open the PPT.
Window.
Yeah, you can minimize this and then PPT. You can just
it should show the PPT. That's the thing.
No, you can go to your desktop. You can just minimize this.
Can you see? Is it okay sharing?
Huh?
No? Can you see it?
No. I think you are able to do that. Have you able to open your PPT?
Yeah, I'm able to open my PPT. Yeah.
Okay, now we can go to share. Again you go to share.
Yeah,
and window. Choose the window.
When go to share.
Sure, and then window. Choose the window. a window. So you give the right click, you can see window and entire screen. No?
I think there may be some other way. You go to here, share an application window.
No. You just what you did enter. It's now you open and then go to the present now. You cannot choose it. You just choose the present now. Click that arrow.
To the arrow, yeah.
Then on the right side menu,
Tab window.
window. You just choose the window.
Yeah, after window, you can't see anything. Share and cancel. That's all.
No. After the window, you have to choose your files. PPT is visible on your window.
It doesn't show. That's the issue.
No, it's not showing. No files in your window.
Now it comes share. Yeah.
Okay. You can choose. Double click that. Right.
I think it's coming now. Okay.
No.
It's sharing. Stop sharing.
No. I think you can email it to Professor Skand and then you can do it. I think what process, Mishra?
Yeah.
If you find it problem, you can send email. You can share it.
Yeah,
I'll share it.
That will be fine because it will take time.
Sir, please send in WhatsApp, sir. Gunasekara, sir.
Hello.
Gunasekara, sir. Hello, Gunasekara, sir.
I think he's just sharing. We will send a mail. Mail. That's why he's trying mail. He will send the mail. One side, we can also get the mail in advance also. All the PPTs, you can get it and then keep it ready. In this problem, you can just open it. Samantha, you can just unmute your mic, please. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic.
Unmute your mic, sir.
In the bottom. Right. You in the bottom you can see video, and then first one is the microphone.
Yeah,
you just click. Yeah. Now it's very good. Thank you.
I have shared the presentation through email, Google Share.
They will download it and then.
I don't know what is wrong with that can't share. Now I think it's visible now. Yeah.
Okay. Now you can. Okay.
Now I think you can see.
Yeah. Excellent. Very good. You can continue.
It's sharing now.
Yeah. You can go for the full show. Possible?
Yeah.
Yes.
So enter from the beginning. Is it okay now? Can you see?
Yeah. If you can try with the from beginning.
Yeah. This is the first slide.
Sure. Very good.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Okay. Shall I start? Okay. Good morning to everybody again. Sorry for the technical errors. I'm going to talk on transboundary wildlife crimes and its effect on biodiversity conservation. So actually, a wildlife trade, presently it is considered as a crime. Earlier, we were talking about the wildlife trade and also wildlife by piracy and so many things. But presently, international organization like Interpol, CITES, World Customs Organization, WCMC, UNODC, like all these organizations, they have come to conclusion, and now the crime is it's a crime. It's so serious. Therefore, according to the present definition of planet wildlife being decimated, the illegal exploitation of wild flora and fauna is destroying our planet's biodiversity. The global trafficking of wildlife continuously, relentlessly, driving many species toward extinction and threatening global security and public health. Not only the extinction of wild animals, towards the security of public health and global security also. Massive efforts to raise awareness and reduce demand are not slowing one of the world's most lucrative forms of transnational organized crimes. It is organized crime and is transnational too. So let me take the attention towards the 2020 United Nations Declaration on this issue on the World Environment Day. The emergence of COVID-19 has made it clear that when we destroy biodiversity, we destroy the system that supports human life. By upsetting the delicate balance of nature, encroachment on wildlife, reducing genetic diversity within animal populations, causing climate change and extreme weather events. We have created ideal conditions for the spread of viruses between animal and human populations. Nature is sending us
Sorry to interrupt. The slide is not changing, sir.
yeah.
Slide is not changing.
I didn't change it. Can you see?
No, it is just one first slide only.
I still see the first slide. Oh, it's not going to moving. I'll share it again. Slideshow. Can you see that?
No, sir. No.
Can you see this? No?
No.
Again?
No, you close it, go to share, again, same thing. Entire screen, again. Window.
I'll stop.
No, sir, no, sir. You can do what you did previously.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
I come back to the slide again. Then slideshow.
One request, you just choose on the left side, the slides two, with the cursor.
Yeah. Can you see it moving now?
Don't put enter. Yeah. Now you can just choose with your cursor.
Yeah.
With the mouse, go to second slide.
How it's moving? Can you see that?
Now click on that. You just go to left and then with the mouse click on the second slide.
And?
No.
No. Shall I use the mouse? Can you see?
No, sir. No, sir. So you just click on that second slide with your mouse.
To the mouse? Can you see the slide now moving?
Yeah, first not moving. And whether you can have PPT and from beginning, you can choose on the menu on the top from beginning. PowerShow PPT slideshow. Yeah, we can try that way.
Yeah, now it's full screen now. I am in the full screen now.
No, we are not. It is not visible for us. From beginning, you can. No. Something. I think I will ask the organizer to share. They can open it and then you can just talk. You can just go and tell next slide. They will let them operate.
Yeah. Okay. It's a beginning. moving. You don't see the moving. It moving?
No, sir. No, sir. Not open. It is not open. PPT not open.
It has been stopped. Anyway.
Okay. One suggestion, Dr. Samantha, let the organizer just, they will open your PPT and you can, that will be fine. That will be fine. I think Mishra ji was come. They will open your file so that you can do it. Mishra ji, you can ask
Yes,
them.
sir. Please open your slide.
Yeah, you can ask them to open your PPT so that he can talk. He will say next. That will be good. You are downloaded his file? No. From the email, you can download his file.
Have you downloaded or not yet? No, the sharing. Is connected
No.
again.
No. Sir, you have to stop presenting, stop sharing.
Yeah, stop it.
So they will do it.
Your mail not received, sir.
Yeah, you are not received it.
No. Send me in WhatsApp, sir, if possible.
Have you received it? Also, Mr. Have you received it? Oh, shall I proceed here? Have you got it? Oh, shall I proceed from here?
They have to download it.
Uh-huh.
Time they have to download it and then they have to open it, share it.
Sir, sir, the file too large, not opening.
Yeah, it's over 25. Have you made a request again?
Please share from your side, sir. Please share your side.
No, not visible.
एमत खोला ना तो हमारे मिश्रा जी, सीएम मिश्रा सर।
No.
हाँ, आप क्या शेयर कर रहे हैं?
Then shall we write here from again? Is it okay?
You can close it. You can.
मिश्रा जी, सीएम मिश्रा जी।
Nine. You just go to the presentation. Stop presentation. Your mobile is only showing here. Your screen, mobile screen only we are able to see.
This file.
Yeah. Shall I start it again? Right here again. Otherwise.
Mr. Rajesh Gunasekara sir, please share own side, sir.
Yes. Yeah.
Please share your presentation from your side.
Okay. Sure. That's what. To enter screen. That's the thing. It won't come. It don't appear. Share. It won't. That's the issue. See? It won't come here to share it easily through the windows.
No, it's not visible. No, sir. You go to share window.
That's the thing. Share word.
Window.
Yeah.
A window.
Yeah. Window. The share comes, but the share doesn't work. That's
Your window, desktop window is just visible. Your page is
visible.
You can double click.
Yeah, doesn't work.
You can double click.
Earlier.
You click on that.
cancel again because the share doesn't work. Yeah, yeah, it's normal. It's still it's the same problem earlier, right? Share doesn't in the window.
Yes.
And right.
Then it,
Yeah.
no,
Now you can see.
no, sir.
No.
No.
Something.
Sir, you are not opened your PPT. Before this, you have to open your PPT ready.
No, PPT is already open. Yeah.
One more session, you close that PPT, then again open it. That will be by.
Yeah, we'll close it again.
You can close it, your PPT. Now again, you can open it, then share it. You just open your PPT. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we can come to this sharing. Share a window.
Window comes. All right.
Now you see that PPT.
Yeah.
You can click on that.
Right. Now it's okay. I think you can see slideshow.
Yeah. You just proceed with this. You just with your icon, you come to your 2-second slide.
To the mouse or the through the mouse or the key.
Yeah, with the mouse.
Yeah. Can you see the slide now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. No, second slide is not moving.
Can you see?
First slide only.
That's the thing. That's the issue. It doesn't move.
Click in second slide, sir. Click in second slide.
You are not come to the second slide.
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't move now. Now the second slide, you don't see it.
No. You should not put enter. You just put the cursor. With your mouse, you can click.
Now?
No.
That's the thing. Can you see it?
No, sir.
Why is this?
One more alternative. You can go to the top from beginning. PowerShow. From beginning.
Yeah.
You can just click that. We'll see. Try it from beginning.
From beginning. Yeah.
It will open full show. No, you know.
No, now it's in the full show.
There's something hanging. Right. Now it's fine. Okay,
can you see?
Yeah. Fine. You can continue, sir. Good.
But the thing is, it goes to the
organized crime. That slide is organized crime.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, okay.
Now it's moving. Can you see the second slide?
No, it's only the fourth slide.
That's the issue. It doesn't move. Shall I go without the slideshow?
Second one. First one is.
No, the thing is, shall I go to
the... Yeah, fine.
Without the slideshow.
Yeah,
when you have to slideshow, it is stopped.
Right. You can continue, sir. Fine. Now everything is fine. No problem.
I'll go like this. Okay?
Okay.
I'm very sorry for the delay and the problem. So I go without the slideshow, I think. The wildlife crime is very serious and it's now considered as a crime because it's so much of destructive to the whole nation and whole mankind for the not only the extinction of the species as well as for the extinction of the whole ecosystem and very drastic situation in the future of the planet. So 2 years back, United Nations message for the World Environment Day, it says the emergence of the COVID-19 at the peak of that has made it clear that when we destroy the biodiversity, we destroy the system that supports human life by upsetting the delicate balance of nature, encroaching on wildlife, reducing the genetic diversity within animal populations, causing climate change and extreme weather events, what we are facing now. We have created ideal condition for the spread of virus between animal and human populations. Nature is sending us a message. It's a very serious and very important statement made by the United Nations 2 years back. So, can you see the slides now? Hello?
Yes, sir.
You can
Continue.
see. No? I don't go to the slideshow. Now I will go in the
Yeah,
next page.
Continue.
Yeah. If we go in detail about this transnational organized crime, this is the fourth most profitable global crime in the world. That is after trafficking, drugs is the first one, human trafficking, firearms, then the wildlife trafficking. This is organized crime. Networks are attracted by the large financial rewards because it's very profitable and it's a dirty industry. And low risk detection because the prosecution, that's why we need the regional cooperation, direction, and the prosecution very little, and emboldening them to prey on the vulnerable species for profit because more profit, less investigation, less prosecution, so they continue more and more. Given their complex and transnational nature, wildlife crimes are often overlooked rather than going for high level international criminals. Focus tends to be placed on targeting more accessible criminals in the supply chain, such as poachers and lower level smugglers. Because smugglers, there are small level smugglers as well, and the poachers, suppliers, because they can easily continue because of these low gaps in the situation. When legal shipments of wildlife are intercepted, they are nearly subject to follow up investigations. So, though they are detected, in many countries, many places, many authorities, they follow less investigations. Wildlife and forestry crime goes hand in hand with tax evasion, corruption, money laundering, and even murder, with organized crime groups using the same routes to smuggle protected wildlife as they do people, weapon, drugs, and other illegal products, says the present Interpol director, Iana T. Wilde. So that is where they have analyzed this is so criminal, effect to the mankind in different ways. So just we'll see the present proportions of this crime, wildlife trade. Because nobody knows the exact figures of this situation. Because different organizations have different figures. Because nobody knows the actual size and figures. Because rather than the legal trade, illegal trade is very much bigger, and different organizations having different data, and nobody's having such total compilation. For an example, United Nations, UNEP, UNODC, Interpol, they estimate about, some people say 20 million, 30 billion, likewise, but it's range from 70 billion to 213 billion US dollars. Very recent one, and says illegal logging, illegal fishing, and wildlife trade have all three. These are the main three crimes. Estimated value 1 trillion to more per year. Oh, 1 trillion, it says the World Bank. But a very recent one says the 2022, the real cost of illegal logging, fishing, and the wildlife says 1 trillion to 2 trillion, even more value. The fourth largest illegal trade in the world after drugs and firearms. See all these figures: ICCWC, UNEP, Interpol, and traffic. Annual, if we take only the ivory trade, according to Dr. Ian Douglas Hamilton, only ivory trade is about 19 billion US dollars, about 23 metric tons, and 2,500 elephants average per year. So the same thing which I mentioned, the YWJC, the Wildlife Justice Commission, says, despite the clear dangerous poses wildlife crime, there is an illegal logging, and it's very low risk and very high reward venture, loss of biodiversity and loss of climate, and we have to consider it now. So some to estimate the size, likewise that the value, and also if we take few examples, how much important, how important, and how many figures, just like this, 1 million species in the coming year, like rhinos, pangolins, tigers, and turtles. Make billions from illegally. Every 5 minutes, a pangolin is poached. Every 15 minutes, an elephant is killed. Every 24 hours, a rhino is poached. Every week, at least 200 freshwater turtles. There are less than 4,000 are left. Tigers are left. Likewise, there are some few figures just for you to consider the seriousness of this situation. So, recent extinction, northern white rhino is left in 2018. West African black rhino 2006. Last Javan rhino 2011, left forever. And last black rhino from Cameroon 2011. Spix Mako, thylacine, and also Zanzibar leopard, these are extinct in the wild. Now they are limited only in the captive in the zoos. So the challenge is human. So what we are using the global population, in last 50 years, our global population has been doubled, and we need more than 1.6 Earth to feed these people and feed the greediness. Not only the sufficient or supply the basic requirement, but more and more greediness of humans, and increasing the greediness. We need more than 1.6 Earth to supply this. It means more pressure on environment to fulfill this requirement. So because of the role of the human, so everything has been changed, and therefore or removed. When we component is changed or removed, the entire system is affected, and this can produce positive or negative consequences. So that is up to humans to decide. And therefore, the nature reversing biodiversity loss is the only way to restore and sustain a healthy planet. This will only be possible when we understand the web of life, or the entire system, or the networking of the entire ecosystem, and appreciate that function as a whole system. It is time to reimagine our relationship with nature and put nature at the heart of our decision making. Otherwise, we lose. So we consider the situation in South Asia in the regional. So we are very rich in biodiversity in the regional. About 15% of the world biodiversity remaining in the South Asian countries. Especially iconic species like tiger is very popular in tigers and elephants in the regional countries. It's very popular and charismatic. Snow leopards, other big cats, one-horned rhino, pangolin, brown bear, deer, reptiles, seahorses, star tortoises, butterflies, peacocks, birds, red sanders or red sandalwood, orchids, shells, corals. Some of the very popular and some of the rare species and very unique species in the region. Partly endemic to South Asia, or sometimes endemic to South Asia, are seriously endangered even on the brisk of extinction, mainly because of rampant poaching and unscrupulously illegal trade for the wildlife. For the high trophy huntings, ornamentals, medicinal, musical, food, traditional medicine, and supply to the other countries as well. That's a very unique species. Like, and I have selected few in the civilian transactions. As I mentioned before, the leopard, tigers, and the tusk elephants are very concerned. So the star tortoises, the horses, red sanders, are very popular in the trade among the smugglers, and also because of their high price. They use various methods. By sea, air, requires various methods to do this. Especially when we take the Indian subcontinent, especially Indian star torta is very high, though we consider, and always in our countries, regional countries, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, even Bhutan, always we consider mainly on tiger and the leopards and the elephants, ivory. But there are many other popular and high demand items. So especially the Indian star torta is very high demand. So actually the proposal of one Indian scientist, can't remember. So in 2000, last COP in CITES, they proposed it to the upgraded to Appendix 1 with the support of Indian and Sri Lankan proposal. So earlier it was Appendix 2, now it's Appendix 1 upgraded. This is a very big trade in between India and Sri Lanka also, and directly from Sri Lanka and India also. Tiger path, rhino horn, red sand or red sandalwood. We had number of detections in Sri Lanka while transiting via Sri Lankan bogus declaration through the sea as well as through the containers and various huge shipments. Pangolin, India is in the latest data. It says becoming the major hub for the pangolin transactions. Earlier, long time back, the pangolins were smuggled entire stuff itself as the animal live or dead. But now then scales. Now they don't send just scales itself. They turn the form. Now they in the flex or the particles or the break into small pieces. But recent I came across, now they are powdered. The scales were powdered and they transact and they can evade the detection, and more quantities can be transported. And recently there's the, you may be sometimes might be not aware, the Channa Baka is endemic to Upper Brahmaputra basin. It's a very high demand in the world market now. Snakehead, endemic to Upper Brahmaputra basin. And the glass seals, worldwide there's high demand. Even happening in Sri Lanka also, India and the region. Glass seals for the culture, and they used in the Far Eastern countries. In Indian golden jackal, Asiatic black bear, especially the bear gallbladder are high demand. So these are most targeted and upcoming. And some seas. So I got few data. Some researchers from Indian uh, very recently 665 reptiles, lizards, turtles, tortoises detected in I saw in Indian newspapers 8 October, and 600 kilos of sea cucumber in Kolkata, September, 187 seizures in between 2015 and 21. In marine things, sea cucumber, corals, seahorses, firefish, sharkfish, manta rays, sea fans, sea turtles, and all. I have come across a very big trade as seahorse, firefish, and sea cucumber. These are banned in India. Therefore, a lot of smuggling taken place from India to Sri Lanka through the boats. And here they use some other local quantities, permit quantities. Through that, they smuggle from here, export it for me as the legal stuff from Sri Lanka. I have come across that, especially these seahorses and whitefishes in high quantities. And there are a number out of 187 detections of this, 122 of them are sea cucumber. And thus, tiger parts, birds, marine reptiles, pangolins, red sanders, and various things. In recently, there are a number of detections. This is very few I have mentioned here out of number of detections made in the Indian authorities and other countries recent time. If we take Indian subcontinent, there are some increments rather than the tiger and all. Bird imports, especially macaws, like big colorful birds. Even in Sri Lanka, it has been increased. Bird imports, and like kangaroos, marmosets, like exotic animals, tamarins, many recent increments. And the routes, of course, especially the northeast, in the Nepal, in the China, in the Bangladesh borders, especially if we consider the airports, especially the Chennai and Mumbai upwards. Through the boats, as I mentioned before, to Sri Lanka, via Sri Lanka, from Sri Lanka to India, as well as India to Sri Lanka, there are wildlife smuggling taken place. That is connected with other smuggling. You know, the wildlife traders, they use the same people use the drug trading also. And with the other commercial saris, other commercial smuggling also, and the gold smuggling. Those are all interconnected. Sometimes those boats or the people who are taking is they are used as a couriers. Same stuff. They just transport from India to Sri Lanka or Sri Lanka to India or other neighbor countries from here to Singapore likewise. So they use all these methods to smuggle not only the wildlife, is connected with other contrabands like drugs, gold, and other things as well. So some transit Sri Lanka using as a transit. See this quantity 2,389 stratotypes in one shipment was detected here recently. Like a lot of red sanders, imports as glass bottles, empty glass bottles, or the cotton waste, likewise. The rosewood, red rosewood, so many things becoming as hub. So I, because tiger is very concerned, therefore I had to take some special attention on tiger trade. So you know the situation of tiger reduced to 3,200 recently. World loses over 100 tigers per year, and many detections. We see tiger parts in many countries. Recently studied by the Traffic International, especially the skins and the bones. So they used number of detections. And the other part, not only in India, so seizures in India to more than half of the global wild population remains on top rank, about 759, 34% seizures incident, and 899 confiscated tigers in India. This is in China, 212, that is 10%. Tigers 367. Indonesia recently incidents 207, tigers 390. Tracking the second and the third. Thailand reported relatively smaller, it's about 65, 3%. Likewise, the recent seizures in the other eastern countries, neighboring countries, because we can't isolate Southeast Asia in the South Asia because these traders they are connected and the transaction being taken from here to there and there to here as well. Then other charismatic is ivory traffic. You know, one of the very big trade in the world, ivory trafficking. So the World Justice Commission Intelligence led Operation Botany launched in May 2019. That you know they have come across that earlier traditional ivory trades now being changed. You know, sometimes they change the pattern. Now recent one is the Cambodia. Earlier, you know, when China banned the ivory phase out in 2019, 18, end of 18. So then they shifted to Vietnam. So Vietnam they use as the hub for the ivory transaction illegal market to Hong Kong or China illegal. Then now it has been shifted to Cambodia. But this is not always certain because sometimes they change. For an example, we in Sri Lanka we detected a container in 2012. It was transiting from Kenya to Dubai. Why you know where is Dubai? Where is Sri Lanka?
बोल दिया था उन्होंने तो मैंने कहा यार मैं भी बोल दूं मैंने बोला नहीं था मैडम को फोन लगाया तो मैडम को फोन स्विच ऑफ
Sorry.
मैंने कहा मैसेज तो कर दिया 12 बजे तक आऊंगी आपको और बता दें पता चलो वो देखती तो है ही नहीं कम से कम पता तो रहे
Hello.
Miss Manju, your mic is on. Miss Manju, please switch off your mic.
Hello. Okay, sorry. You know this pattern they change time by time. For an example, I said from Kenya to Dubai via Sri Lanka. You know it's back because they want to alter that as a camouflage. So therefore, the pattern they change time by time, not always traditional way. Therefore, we have to think about that when they dispose not the traders or the big time traders, the crimes being taken place and altering. So, routing these ivory shipment related Cambodia, number of detections. I said not the Vietnam. This is from Cambodia now they use, because when more and more world attention taken to Vietnam, now they have shifted to Cambodia likewise. Thing. And I had to especially mention the Pangolian. So it's especially India now. It's a lot of things they transported in particular place. From Sri Lanka also they had some. In Mumbai there's a place. Some traders they organize. Therefore they collect from neighboring countries as for the illegal trade. Especially pangolin is the world's most trafficked mammal. Very innocent animal now rapidly declining the population worldwide because of the trade, increasing increment of the trade. This is the pangolin, the supply chain. You can refer it later for more details. And on. So emerging trends. So I have already mentioned the shift in the regular routes. The example I had taken for this ivory example. And there's another this manta ray. Early it was not a popular item. Though it says it's a traditional food in China, but research found it's not a traditional food. Due to the development of the economy and more money get by certain people, so they go for new luxuries and new pleasures. So manta ray gillflox is one of that. It's a very high price in Far Eastern countries. Early it was not considered as a big thing. Shark fins were there. Now it's a very new thing. So it is more and more, especially South Asian countries. Indian Ocean is the number one place for the illegal poaching of the rays, especially the manta and mobula rays. So these are gillflox. They don't use the flesh very much. There's not much of market for the flesh of sharks and the rays, but fins of the sharks and gillflox of the rays are very high price. And the courier parcels, more and more, because we don't see the courier parcels and the rapid development of the electronic devices and the present situation, the COVID and all, more and more courier parcels, they use less concerned items and wrong declarations, they use sent through this. And booming wildlife trade, Asia economic growth, which I mentioned, and Sri Lanka also becoming more and more transit hub for household, horses, live birds, and so many things, like which I mentioned for the Bengal in Mumbai, particular group of traders. So this is another this is very important. This wild, this is a new thing which I have come across in the region. So this, you don't believe this. This is dendrobium. Dendrobium is like orchids, especially the naturally grown. This is not cultured dendrobiums, wild collected and very rare. Like for an example, dendrobium McCarthy. I came across in Sri Lanka. One of the rarest plants in the world. They use for the food. The dry stems, earlier the plants were smuggled like these plants, entire stems, live plants, or the dry plants. Now, more and more detections, now they take this, cut into small pieces and dry it, very light. Thousands of plants can take in just one suitcase. This I use is a very high price delicacy in the Chinese food markets. These are new trends. We don't consider it, so it's just like garbage. It's a very high price and new trends. And the scales I said earlier, we came across the scales of pangolins. Now they crush into small pieces, and even now they take the powder. Even the edible bird nest also like that. The high price edible bird nest higher than the gold price in the Eastern market. Even in the wild collection, it high more than gold price. So edible bird nest Now they crush and take the as powder, processed ones. So they change the pattern. And there's another one, the agamid record. It's also sent through the courier, very high price. They advertise through the electron devices, websites, Facebooks, Twitter, and the price, especially in agamids, rare agamids from the regional countries, endemic agamids. They are very high price in the European countries, or less, especially market through the Amsterdam market and also in the Frankfurt. Distributors from all these South Asian countries, they collect those rare agamids, rare species. It's a very serious situation, very easy, very difficult to detect. Sometimes through courier or sometimes the personal carriers, and it's increasing trade. Even last 2019 COP, CITES COP meeting, we increase more and more, includes more and more agamids. And coming COP also, there are some proposals for the agamids to include and to control the trade. Otherwise, it's a very serious situation. So those wildlife. So if we consider the worldwide, not only the South Asia, the birds are the most traded, but 44.5%. Vertebrates, other vertebrates, generally mammals, about 22%, reptiles, and amphibians and others. So if we take the Southeast Asia is one of the very serious world market, you know, we have to consider the new fact, especially the COVID-19 has shifted everything online, including wildlife trafficking. This is not limited to Southeast Asia, but in that region, the the more technology and the electron devices using has been increased, but it is common to our region as well. That's what I have mentioned this. While reports shows at least 50% decline in illegal wildlife trade activities in Southeast Asia, 20 experts say traders have shifted from face-to-face interactions and increased their presence online platforms. South Asia experienced an explosion of e-commerce, social media, and digital services during COVID-19, already home to 400 million users, 40 million more people, and the region became consumers of digital services in 20. It means more and more, and this is easy. The technological momentum shows no sign of slowing as digital penetration. It reached 172 billion by 2020. Expect increment more than double the amount by 2020. Could be double by 2025 because that is easy and more easy and also less risky, less subject to investigation. I know someday I come that part later. It's very difficult to investigate and prosecute. The rise of commerce brings opportunities for a diverse spread of sectors, both legal as well as illegal. Therefore, we have to, as South Asian region, same very similar, though we don't have the figures and statistics on this, the situation is similar in our region as well. Cyber crimes, the digitization of illegal identity has made combating crimes exponentially more difficult, and trafficking use online advertisements and number of constraints fight cybercrimes. Trafficking can protect their identities and underlayers digital cover by using misleading account names, encrypted application, multiple accounts, and secure virtual private works. Because recently I done some investigation on very rare wild orchids in our country, very difficult to trace those people and their advertisement and their offers are very difficult because some bogus addresses, forge fake addresses and accounts, very difficult to trace here. I think it's similar, not only it's maybe common to other countries as well. Digital currencies and encrypted messaging additionally complicate efforts to trace transactions. Very difficult to trace unless the identity of the traffickers reveal, they can easily move to other tactics and platforms. They can change it and turn to other tactics easily. An added problem is that digital platforms allow customers to easily find exotic products through social media search bars instead of in-person context. Unlike personal content, when they just advertise through the digital media, easily find the new markets and new products. Once the purchases are made, they can be shipped by mail or small pieces that make detection even more difficult. Detection is even more difficult. If not, if not properly addressed, cybercrime could be proliferate across the region. I think so already. According to the Asian Center for Addressing Illegal Wildlife Trafficking, worth 2.5 billion a year through the electronic media and rising 7% annually. So this is the reason that the COVID-19 and the South Asian traffickers market, and we can use devices that. And the reported cases wildlife trafficking in Southeast Asia have a decrease since though, but in the trade suspensions. However, figures ignore the number of products brought from the online sources to sellers, stockpile, and wildlife products, and decrease the enforcement and record keeping. You know, so COVID-19 plunged 104 million people in Asia into extreme poverty. So as a poverty, people went more hunting and to supply and produce and give to more people and sell and in new markets as a result of poverty. In Asia, doubled since 2015 situation. So wildlife trek South Asia cheap and active equipment like wire snares because the poverty people go for easy and very cheap methods of capturing of animals and indiscriminately target main critical endangered species. Sometimes in Sri Lanka it's very common, some estate people they use snares to catch wild boar. It's a pest. But meantime, lot of very rare endemic mountain leopards get tracked regularly. Likewise, targeted wildlife often takes from remote natural environment are then sold to customers in urban populations, leaving local communities at risk losing sources of nutrition and all. This situation worsen in urban and rural areas. Okay, so majority of emerging infection diseases, about 75% of the infectious diseases are originated from animal species. So the more contact that humans have wild animals through trade, deforestation, and the higher and enhanced chance to contaminate or infect zoonotic diseases spreading to humans. Well, so the impacts of wildlife are multifaceted, loss of biodiversity or touch on genetics, interaction of natural habitats, destruction of natural habitat, risk of invasive, risk of zoonotic diseases, we have a lot of examples can be given in the region. Shark fin trade, the loss of genetic information in particular habitat because they have high price. So this as a result genetic drift. And finally, biodiversity degradation in the particular habitats. We have some examples in my personal research and the fragmentation of those. And introduction of alien invasive species. The government or the countries have to spend huge amount of money due to the eradication of the invasive alien species because they are threat to the agriculture and the local biodiversity. And the genetic contamination due to the spread of the new species, it happened in certain time, the genetic pollution. Good example, the sartoritis trade. I know some or Sri Lanka. Oh. So it could be, we all know the ecological imbalance due to the food chains, food webs are destroying the habitats for some other specimen. In the bottom trawling, for an example, like for the entire ecosystem, disastrous collection practices, spread of exotic diseases through these devices they use in the collection, disastrous. So when we talk about the transporting, exhaustion and the dehydration, because they are already exhausted. I have seen many cases at the airport, so when they are transit the birds, sometimes the tranquilize birds and cut feathers, so many things. And pain and stress, the water, food. So especially there was a racket I came across. It operated years and years, all from India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Himalaya, all collected birds. They came to transiting through Sri Lanka to Rome, Frankfurt, and UK. It operated years and years. Now it stopped. So by the time I see the boxes, so 1/3 of the birds were already dead, which I have observed myself. So due to the stress, because birds are very sensitive, and the illness and the diseases, live reptiles, birds, snakes, lack of legal protection, because when they are transporting illegally, so they don't have proper legal protection, and unexpected issues like additional routine suffering, bad situation. This proper national policies, that each and every country should have proper national policies. I'm going not going to explain because I'm already late. Address to the national gaps in legislation by equipment, by training, and there are borders, porous borders, and the airports and the seaports problems. Strengthening the institutional, legal, and regulatory system further combat corruption and increase transparency. Okay, and strengthening international and development support to the entire enforcement international organizations like Interpol, UNODC, SACE, World Customs Organization, CITES, such as through ICCWC collaboration networking, and also threatening the environmental legislation, compliance and awareness, and call upon enforcement agencies. Better coordination between the intergovernmental level and non-governmental organizations. Use tools, molecular, like modern tools, molecular biology, DNA fingerprinting. I have mentioned about the now there are technology, electronic devices. We have the forensic methods, the smugglers' details, videos and the fonts. So there are details and for the need investigation. Because most of the time these are very little we don't consider, because custom officers or other enforcement wildlife officers, they always consider, they take the attention to develop the establish the case. But I have already instructed many cases in our custom officers, we have to go further. Even after establishment of the case, we have to do more investigation. If we need to halt the who make want need a full stop for the illicit trade of wildlife, we have to do more and more investigation. Identify the end user markets, systematically design and support and implement where appropriate consumer awareness, strengthening awareness through the certification system, especially the education awareness, officials, school children, university, public, and everybody. Destroy the seas goods in public in front of the media is also important to give the proper expression to the trader. Public participation, provide information to the authorities as well. You know, Finally, I didn't explain very much on that. At the beginning, I'm very sorry about that, the technical errors. Thank you very much. Especially, I had to thank Professor Satyanarayan
Thank
who introduced me, and also Professor Vishwa of Rewa.
Thank you very much. This presentation by Dr. Samantha is open for discussion. Yes, Manoj Broker. Yes, please. You unmute. Unmute.
Mike?
Mike.
Apologies. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Okay, fine.
Dr. Raj Singh, good morning. Good morning. Greetings from the sunny state of Goa in India. This is Manoj
Thank you.
Borkar. Amazing presentation and a very comprehensive understanding of the wildlife trade and allied dimensions. I have just one question, sir. In India, we have the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. Do you have regional cooperation with similar, organizations in your country?
Actually, sorry, we don't have such organization in Sri Lanka.
All right.
Crime Bureau. Only the Department of Wildlife. We have the customs and RILO. We have through the customs. We have the RILO. We know RILO. A regional wildlife intelligence organization. RILO in South Korea for the customs. But for the wildlife department, we have the SAVEN. South Asian Wildlife Enforcement Network. Other than we don't have this crime, it's very important. I saw a lot of information in your organization. I went
The word, or what is the reason for it? We do not have the efficient scanning system, or what is your experience in the field?
Actually, the scanning system is one is that, especially at the airport and the seaport, at the airport, the main many airport, the main objective of the airport is to facilitate the passengers. So in many countries, even in Sri Lanka, many countries, the authorities, they want to treat the passengers as soon as possible. So then the scanning, the attention is attention is more on the security now. Earlier they considered the wildlife, but many countries now the attention is on the security system to scan. I have proposed, for an example, start out as a very good example. I already explained when we are sharing species. So if we are having a barcoding system at the airport or the seaports, very fast and very can facilitate more trade, and also we can identify correctly the origin. So we are lacking those systems, scanning system, and also many airports and the seaports don't have this proper, some updating of the, the machines of the scanning, and sometimes some officers are not aware, not properly trained to detect the exact wildlife from the color also. We know that if they are experienced to read the scanners, so when there's a wildlife part, but if it is a dead one or the production, very difficult to detect. There are issues on detection of the scanning.
What about the fake wildlife products? They are able to seize any wildlife fake products during your any raids or whatever?
So actually, there are many fake wildlife, but we need the experience and the knowledge, also technology to detect, the fake ivory. Sometimes, natural substitutes the bone. Sometimes the plastic, like bakelite. I have seen some people have detected even bakelite. It's very look like ivory look like. Therefore, need experience and also need the technology. But legally, fakes are not in many countries. In our country, Sri Lanka, it is not legal to detect the fakes. But therefore, we have to need the technology and the experience to use. But we have to have the proper knowledge to differentiate the fake from the correct, genuine one. It's a fake, but it's also an animal product, but domestic animals.
Any other clarification from the participant? If there is no question, what about my co-chairperson, Professor Srivastava is here?
Sorry?
Yes,
You can have
yes,
some remarks, Srivastava.
yeah. Thank you, Doctor. We could able to know a lot of things about this wildlife conservation. And one query was just my observation that India government is doing a lot of efforts regarding wildlife conservation. Recently, we have introduced 5 cheetahs in Kuno Tiger Reserve, brought from some foreign country. Would you like to comment how far it is going to be fruitful for us? It is doing a lot of effort regarding wildlife conservation in our country. Recently, we have introduced 5 cheetah in Uno Tiger Reserve. You must be knowing about this. So how far it is going to be fruitful, and for future also, can we do some other things like this? What your comment, please?
Yeah, it's good to have more reserves. It's a good thing, but the and those things, the development of the reserves also very good. But meantime, we have to have the rehabilitation centers as well as the transit centers for animals and the identification forensic laboratories. These areas are very important in development of these detections and the subject matter actually to eradicate the crimes of the wildlife.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you, Dr. Rasinghe, for very excellent lecture today. And you have spoken a lot of, given a lot of insights about the various topics minutely. And on my behalf, I thank you, Dr. Rasinghe, Dr. Satyanarayana, Dr. Skar Mishra, and all the participants for such an excellent lecture. I won't take much time because the other speakers are waiting. So thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Mishra.
And,
Thank you.
just to sum up the
Sir.
session, I take 2 minutes. Mishra, actually, I must congratulate and thank Dr. Samantha for having an excellent presentation on the transboundary wildlife farm, which is one of the major anthropogenic pressure to conserve our biodiversity. It is a very unfortunate factor which resulted in the loss of a number of the wildlife not only in India or Sri Lanka, entire world. This is very, very deep. It should be, you have nicely addressed this thing. And also you have highlighted how there is an organized transitional crime by these people. See, they have also very good knowledge and they have a very good brain. They utilize all sorts of strategies in order to escape from all our scanning, whatever you have, digital mode or physical mode. As you said, like security, priority has given for the government for the security, and in that reason there are certain loopholes where they will escape the exit and entry portals. And also you have also very rightly point out the challenges by the man. See, man has to play a very good role if you want to prevent or stop such illegal things. And also you have talked about the exotic species, and also the very very well said about the pangolins, and also you have also highlighted the impact of wildlife condition. And I'm very much satisfied with your recommendations, and we all follow all the countries will follow your recommendations wherever the opportunity comes. Thank you once again, Samantha. I take this opportunity to thank my co-chairperson Srivastava, especially Professor Mishra for having
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Gunasekara, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Dr.
Thank you. Thank
Professor
you.
Satyanarayana, sir, and Professor Ratan Srivastava, sir, for given time and delivering a very important topic in this international webinar. Thank you, all of you, sir. Now, next session, Chairperson Dr. Preeti A. Trivedi, Professor and Head PG Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, RTM, Nagpur University, Nagpur. Welcome, madam. Our co-chairperson, Dr. Saida Ansari, Associate Professor, Ancient History, Archaeology, Deccan College, PG and Research Institute, Deemed University, Pune. And our eminent speaker, Dr. Asma Ibrahim, Director, State Bank Museum, Karachi, Pakistan. Oh, I am requesting to Dr. Preeti Trivedi, madam, please preside the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Asma Ibrahim, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Preeti Trivedi, madam.
Yes, can you hear me? Am I
Welcome,
audible,
madam.
sir? Yes. Good morning, sir. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to share this session. Like the past session for action, since she's already given a talk. But for the new participants or the participants who have just entered the senior archaeologist, museologist, and conservationist. She is the founder, director of State Bank Museum Archives and Art Gallery Department. Prior to this, she served in different capacities with the Department of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Pakistan, as curator director for 2 decades. Her doctorate in numismatics, postdoctorate in archaeological chemistry with special studies in ancient human State Bank of Pakistan, inaugurated in July 2011. Dr. Asma has to her credit the very human and modern consideration of making this museum the most accessible museum of Pakistan, which is a very great achievement indeed. She is into establishment of several museums and conservation projects as advisor also. She is a pioneer member, General Secretary of an NGO, Center for Archaeological and Environmental Research, Board member of Commonwealth Association of Museums, General Secretary of IQAC, International Council of Monuments and Museums, and first South Asian country, very, very credible. Member FIRE, Standing Board of Finance, Board of IQAC. She is also a member of International Advisors Committee for upcoming art and country under University, President of the Conference Foundation, and a short the country that is extremely laudable and I have before this, today on Dr. Asma gave a very enlightening talk on the World Trade Temple in Pakistan, which she has been practiced in Congress and giving and helping it for public. So with this, I conclude my brief introduction of Dr. Asma and I invite her to give us a
Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes.
Is my sound okay? Okay. So thank you so much, Dr. Preeti, for a wonderful introduction of mine. And I hope my presentation will run well today because I'm in the office. So should I start with your permission?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Okay. So today I'm going to talk about cultural and archaeological heritage of Pakistan and an overview. It was a very, very difficult kind of presentation because to sum up in 1 hour, the whole archaeological and cultural heritage of Pakistan was a difficult task. I didn't know what to choose and what not to choose. So I've done my best. I will take you around into different provinces of Pakistan and different time periods in my presentation. And I hope, yes, okay. So here we see that the South Asia is one of the 4 early places where human civilization began. Civilization in South Asia began along the Indus River. The land of South Asia is dominated by 3 main types of physical features: mountains, rivers, and the massive triangles from South Swan Valley and Swan River. Here you can see the Swan River and Swan Valley near Adiala. Pre-Swanian culture in Pakistan corresponds to Oldowan culture dating back to Middle Glacian. Some findings in Punjab belong to this period. The origin of the Swan civilization dates back to 500 to 125,000 and Nepal and in Swalex of Himalayas. But we see now that in India also we have discovered the same time period of Stone Age. Lower to middle Paleolithic Swanian is in the same area and it's all over Pakistan. To Acheulean Pakistan, Acheulean period, different stone artifacts have been discovered from so it's like it was all over in this region that we find. Here is a map of site survey done by Johnson in early 1970s, and he found stone flakes, possibly human-made, have been found in Rewa, Pakistan. And this was carbon dated by the British mission who was working in this area, and they took it for carbon in Jammu at Uttarbani is also. This work excited on Richard Mito has done. So Neolithic, we have Mehergarh from 7000 BC to 2000 BCE. But last time I spoke to Jarrett and his wife Catherine Jarrett, who were the main excavators of the site. They're bringing the date back to 9000 BC. So that report, I think, still is not published. Unfortunately, Jarrett has passed away, but Catherine is working on that. And another project, Catherine was working on the beautiful hairstyles of these figurines. There were like more than 3,000 figurines from Mehergarh, and they had, up till when I spoke to her last, she discovered about 600 different hairstyles of these ladies, which is a very, very interesting topic, and I'm very curious about it. Let's see what the results come up. And then here we have a Ghaggar Hakra civilization, which is a total, according to Dr. Mughal, that this is a total different civilization. So he names it as Ghaggar Hakra. And the artifacts found at Hakra in civilization also date back to the same period of Mehergarh and up to the mature Harappan. But a lot of archaeologists don't agree with his theory of having a separate culture of Ghaggar and Hakra. Then Mehergarh period 3, like I said here, the evidence can be seen through birds and animals in a row as if marching in a procession. The long-legged bird with prominent beaks might be cranes. It's beautiful depiction, so I wanted to share it with you people. The animals with straight or curly horns are deers. These animals were encased in diamond-shaped spaces created by oblique, interesting lines having a Maltese cross at their junction. It's a very beautiful depiction of animals and so minutely and artistically done. Then we have some geometrical patterns. The only evidence for dating this period is comparison of pottery with Kot Diji. Amri period 2B, Mundigag period 4, etc., mid of 3rd millennium BC. It is plain and painted. Plain shapes are brandy glasses, tulip-shaped goblets, plates, and sturdy storage jars. Painted ones, we have flattish base, tapering lower part, white and collared rim, remind of their counterpart Harappa. So here, this is just to show the linkages of Mehergarh's different period with Harappa and Indus Valley. Then we have in period 6 design of people leaf, fish scale and intersecting circles, which constitute an important segment of the Harappan paintings had begun. Harappan paintings had begun to appear as early as period 6. So here you can notice that evolution of period 6 is the evolution of Indus Valley patterns, the bull and this beautiful sun pattern, fish scale, and some of the paintings which are there.
And your voice is on. Is there a break in the net connection?
Sibri and South Cemetery of Mehergarh. In 3rd millennium, we find connections between the northern Kachi Plain, Pakistan, and Central Asia, on just because of this pottery which was found in cemetery. So we have a dating about this also. So recent discoveries in northern Afghanistan, Central Asia, and eastern Iran have revealed that cultural interactions between these regions existed in the past to an extent which would hardly have been suspected a few years ago. With the lot of scientific investigations, we are now discovering and we are about to redate the whole thing. So now with the discovery of the South Cemetery at Mehergarh near Dadar in North Kachi and the nearby site of Sibri, we know that the greater Indus Valley was also part of this interaction zone. It's a very interesting study which we carried out. We passed through the Kirthar range, we come to the Indus Valley from Balochistan, how they were passing through during hard times and rough weather. So that's another study which I've carried out. So here is the site of Gujo and Tharo Hill, which I was telling you about, that this site is showing occupation from Neolithic to Buddhist and Greeks up to the Muslim period and stone-carved graves. Here are some Tharo Hills Stone Age Neolithic assemblages, and this is Amri Triangle, drawing by BIG. So this is a very interesting site, and how elegantly Alexander came here and he divided his armies. One part went through the sea and one part stayed there. So I'll show you how I dated this fortress. And then a little bit about the megaliths of Karachi. Very few people know that there were megaliths in the region of Karachi, which is in Sindh. And there is now the whole township built over it. It is called Gulistan-e-Johar. And all these megaliths have gone, unfortunately. We had beautiful megalith structures. Here you can see these structures, some of them which were excavated by one of the colleague of mine. And pottery was discovered from these megaliths. So coming back to Tharo Hills, the fortress of Alexander at Garo Creek. There are several creeks in Garo and where Alexander had his fortress. And why I call it Alexander's fortress? Because of these mint marks. Because my doctorate is in numismatics and I studied the mint marks of Greeks and later on their descendants of Alexander. So on the basis of that, I have written the whole history of Greeks in Sindh and Balochistan, and I have discovered many rulers. So mint marks or the sacrificial altar led to the discovery of Alexander's fortress at Tharo Hill. These mint marks, I have published this paper and how I traced them to the coins of Alexander, and then the remains of the fortress were also there. So coming to the site of Aladino, which is a pre-Indus site, it is located in Karachi, and unfortunately this site has also been taken away by one of the land grabbers. It was a very important site. It was an evidence between the Neolithic, pre-Harappan and pre-Indus to Indus, and we had beautiful jewelry and gold jewelry basically and silver collection from this site. Here you can see under this photograph, this necklace and this silver jewelry was discovered from Aladino, and it's the same we have found from Mesopotamia also. And this locket and this jewelry was taken by Professor Mark Noyer to Smithsonian for an exhibition. We cleaned this whole locket and silver bars with very minute work, and then it was taken for an exhibition. So Harappan or Indus Valley sites in Sindh, we have a lot of them between Gharo and Jangshahi, between Chirak and Amri, left bank of Baran River, old road from Kotri to Thana Bulla Khan. It's a beautiful site and we have so many sites over there which are still undiscovered. Then isolated outcrop of Buddhajo Thakkar, where we have a Buddhist site. Opposite Chirak, Carter found some stone implements of prehistoric site. Several sites between Thana Bulla Khan and Manchar Lake along the coast. So near Kunari Nala, Gadani, Purari, north of Hawke's Bay. So to name them, I mean, there are so many of them. This was just to give example of few. And then we have Indus Valley, like I told you, Munjudoro, which is one of the very, very important site. Now we are working on the soil surveys of Indus Valley these days with the help of one American geologist, to see the extent of the limit or the borders of the site of Mohenjo-daro, the recent work we are doing on that. So territorial extent of Harappan civilization on the basis of physical features, 5 major regions are earmarked: Balochistan region, Western region, Indus Valley region, Central region, and Ghaggar Basin region, Ghaggar River and its tributaries in Punjab, Haryana and Rajasthan. Upper Ganga, Yamuna, Doab, the western part of the Uttar Pradesh, and then Gujarat region, Kutch, Saurashtra, north and central Gujarat. So these are the extent of Harappan civilization in Indo-Pak subcontinent, and this map is showing the approximate placement of borders of the Harappan culture. As we know that it covered the whole of Pakistan except the northmost part of mountain area. On the Indian side, the whole of Gujarat, parts of western Maharashtra, and the western fringes of southern and central Rajasthan. So this you people know better than me, but just I've just taken a reference from a publication. In Balochistan region, southwestern extent of Harappan civilization was located in the mountains of Balochistan. Like I told you that there was a continuous movement from Balochistan to Sindh, and the evidence are found in the Kirtar mountains, which is actually a very tough area, but during my young age I could go there and work. So geographically, the region is part of a vast plateau stretching from the western edge of the Indus Valley to the eastern edge of the Tigris, a line approximating the modern boundary between Iraq and Iran. In the north region, most of the precipitation comes in the cold month as the westerly winds bring moisture along with snow to Middle East and Iran. So there's a long history of settlement in Balochistan. We say that there is a site of Harappan site of every kilometer in Balochistan, and unfortunately, no work, one can say no detailed work has been done in Balochistan. So we need a lot of work to be done. This is full of sites. A complete unbroken sequence of habitation has been uncovered up to and including the Kuli complex of the mature Harappan. So there are many identified pre, early, and mature Harappan sites, like I just mentioned. So they are all located in Balochistan region. Here is a chart showing you the Balochistan region, Indus Valley region, Ghaggar Basin region, Ganga Yamuna, Gujarat region, just to have a comparison. So this needs to be updated with the latest publications and the work going on in India and at the same time in Pakistan also. So, but just to show that the unbroken sequence of habitation due to the Kuli complex and the mature Harappan. So there are many identified pre and early Harappan sites. Here you can see those which we know commonly. Then major sites and interaction networks, Indus tradition, integration era. This map has been taken by harappa.com from Professor Mark Kenoyer's website. It's a beautiful map showing the extent of all these sites and the networks. So map showing the Harappan sites in Balochistan region. This is also after harappa.com. Then Indus Valley civilization, late Harappan, Indus Valley, mature Harappan. And then this map is showing again the sites of early farming culture, Indus civilization, post and Indus civilization. Beautiful. This is Ghaggar and Hakra River we were talking about. This is a very interesting discoveries and the pottery we have from this site. So third and fourth millennium sites in Saravan and Jhalavan. This survey was done by me in early 1990s in Balochistan, from where we have discovered beautiful pottery. So Nal is another site with just a little bit of mention of Nal, where I excavated for many years with German mission, and it was earlier excavated in 1924 by Professor Hargreaves, and it dates from 3,800 to 2000 BC, and it has very interesting connections with Iran, Afghanistan, Mehergarh, Quetta, and Makran. So just to show you the linkages of the site. And then period 1 and 2 belongs to a time around 4000 BC, and it was a gravel accumulation near a small river, and the earliest occupation found underneath Hargreaves is mainly a cemetery that has so far yielded 11 tombs. And I'm going to show you a squarish chamber tomb. There were many tombs where we had human remains, and the linkages I already told you that they were very crucial in the development of this region. So with the Mandigag fort, Shehre-Sukta grew an urban center, and the borderlands were then linked through a horizon that extended from northern Balochistan, Quetta, and others, etc., to the Kachi Plain, Mehergarh, and Nowshera, and then Afghanistan, Southeast Asian Iran, and Western Makran. This is the pottery from Nal, which we excavated during our work. Beautiful pottery we had. People leaf is there, and these geometrical patterns, polychrome, monochrome. And this is the site where we're working, and this is the cemetery from where we discovered many skeletons. And so one of my postdoctorate work was the analysis of strontium in human teeth from the site of Nal. So one site was Nal and the other one was Saraikola, which was a Gandhara grave site, which I did as my postdoctorate studies. And now I'm doing DNA analysis with the Harvard University School of Medicine, Professor David Rice, on the same human skeletons. And we are doing the DNA after DNA, we're doing the radiocarbon of these bones. So soon you will be seeing a publication about it. So I feel that human skeleton record, because before me there was no one who studied human skeletons, and that was my childhood dream to do human remains studies. So that's why I waited for so many years, and I got the scholarship Fulbright and went for these analyses. So we all know that this extensive biocultural record of humanity has been previously studied from perspective of skeletal variability by Professor Kennedy and Hemphill. I closely worked with them also, but they were physical anthropologists and there was no scientific investigation. So a reinvestigation of this material is now warranted due to recent advances in the chemical analysis of archaeological bone, so which I am working on. So on the basis of that, early intrusion model is made by Brian Hemphill and Wetzel, McAlpin, and Ardosi and Parpola, and we see spread of Vedic culture through combination of elite dominance and local elite emulation. So this is also a very interesting article. I just took this map out of that article, and I closely work with Professor Brian Hemphill on dental samples. Here, just to show you the Amri, few potsherds from Amri and how they are related or its ancestry in the hilly culture of Balochistan, where bichromia and polychrome were the general fashion in 4th millennium BC. A very beautiful horse depiction with the rider on a shirt collected at Ajabdam can be stylistically be compared to a petroglyph on the altar rock at Talpan. Sorry, I couldn't discuss in this talk the petroglyphs. I mean, there's so much more that we need many talks about cultural heritage of this area. So here we have some beautiful potsherds and pottery from Jamdet Nasser from Central Asia, Buffware from Central Asian painted, and then Sare Sukta in Balochistan and Iran. Then appliquaires from near Mangot Las Bela, which are actually comparable to this pottery was first discovered from Las Bela District Fair Service, occasionally found at Lundo site, Fair Service associated with Edith Shahar in Iran. And you can see the same was found from Rana Gundai, from KPK, Dabarkot, Sampurmat, and Texla, and many sites in Gadrosia, Waziristan, Shahidan, Bannu, Rana Gundai. So this is all like, it was like one country in one place where we find the similar pottery. Shahitum is another site where I excavated with the French mission for 3 years, and we found beautiful pottery from there also, and a cemetery was there. So now coming to the historic part, regions are active players in historical events. We all know that when seen from the historical and geographical perspective. So they are not uniform, they surface in uneven patterns. Here we see Harappa and Harappa railway station, here beautiful and mythology, or one can say the artistic version of Harappa. Then we have fortress, this Hiran Minar, and this is Dharmarajika Stupa, Takhtbai, and a fortress in Cholistan. And then this is one of the famous sites in, this is Lahore Fort, and this is Shesha Suri's Fort, Rohtas Fort. This is Takhtbai, this is Mahal at Bahawalpur. And this is the famous site of the temple site of one can say in Chakwal. I'm forgetting the name of this site. It's a very famous site where we have these temples in Chakwal. So just to show you that some influence of Zoroastrianism is traced, especially with regard to the famous Seljuk funerary towers. So here just to show you that these how our Sindh funerary architecture was influenced by Zoroastrian and Muslim architecture, which is Pir Patto at the bottom on the right, Pir Patto in Sindh. So that's the one of the very famous dome, or one can say the tower, funerary tower here. The peculiar type of funerary architecture developed in Balochistan and Sindh later on. So some other scholars will be talking about this. So I won't go into the details of this type of architecture here. So I have just I just want to tell you that there was a category which was the Chokhandis were covered with the dome and the others were without dome. So this is another a very detailed topic which need to be discussed separately. So up till now we have discovered like more than 300 such graveyards in Sindh and Balochistan with the help of one of my other colleague. We was on the platform from the platform of our NGO. So it's a beautiful thing. It's a Balakot, which is in Balochistan, Sonda, which is in Sindh. So we have strong influences of Iranian and Zoroastrian in their architectural features and in their iconography. So that will be discussed in one of the lectures later on. Here we have Bazi-Khor Fire Temple, Khurasan, and then just to show you one other temple which is in Balochistan, and here I am standing many years ago. These three down below pictures are from Balochistan, and Ghazi Khan tomb is from Dadu. It's another marvel of architecture how it has been erected, but it looks like that it was inspired by the fire temple. Then I believe that these structures were inspired by these tombs, Cyrus the Great tomb. Then we have Jiwani in Balochistan, and here Pir Lakho in Sindh. And you can see the influence of these tombs to one on the other. And Sogdian Osiri in Pasni, I think that these were inspired by the Osiris designs of Jewish people. And the left is Balakot in Balochistan. And then Jalawar, Nikodri tombs in Sindh and Balochistan. Both are these are from Balochistan, Karan and Jalawar, both brick by brick structure. And then some other graveyards which are now in a pretty bad shape. I will just go through a little bit about the trading ports of lower Indus Delta. It's a very important aspect of our cultural sites and archaeological sites, and we all know that the Indus Delta stretches from 210 kilometers from Karachi to Seer Creek over an area that extends from the Arabian Sea to just south of Thatta. And just to tell you that my first ever excavation was done in this area, which was actually a very tough area. And a first ever excavation with the French mission I did was on an island. So it is another story. Some other time I will just discuss about that excavations we carried out in Indus Delta for about 15 years. So there are 17 major creeks and numerous minor creeks within the delta. Along these creeks are numerous archaeological sites, including the citadel at Bambor, where I excavated for about 8 years, a site where land-based archaeological investigations are underway. Southwest of Bambor lies Lahiri Bandar, another citadel structure, although significantly smaller in scale than Bambor. So this is just to give you a view of different channels and mouths of Indus Delta. These are the creeks I mentioned you, Gagyar, Karawar, Turishan, Hajamoro, Shohan. So the Indus Delta comprises the Thata. Here is the Indus Delta, which I showed you in detail. And here we have Karachi. And then in the south and southwest estuary plain gives way to a belt of extensive coastal marshes and mud flats that are periodically inundated by seawater. So Indus split is bad in every summer. Indus Delta is shrinking. We all know that the climate change is one of the major threat to the whole world. That the destruction of banks continues without intermission in the dry season when the level of the river is low. So the navigable channel is often partially filled up and forced to shift its position by the large masses of soil. So that is the reason to mention this is here because a lot of sites goes underwater when there is a high tide. So Bambor is the largest site on Indus Delta. It's located at Garo Creek, 40 miles from Karachi, and there is a fortified harbor town, continuous occupation we discovered from 1st century BC till 13th century. And the first phase of excavation was done in 1958 to 65. And then along with Italian and French mission, carried out from 2012 to 17. There's the Sidatal plan of Bambor, which we did through the help of the kite photography. This is the another trenches which we planned from 2012 to 15. And a big wall was found. It is very, very deep, the wall. It goes deep to Umayyad period, Sassano-Islamic turquoise eggshell, confirmed 9th century. So this was one of the potsherd which I'm talking about. Here is the big wall which I'm talking about. It went very, very deep to Umayyad period, about 8th century AD. There's a colleague from French mission and the labor. So this needs a whole 1 hour to talk about the excavations which we carried out on this site. So this just to give you an idea about the stratigraphy of the site, different sections, and the pottery discovered from these sections. From pre-Islamic to Islamic. I'm working on the strontium in glass to the which will tell us about the provenance of glass. So that project is going on with Stanford and with Chicago, Field Museum Chicago, along with one Indian scholar who works on glass. He's the authority on glass, Alok Cunningham. He is the one actually who asked me to work on this project with him. And side by side, we are working on the pot. You can see the beautiful Hindu elements on the pottery. Here we can see the Hindu elements and the Buddhist elements on the Bambor pottery, the Hindu iconography. And then we come and we see the Kufik on the pottery and the first ever Jamia Mosque of Sindh when Muhammad bin Qasim landed on the site of Bambor. So coming to the Rattokot, I was telling you that this was my first ever excavation in 1989. It is located on Muchak Island, surrounded by archaeological remains. No accurate archaeological investigation or archaeological description or historical records are available for this site. So whatever we did was done on the basis of the excavation. Here you can see the fortress. We had to go through boat for 4 hours and then walk in the water for 1 hour, reach the fortress, work there with wet clothes and all mud around us, and then come back for 1 hour walk and then 4 hours boat. We couldn't stay because the water will come up, the high tide will come in the evening. So here is the fortress. And it's noteworthy in many ways. The great number of towers in large size, the layout of the towers is very, very different, semicircular, semi-elliptically lateral, and pear-shaped corners. Here is when we were excavating, so the water would come up and we couldn't excavate, but we went up to the Sasanian period. And we think that it was a military fortress. And here are some of the comparative studies with the other military fortresses around the area. The chronological relations between Bambor and Rattokot were established. Then we come to Jam Jaskar's Kot. I call it a city without name. This was an underwater city which I discovered by chance while I was working at Bambor. So this is located about 8 kilometers south of Bambor. So this city is visible to us only 2 hours early morning, 6 to 8 o'clock, and then it goes under the water. And that is also during the late days of moon, like 21st day of the moon. Here you can see the walls which are buried under the water. So there were two fortresses discovered. One was a big one, the large fortress, and then there was one small. This is about 1,000 square feet. I'm sorry, I've just taken 5 minutes more, but I will be completing soon. So close to the fort on south, some more remains have been found. They can be named as Jamia Mosque. This is the big Jamia Mosque, and this is a kiln. This is a small mosque. This is all underwater. You can just see over the ground when water recedes back, just these stones and the floor. And this is the first ever Islimi on the panel, or the knotted kufik. I found this panel, and you cannot imagine the excitement when I found this panel running into the water. But thank God, due to the sticky mud, it was there. It took me about 3 months going back to the site to retrieve this panel. It is with us now. And then after a few years, we discovered half other piece of this panel. So I believe that this was at the front facade of the mosque, like we had the tradition in Ghazna period and later Muslim period. Here you can see the same kufi. So coming to the Thambanwari Mosque, this is another mosque which is under the water. It comes out during lower tide. It is also at the mouth of Garo Creek. And it has a beautiful amalgamation of pure Western Indian Hindu influence and Islamic elements, how they are converted into Islamic patterns just to convert it into a mosque columns. So they have rhombus, fret, vases, and flower motifs, angle of tracery as in Quwwatul Islam Mosque in India. So we made drawings and we fully documented it because it would go under the water, and the saline water has actually nearly finished, crumbled the whole stones which were there. You can see the beautiful stonework. So unfortunately, this is no more. I suppose this is no more there. Then we come to Juna Shah Bandar. There's another fortress of 18th, 19th century, a Mughal port. This is the fortress where we did the excavation. And then ceramics were in abundance. We found them near the water on the fortress, and remains of auxiliary structures there. And beautiful tile works were also seen, but these tiles, some of them were taken in the exploration branch, but most of them were there. So these are the ones we took with us. And then extensive research convinced us that this site being the most probable one as Juna Shah Bandar or Lahiri Bandar. So other than these, we have many more ruins of different kinds, which require attention to Mari Moriro, Malaki Coat, Dayapi, Rano Coat, etc. So presently the area is cut by two deep channels, one at the western and second from Tali Creek. That is also cut by an archaeological site called Daryapir on western side, Bitani Wari Bhit, and on the northwest side, Mari Moriro. So this is about just a little one slide about the strontium analysis I did on the human teeth. So just to give you an idea how I carried out that work. So thank you very much for listening to me. And now I'm open to questions. Thank you for giving me this chance.
Excellent presentation, madam. Are there any questions? I'm sure there may be many queries because it was a very exciting presentation. Do we have any questions?
Asmaji, may I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Due to torrential rain in current monsoon, is it true that Mohenjo-daro and Harappa sites are facing challenges from preservation aspect?
Yes, that's true, because the rain this year was not actually the flooding, but the rainfall was a lot, and it directly fell on the walls and into inside the walls. But fortunately, they were covered by the mud and the artificial walls, mud walls we have. So the damage is not that much as we expected. We were expecting much more. But the strategy has been made by one of my colleagues, and he was in Munjutoro along with the UNESCO expert. So not that much damage, which we were expecting and we were scared of. And Harappa is fully safe because that site is covered when American mission left. So they covered it with the soil. So no danger to Harappa, and it's a very high hillock, so the water doesn't stay. But for Munjutoro, because there are roads and streets, and then Great Bath is there, so usually the water is accumulated in Great Bath. But that also a strategy was made, and the water was taken out quickly. So not that much damage we were expecting. Thank God.
All right, thank you very much.
That is very good to know, madam. Any other questions, please? So I would request my co-chairperson, Dr. Shaida, if she has any comments to make. Dr. Shaida, please switch on your mic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. Thank you, Professor Asma Ibrahim. It was a very nice lecture which you delivered, and you just gave a very comprehensive and a beautiful overview of from prehistoric remains from early Stone Age till the present. It was an excellent presentation from on my opinion. And just as Nandan sir has asked about the present condition about the Mohenjo-daro, or in your presentation, you have showed a lot of concern regarding the present status of the cultural material in your country. So this is very important aspect, your observations towards it and your concern. It's in, and you have raised a question also as to how it is in India as well. So we are protecting our monuments, and ASI is looking into it, and we have very kind of a team of people out here who are looking into the to the material which is there coming from the sites. They are well protected, but still, despite all this, as you have mentioned, we also have certain cultural material which is undergoing through this say natural calamities. And this year also we have a lot of rain in India as well. So that is it. So thank you, Nan, for giving such a beautiful presentation. And I think so Prabhu Lal Thakur has raised his hand.
Can I ask something?
Yes, sure, sir.
You have used satellite images, but have you used satellite images for archaeological site detection?
Yes, we do have. Yeah, I didn't know what to put in because it was already such a long presentation. So maybe next time, if we have another webinar, I would be happy to share separately each topic. Yeah, we had satellite images, and we have all the World Heritage sites, plus we have of Bambor and all other sites where we are working now, drone images and satellite images. Yes.
Okay. And what is about Kanjarkot site? Is there any damage?
You mean in Nawab Shah, Kanjarkot?
Kanjarkot.
Which one? Kafi?
Kanjarkot, towards Kutch border.
No, there is no damage. Kutch border is safe because this is a sandy area and the rainwater doesn't stop there. So those sites are perfectly fine. Only Munjudaro and few other archaeological sites which were under the water for some time. So Munjudaro was not also under the water, but we have other Muslim sites which were actually where the water stayed for many days. So that was a problem to drain out the water. But the desert sites are fine. Thank God, everything is okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
I had a question regarding the numismatics, or the way you have, tried to decipher the Alexander's altar, that particular aspect, taking numismatics as a reference material. Can you just like, how did you do it? That is what we will like to know a little bit.
Yeah, like I said, it was my PhD thesis. So I wrote the history of Greeks in this area on the basis of coins only. So I had a chapter done with the help of the specific gravity of the coins. So I wrote the economic history of Greeks in this area. Then the descendants of Alexander, which nobody knew. So on the basis of these mint marks, which are actually on the coins of those rulers, I could tell that when I saw them, I got excited. Usually people were thinking that they are the Indus Valley signs, but exactly the same we have on the coins of Alexander's descendants. So I brought in those coins and I compared them with these mint marks. And then there was a fortress. We didn't know the origin of that fortress. And there was a reference in Alexander's historical sources that he stayed at Indus Delta for some time. In 39 days, they built a fortress. So that was actually relating to that historical account, the location of that area. And then I found these mint marks. So I was sure that this is the fortress which he built in 39 days. Plus, we have a continuous occupation from Neolithic to present time. So usually the occupation is done on a higher area. If you already know that, all the archaeologists know that how these mounds are occupied because of the safety and weather conditions. So and few other potsherds were discovered of classical period from there. So I have published that. If you like, I can share that article with you. If you share your email or you share with Professor Mishra, I will share that article with you. How I proved that. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very nice. I'll be sharing my email ID to Professor Mishra, or I'll put it on the group. Kindly share.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so
I
much.
would suggest that we should all have our emails in the group or somewhere, Professor Mishra, if you
Yes,
do
yes,
that.
madam.
That would be wonderful, yes.
Yes, madam. After this webinar, actually, I am already created a WhatsApp group, but we will provide you mail and even contact.
Yes, that would be wonderful to exchange our publications. Thank you.
So, Dr. Shaida, thank you, because I also wanted to ask the same question. Thank you for the answer. Very interesting, very exciting for us, because everything is related with our history also. So these are recent informations, and I hope that time would come soon when the histories of both the countries are updated and with all these informations and passed down to the next generation. So thank you so much for your talk, Dr. Asma. And yes, we would. I'm also grateful to Dr. Mishra for bringing so many people together. I think that's the general feeling with the entire group. And yes, sharing information and sharing contacts with each other will be a good idea. So with this, if there are no more questions, and since we are already lagging behind time, with the permission of Dr. Mishra, I would consider this session as closed and move on to the next. Is it all right, Dr. Mishra?
Yes. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. Preeti Trivedi, madam.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Aida Ansari.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Dr. Asma Ibrahim, madam, for giving a nice talk on cultural heritage of Pakistan. All of you, thank you, madam. Now, next session, our eminent speaker, Dr. Muizuddin Haikal, Assistant Takshashila Institute of Asian Civilization, Qaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, chairperson, actually chairperson not available in this session. So co-chairperson Dr. Abdul Hamid, Assistant Professor Archaeology Department, आर्कियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट, हजारा यूनिवर्सिटी, मनसेरा, पाकिस्तान. So welcome Dr. Haikal and Dr. Abdul Hamid, and I am requesting to just Dr. Peer Muhammad sir, please chair this session. Additional, Dr. Peer Muhammad sir. Hello.
Yes, Professor.
Sir, because Dr. Senarath, chairperson of this session, not available.
My schedule is
chair this
2:50
session.
p.m.
Yes, sir.
I have program at 2:50 p.m. Professor, not now.
Okay.
So just I join as a participant.
Okay. Dr. Prabhulal Thakkar sir.
बोलिए सर.
हाँ सर.
Yes, sir.
निवेदन है इस सेशन के चेयर के लिए.
हाँ, मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगा, मेरी हेल्थ ठीक नहीं है जरा.
अच्छा, ठीक है सर.
I have some health problems.
हाँ. और शास्त्री
I am attending, but
हाँ, नहीं वो तो हमीद साहब प्रेजेंट करेंगे उनका बायोडाटा, और एज ए सीनियर पर्सन.
if you ask somebody else, that will be better.
जी सर.
If you ask somebody else, that will be better.
ओके सर. शास्त्री साहब.
What is the topic? If I can do justice.
Very important topic, sir. Takshashila Heritage Site and Museum.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Welcome, sir. So I am requesting to Dr. Abdul Hamid, sir, please introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Chair the session.
Okay. So Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Have a very warm afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Mishra for holding such a wonderful webinar and connecting all the eminent scholars, giving them opportunities to share their research. So as a co-chair of this, I would like to introduce our speaker, Dr. Muizuddin Hakkal. So Dr. Muizuddin Hakkal has his PhD degree from the University of Peshawar with specialization in field archaeology. He's having special training in epigraphy and paleography with main focus on archaeology of Gilgit-Baltistan, Pakistan. He's currently serving as an assistant professor at Texla Institute of Asian Civilizations, Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, where he teaches the courses relevant to archaeology, mainly epigraphy, paleography of South Asia, Indian art and architecture, Brushaski language, Gandhara art, and Indus Valley civilization. He has contributed research on various aspects and explored several sites of archaeological significance in district Gizir of Gilgit-Baltistan region of Pakistan. In this connection, he has presented researches on ancient settlement of Gurunjur, Punyal, a region which is also located in Gilgit-Baltistan, historiography of district Gizir. He also explored the traces of Gandhara art in wooden door frames and columns of Altit Fort in Hunza region located in Gilgit-Baltistan. Further, he also deciphered and studied the historical significance of Persian inscriptions from Karpocho Fort in Skardu region of Gilgit-Baltistan. Besides this, he investigated significance, inheritance rights, and tribal governance in Hunza region, and studied collective burials reported from district Gizir of Gilgit-Baltistan. Beside his field and research activities in northern areas of Pakistan, he also studied, temples located in the Khoshab region, with reference to Gandhara Nagara temple style in Salt Range of Pakistan. And proposed a possible route of Fayans travel between Pamer and Gandhara, and the location of wooden Maitreya at the uh, Chartoi rock niche. It is also located at Gopis in Gilgit-Baltistan region of Pakistan. In this continuation, he is also working further on diverse areas of research on archaeology of Gilgit-Baltistan, northern Punjab, and Gandhara, and aims to conduct exploration and excavation based on archaeological investigations in these areas. Currently, he is working on the Nopura Karga site, which is a very important site in Gilgit region, the site from where the well-known Gilgit manuscript has been recovered. This current project has been approved by the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan, and he is going to start his field activities very soon. So with this brief introduction, I would like to invite Dr. Muizuddin Hakkal, who will be presenting his talk on Taxila Heritage Site and Museum. Please, sir. Dr. Muizuddin Hakkal, please.
Thank you so much, Hamid Saab, for introducing me to this webinar. And let me write. Okay. I don't know I'm able to share my screen or not.
Yeah, it is visible. Yeah, it's clear.
Okay. Many congratulations to Professor Dr. Mishra for arranging such a huge webinar for our academic fellows that we have to learn from each other. And the topic given to me is Taxila Heritage Sites and Museum. This is a very huge topic, but I will try to cover. I will try my best to cover everything that have been found or that have been studied at the site of Taxila. Okay, this is the map of Gandhara in greater sense. You can see Taxila over here, and the remaining Gandhara, the proper Gandhara on the western side of River Indus is there, but Taxila is located on the eastern side of River Indus.
Okay, Dr. Hakkal. Yeah, now it's visible. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Hamid. That on Taxila, you can see that this is GT road from Peshawar to Rawalpindi, and near to it, there's a road leading to the Bir Mound. Bir Mound is the earliest most settlement where Alexander the Great visited himself. It was the settlement of Raja Ambi. You know, it is the site before or during the period of Mauryans. Connected to this site, you will see, if you can observe my cursor, here Dharmarajika stupa and monastery is there, very connected to Bir Mound, this settlement. And this Dharmarajika stupa is dated back to the Mauryan period. Again, the second settlement is of Sirkap. This is mostly expressing the periods of Indo-Greek, Scytho-Parthians, and Kushans. Again, the Sirsuk, the third settlement, means these three sites are settlement sites are located in this area. However, there are several scattered temples or monasteries located in the vicinities of these three settlement sites at Taxila Valley. Like Mora Muradu site is there, Julian site is there, Bamala is there on the other side, Jandial, a Greek temple is there in between Sirsuk and Sirkap area. This is the plan of Dharmarajika monastery and stupa dated to 3rd century BC. You can see the round stupa having accesses from every direction, every 4 direction. On a plan of these steps were provided in a plan of cardinal direction from every side, and there is huge complex of stupas or votive stupas, sculptures with artwork, and the monastery area towards the north of this stupa. Again, another site which is called or known as a Pipila monastery, dated to 1st century AD. Here you can see the monastic area. That is a cell and a stupa around here in center, and there are monastic cells around the major stupa and a votive stupa here, and these steps are leading towards the another portion of the stupa, courtyard in the center having monastic cells around, and there is the area of kitchen connected to the monastery. Again, another example of monastery, Julian monastery at Taxila, dated to 2nd century AD. There is the lower court stupa. There is the stupa area, which is central stupa, is flanked or is surrounded by several votive stupas here around it, and you will find the niches over here in the surrounding of this vihara. On the other side, there are the steps leading up to the monastery area, and in monastery area you will see the cells around the central courtyard having a water tank, and on the other side you will see the kitchen area and the facilitation area for the monastery. Again, another monastery, Mora Muradu monastery, dated again to 2nd century AD. Here you will find a stupa in a round plan, steps, a huge stupa. This is on a square plan, but leading to a round dome of the stupa, and having steps from one side. But on the other side, you will see a monastery of a similar design, giving access to from the steps from the southern side, from the northern side, and entering and giving entrance, one entrance. The monastic cells are surrounded by the surrounded around the cell, or what can say water tank in the center, and the same facilitation area is attached to the monastery area. Same is the case here in Kalavan monastery. There are stupa area at the top, vihara area which can be, and there are the monastic cells surrounded by a central water tank. Again, the area of monastic cells centered by the water tank, and the third one again. But here you will see this major stupa flanked by 2 votive stupas and many more cells around this area at Kalavan monastery. Giri monastery is also dated to 2nd century AD and having a main stupa and monastery, and there are some, you can see monastery B, C main stupa, A main stupa, B monastery, C main stupa, D is a court of cells, and again the E is also a portion of court of cells. There are several cells and there are several specified areas or smaller areas beside the major area of monastery B. This is the Badalpur monastery at Taxila. You will see the major stupa here, and flanked by northern chapels and southern chapels over here, and very connected monastery, having cells and water tank in between. Jinnah Wali Dairy is also having the same structure and plan, and this site is also having a stupa, as well as main stupa, as well as a monastery very connected to it. Then Bamala Monastery. Bamala is located connected to River Haro, a little bit away from the main valley. And this site has three portions: monastery, a cruciform, a very unique type of stupa, surrounded by several votive stupas, and a portion of vihara. And the area specified for the artwork. And here you will see a the longest most depiction of Mahaparinirvana here in Gandhara, and earliest among those in the world. Then this is one picture, thanks to Abdul Hamid, that he has allowed us to present it over here. And this sculpture is a 14-meter long sculpture. It was presenting Mahaparinirvana, but unfortunately illegal activities and nature has disturbed the actual image of this scene. These are some more images, and this can be reconstruction of that scene. And this is the area, some pictures. This is Buddha, and flanked by some Indra and Brahma and other figures. Now leading towards Taxila Museum, that what has been presented in Taxila Museum. Taxila Museum was established in 1928 by John Marshall, and John Marshall did excavations here, and those materials which were excavated by him were initially brought to this museum for their display over here. That John Marshall conducted his excavations, and many sites, the history can be dated back at that time to 7th century BC, but later on it is the date of the Taxila extended back to the Bronze Age, and the settlement continued, the history continued from Bronze Age to the Buddhist period, and the climax we can see in the Buddhist period with a specific reference or with a special development in the artwork having Hellenistic features with the Indian themes. Similar scenes which are connected to Buddhist philosophy, which express the stories from the life of Buddha or the birth before his historic existence, have been presented in this museum. This scene is that the Siddhartha is leaving his home for the ascetic life. Here you can see the figures of Bodhisattva Mitriya and another scene of death scene that of historic Buddha. The similar Hellenistic features you can see in the art excavated from Taxila region, and this Hellenistic artwork is composed or based on the designs evolved in Greece and later in Rome, but the theme is very typical to India, particularly when we discuss the religion or the philosophy of Buddhism. But we can also see the Hellenistic inspirations in the art of Gandhara. As you can see, the various type of bangles or the bronze equipment, terracotta equipment here scattered on display, and the and a very huge variety of beads excavated from the sites in Taxila. And some beads are very much unique, that the animal figures have been attempted to draw on it, to design animal figures. And these zoomorphic designs are very unique to the bead art of Taxila. The relics of Buddha have been explored from several sites in Taxila, but the one, the tooth relic, which is very special and was explored or excavated from Dharmarajika Stupa, has been given a special display, and for the Buddhist fellows that they can venerate or worship the relics. The other relics you can see that which have been explored are also on display, which have been found from different or various sites in Taxila. The next portion, this museum is not presented in chronological way. This has been classified based on typological order of the artifacts. That initially it has been placed with the stone sculptures. The next portion is a display very specified to the stucco area, or the stucco material, or the stucco sculptures. Stucco sculptures are very unique to Taxila. They're in 2nd or 3rd century. We see the stucco art as the major art, which has been represented in stupas and monasteries, and has a very huge variety of depiction. Again, a similar example from this gallery, that the stucco sculptures of Buddha are very unique, and many sculptures are brought from monasteries to here to house them and to save them at this museum. Some other sculptures you can see here, that these various sculptures are representing the Hellenistic art, having features. These are some of these are the heads of bodhisattvas, and some of these heads are belonging to Buddha, and some are of connected to the common human life, or human figures, the depiction of human figures. This is the sculpture of Buddha in stone, but this is the head of Buddha in stucco. Some silver materials have been excavated also from the side, beside other silver things like coins and many others from these sites. And these silver jewelry and silver pottery which have been used on these sites were like this. The development of architecture and the development of structure, in every phase we can see, we observe a very unique type of development in masonry of Taxila that has been elaborated or been presented at this site, at this museum. Initially, we can see simple masonry, which is leading towards the fine ashlar from rubble to ashlar masonry at the top. And in between, there is the diaper masonry. There are 2 stages of diaper masonry have been observed during the excavations on various sites at Taxila. Again, this site shows the connection with other regions also, and the stone, the red sandstone with white dotted spots have been also explored or excavated from these sites. These sculptures show their connection to their trade connection to the Mathuran monasteries, and the sculpture you can see here, and this sculpture art is very typical to the Mathuran art, but also the stone and also the art we can see together here. Same, that the stone was brought from Mathura, and along with that stone, the sculpture having the original art from Mathura is also available at Taxila. Again, inscription, that another Aramaic inscription. This is the Aramaic inscription found from Taxila, and also some Kharoshti inscriptions are at display here, and some seals having the Brahmi and Proto-Sharda and Sharda inscriptions are there also. And beside them, we have also some evidences of manuscripts found from the sites here have been displayed here. And we can see the toilet trays, we call so-called toilet trays, are having a unique artwork on them. Depicted artwork is very much unique. And these toilet trays have been found from various sites and having a big number and displayed here at this museum. Next is the portion of pottery. And we see a very extensive variety of pottery, having the features from the Hellenistic examples, and also continuing the unique feature of the artwork on pottery. A similar example is an evidence of distillation that has been displayed over here. And this distillation is used to extract alcohol, or used to make some medicines or something else, or for any other purposes that we don't know. And the metal works. The iron was smelted over here, and the many tools have been explored which are based on iron. And these iron tools were utilized in their daily lives, in their daily activities at Taxila. These are some three evidences of swords, and these swords are being found from the sites here. And the arrowheads, same to the horse bridles, and these are being found from the site. And the keys, very unique keys with large size, have been excavated from the site here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so very much, Muhizuddin Hakal, for your comprehensive talk on Taxila, specifically on the Taxila heritage site, and you were also sharing the rich collection of Taxila Museum. So it was really wonderful to see all these collection and the different sites in Taxila region. So with this, I would like to request the chair, to conclude the session, or if you have any question before that, these participants, you're welcome to ask questions related to Taxila collection or the heritage site, and then I would request the chair to conclude this session.
Any questions?
हैकल साहब, क्या यहाँ तक्षशिला में बुद्ध के अलावा भी कुछ वहाँ म्यूजियम में है?
तक्षशिला में जो है कि मेजर फोकस जो है कि वो बुद्ध पर है, बुद्धिस्ट पीरियड पर, और जो सीक्वेंस हमारे पास आता है तक्षशिला का, वो उसके अंदर मेजर जो एलिमेंट है वो बुद्धिस्ट पीरियड का ही है। जो दूसरे जो कनेक्टेड फीचर्स हैं वो भी एक्सप्रेस्ड हैं, जो जिस तरह से कल्चरल मटेरियल जो है डिफरेंट पीरियड्स के, जिस तरह हमारे पास मौर्यन पीरियड है, फिर उसके बाद इंडो ग्रीक पीरियड है, फिर उसके बाद जो है किसी को पार्थियन, फिर कुषाण का दौर आ जाता है, फिर कुषाण के बाद लेटर कुषाण, फिर एफ्थालाइट्स आ जाते हैं। एफ्थालाइट्स के साथ साथ हयातिला के साथ साथ इसकी डिक्लाइन होती है, वाइट खून जिनको हम कहते हैं। तो ये पीरियड ही जो है मेनली कनेक्टेड है बुद्धिज्म के साथ, बुद्धिस्ट के साथ, और ये साइट म्यूजियम है, और ये साइट म्यूजियम जो है रिप्रेजेंट करता है यहाँ के कल्चरल साइट्स को। दूसरे एरियाज के साइट्स जो मटेरियल है, जो पीरियड्स हैं या हिस्टोरिकल पीरियड्स के एविडेंसेस हैं, उनको यहाँ पर डिस्प्ले नहीं किया गया है, बल्कि वो अपने रीजन के जो है कि साइट म्यूजियम्स में डिस्प्लेड है।
Can I ask one question, Manjari Bhadirao? कैन आई आस्क वन? हाँ, क्या अभी भी वहीं पे कॉइन्स वगैरह मिलते हैं?
जी मिलते हैं कॉइन्स। हमीद साहब बल्कि मेरे ख्याल में इसका जवाब देंगे, क्योंकि बमाला पे इन्होंने एक्सकेवेशन की है। तो कॉइन्स तो मिलते हैं, अभी भी मिलते हैं, लोगों को सरफेस पर भी मिलते हैं। जरा इसके जवाब जो है ना, हमीद साहब मेरे ख्याल में ज्यादा रेलिवेंट होंगे।
हाँ, उनकी टॉक भी है यहाँ पे, कमाला पे टॉक भी है।
Thank you. I'll be talking more tomorrow on Bamala and other sites in Texla region, especially. Texla is very rich in terms of coins. We have of coins from this region, right from the punchmark coins to Islamic period. So more than thousands of coins have been reported and which are on display in Texla Museum. And apart from our recent collection from Bamala, the antiquities reported from the rest of the region are all on display in Texla Museum. So we'll be talking more about Texla tomorrow. So I think if you have any other question, so Dr. Hakal is ready to answer. Yep.
मैं पूछ सकता हूँ? ये तक्षशिला तो हिंदू सनातन किंग ने किया था, तो वहाँ कोई ऐसा साइन मिल रहा है कि वहाँ कोई तक्षक किंग के या आगे का कुछ एविडेंसेस मिल रहे हैं वहाँ?
ये आप कौन से किंग की बात कर रहे हैं, जरा एलेबोरेट करेंगे?
जिन्होंने तक्षशिला एस्टैब्लिश किया था।
दशरथ। हाँ, दशरथ, राइट। अभी तक जो है कि टेक्सेला से जो रिमेन्स मिले हैं वो ब्रॉन्ज एज से कंटिन्यू करती हैं, जो अर्लीस्ट एविडेंसेस हैं। और 3 सेटलमेंट साइट्स हैं और मोनास्ट्रीज हैं, जो है कि पीक हम देखते हैं, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि बुद्धिस्ट पीरियड के अंदर और आफ्टर मौर्यन पीरियड के अंदर। उससे पहले के एविडेंस जरूर मौजूद हैं, लेकिन बहुत थिन लेयर्स के अंदर मौजूद हैं। मींस ऐसा एक्सटेंसिव वर्क ऑफ मटेरियल नहीं है। जी।
If there are no more questions, may I give concluding remark?
Yes, Shastri Saab, please conclude this session. So I think there is no more. There are no more questions. Yeah.
All right.
So please go
Dr.
ahead.
Hakal, in terms of numbers also, it is very heartening to note that in Taxila Museum, approximately 7,000 artifacts are on display and around 30,000 are preserved in the reserve collection. And the slides shown by you are very interesting. I will also convey this same to our Asian Art Museum authorities in San Francisco, USA. We have also some objects of Taxila in our San Francisco Museum too. So thank you very much for the enlightening talk by you.
My pleasure.
Thank you so very much, everyone, for your participation. So with this, I would like to conclude this session. And if you're waiting for the next session, yes, Kumar Saab, you can proceed further with the next session, please.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you once again. Take a good care. So I have to attend some classes, so I'll be available tomorrow with my talk. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Shastri sir, for chair the session, and co-chair Dr. Abdul Hamid sir, and our eminent speaker Dr. Hakal, given a nice talk in this international webinar, especially very important topic, Taxila. Taxila and Mohenjo-daro is the important topic for archaeological study. So Dr. Hakal given nice presentation for our audience, our students. Thank you, all of you. So now next session, our chairperson, Dr. Manjari Bhale Rao, Associate Professor of Indology, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth, Pune. Co-chairperson, Meenakshi Khemka, Assistant Director, State Museum, Lucknow, India. And our eminent speaker, Madam Ifat Azim, Research Officer, Lahore Museum, Lahore, Pakistan. Welcome all of you, and I am requesting to Dr. Manjari Bhale Rao, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Madam Ifat.
Yes.
Dr. Manjari.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. And thank you also for inviting so many guests from all over the world so that we can listen to them. And we are very excited to see the data coming from Pakistan because we don't have a chance to go there, but at least we can see here first-hand information coming from the authorities and their mouth. Thank you so much. So let me start this session and welcome the speaker. But before going ahead, let me introduce her. I'll read out her biodata. Her name is Dr. Ifat Azim, and she's working in the field of archaeology for a long time, archives also. Her areas of expertise are archives, that is manuscripts, documents, and calligraphies. She is also an expert on numismatics, especially Mughal coins. She also looks after the contemporary art and crafts and has been working in the post-Pakistan history. Her other areas of interest are Sikh art, African art. She is also the registrar of museum and administrative work she has been doing for a long time. It is basically related to incorporation and revision of Lahore Museum Regulation 1987. She is the litigation officer also, and she works as the curator of Lahore High Court Museum also. Uh, She has been working with the Lahore Museum since 2007 till present as the research officer over there, and she has the charge of the archives, wherein she has prepared the condition report of entire manuscript collection along with the photographs. She has also prepared the descriptive catalog of manuscript collection, which is in progress actually. More than 500 objects are catalogued out of 1,400. So she has a lot of responsibility. We can make that out. The photography of the archive is also underway. She has prepared the presentation plan of the archive for safe storage of artifacts. In the field of numismatics, she has been working as under study officer of coins collection since six years and has prepared 7 new accession registers of coin collections pertaining to Mughal dynasty. She has also discovered 11 coins which were though native issues but are related to Bahadur Shah Zafar and entered in the Lahore Museum record as that of Shah Alam. So that's her personal research also. She is also interested in the contemporary art and craft, and as in charge of contemporary art and crafts collection, she has photographed the whole collection and digitized its registers. She also looks after the general collection. This general collection consists of African, Sikh, Islamic, and miscellaneous collections. She has redisplayed the gallery and handed over its charge recently. She has acted as registrar of Lahore Museum in the year 2009-10 and has entered the famous Sadequin's mural in main accession register of Lahore Museum. She has got a lot of administrative experience also because she has not only updated the Lahore Museum Regulation 1987 but also other leading administrative tasks. Basically, reply to the summary of President of Pakistan for the merger of Lahore Museum with NCA and the proposed merger it was postponed. Then she has been working as litigation officer of Lahore Museum and has presented her department in court of law with full preparation. She's the focal person for the upgradation project, and she has started a program of learn by doing and has engaged the project staff in collection and management on display and reserve. She has been the curator of Lahore High Court Museum also. where she headed the project of establishing Lahore High Court Museum, which was inaugurated on in 2016. So she has a very long biodata and very prestigious one also. We are really proud to have you here, ma'am, and we are very happy also to have all the scholars coming from, especially Pakistan, our neighbor country. So we are all ears to listen to you. Please, I would request you to start with your presentation now. Please unmute yourself, ma'am. You cannot be heard. You are still muted. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. If you have unmuted yourself and if you are not heard, then please leave the meeting and come back immediately. Then the system refreshes. Still can't hear her.
आवाज नहीं आ पा रही मैडम आपकी।
You are still muted. Please unmute yourself. Now it's unmuted. But आवाज नहीं आ रही।
स्पीकर बढ़ाइए वॉल्यूम।
नहीं, उससे कुछ नहीं होगा सर। She has some connection problem it seems. Because she has unmuted now, I can see the blue sign.
Check the volume.
अब आप मुझे सुन सकती हैं?
हाँ, yes. Now we can.
Now we can hear you. Yeah.
आपका बहुत शुक्रिया मैडम। असल में बात यह है कि आप सब लोग जो हैं वो अपनी अपनी फील्ड के एक्सपर्ट हैं और मेरी अभी 15 इयर्स की सर्विस है और इसमें मैं जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मुझको दी जाती है वो मैं एक्सेप्ट करती हूँ। इस वजह से बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं जो मैं कर रही हूँ। वही बात है कि जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड बट मास्टर ऑफ नन, और बस ये है कि अभी लर्निंग की मेरी फेज है और स्पेशली बिकॉज आई एम अ लॉ स्टूडेंट and I'm a historian, so I am much more interested in the administrative issues of the museum. And presently we are just 5 curators and we have to deal more than 20 collections at the same time. So currently I'm holding the charge of coin section because our keeper is retired now, and coins are 45,000 in number, while we have 60,000 objects entered in our collection. So beside this, I have to look after for the arts and craft and the manuscripts collection and the Pakistan Movement Gallery. So there are multiple responsibilities, and through these responsibilities, I navigate through these areas and try to learn what I can. So now
मैडम, हेलो इफ्त मैडम, अपने यहाँ से आप स्वयं प्रेजेंट कर रही हैं कि मैं शेयर कराऊं?
नहीं सर, मैं कर देती हूँ।
ओके
ओके
ओके, थैंक यू।
शेयर स्क्रीन इधर है, सेटिंग्स में ये शेयर स्क्रीन है। इधर आता है फुल स्क्रीन पे ले लें। सर आप शेयर करवा दें क्योंकि यहाँ पे लैपटॉप पे नहीं खुल रहा मुझसे।
ओके, मैं करवा रहा हूँ।
करवा देते हैं। So today's presentation is also very basic and it's basic, and it is just for the students because you all are very big scholars and I am not. So I try to bring about the Lahore Museum, how it was and now how it is working, and how many galleries are there and what are the highlights of the galleries. So basically this would be a very simple one. This is Lahore Museum, और लाहौर म्यूजियम जो है वो करंट बिल्डिंग जो भी आपको दिख रही है सामने, ये 1894 की है, और इसका आर्किटेक्चर जो है वो इंडो सैरासेनिक आर्किटेक्चर है, which was a popular architecture of the late 19th century during the British Raj. और ये colonial ये जो आर्किटेक्चर है, it was designed by Ram Singh, and its architect was Sir Gangaram. So sir, next one. लाहौर म्यूजियम पे बात करने से पहले हम बात करते हैं, जैसे कल एक बहुत परसों एक स्कॉलर थी, she was a former curator of the Indian Museum Kolkata, and she was also discussing about the wave of museums in India by the Sir William Jones, Warren Hastings, and and about the Bengal Society, and 19th century Lahore Museum मतलब जो है ये उसी वेव का ही एक नतीजा था कि 19th century was the century where the museums were established all around the colonies, और colonies में जिस तरह से French colonizer थे, इसी तरह से जो हैं वो British colonizers जो थे वो भी अपनी जो मतलब म्यूजियम्स थे वो उनकी तश्कील दे रहे थे। इसके साथ साथ वो आर्ट्स से रिलेटेड जो है इंस्टीट्यूट्स वो भी इस्टेब्लिश कर रहे थे, और इनकी जो क्योंकि अगर हम ओरिएंटलिस्ट वो पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से जाते हैं, सर ये अभी मुझे पीछे की तरफ ही जाना है। अगर हम उसमें देखते हैं तो म्यूजियम्स जो हैं 19th सेंचुरी में फ्रांस और बरतानिया यानी ब्रिटिश के दरमियान एक कंपटीशन था ग्रेट एग्जीबिशंस का, जिसमें वो सब अपनी कॉलोनी से जो डिफरेंट आर्टिफैक्ट्स या आर्ट्स एंड क्राफ्ट स्पेसिमेंट्स थे वो कलेक्ट किए जाते थे, और म्यूजियम्स का जो पर्पस था वाज नॉट एजुकेशनल इन अ सेंस। वो म्यूजियम जो थे वो एज अ वेयर हाउस और रिजर्व्स जो थे वो तश्कील दिए जाते थे ताकि वहां पे।
Excuse me, ma'am. Can sir make the slide full screen? Can you make it full screen?
They are sharing the screen, ma'am.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking sir from the sir. Nobody is there. ठीक है, you can continue then.
तो म्यूजियम्स जो थे वो एज अ रिजर्व जो है वो वर्किंग कर रहे थे कि वहाँ पे जो लोकल एग्जीबिशंस थी वो डिफरेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में बनाई जाती में उनका वो होल्ड की जाती थी, और वहाँ पे जो बेहतरीन स्पेसिमेंस उन एग्जीबिशंस में से होते थे, और आपको पता है कि उन एग्जीबिशंस पे मेडल भी जो थे अवार्ड दिए जाते थे। इसके अलावा
नहीं रहेगी मैडम, इतना ही रहेगी जी।
वहां से जो बेहतरीन पीसेस होते थे वो सिलेक्ट किए जाते थे और म्यूजियम्स में रखे जाते थे, ताकि लेटर ऑन यही इन पीसेस में ही वो चीजें जो है वो आपकी जो ग्रेट एग्जीबिशंस होती थी, जैसे लंदन की 1851 की एग्जीबिशन जो ग्रेट एग्जीबिशन थी वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। इस तरह से पेरिस में डिफरेंट एग्जीबिशंस हो रही थी, तो यहाँ की क्राफ्ट लेके वहां जाना, और ये उनका एक अपना मतलब यूरोपियन का जो एक कंटेक्स्ट था कि जिसमें कि हमारी कॉलोनीज में ये चीजें जो हैं, यानी एक तरह से एक फॉर्म ऑफ एक्सप्लॉयटेशन भी थी, लेकिन ये है कि जिस तरह से बड़े सगीर में या सब कॉन्टिनेंट में जो आर्ट्स एंड क्राफ्ट थी वो घरानों तक, फैमिलीज तक वो पर ही मबनी थी। जैसे हमारे यहाँ जो कास्ट है सिस्टम उसको बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंस दी जाती है और समटाइम आप किसी बंदे को उसके नाम से नहीं बुलाते हैं बल्कि उसकी कास्ट से वो घराना जो है वो पहचाना जाता था। उसी पैटर्न को जो है वो ब्रिटिश ने साउथ केंसिंगटन के प्रिंसिपल्स पे यहाँ पे जो डिफरेंट स्कूल से वो कायम किए म्यूजियम्स के साथ। लाहौर म्यूजियम जो है इसने अपनी आगाज जो है वो किया 1856 से। ये अभी जो आपको बारादरी दिख रही है ये 16th सेंचुरी की बारादरी है जहाँ पे सबसे पहले जो है वो लाहौर म्यूजियम को एज अ डिस्ट्रिक्ट म्यूजियम ऑफ लाहौर के नाम से इसकी शुरुआत की गई और इसके अंदर जो है और इस चीज का हम ये सुनते थे सिर्फ किताबों की हद तक कि जी लाहौर म्यूजियम जो है वो 1855-56 में बना यानी 56 में बना, लेकिन हमारे पास कोई ऐसे शवाहिद नहीं थे कि ऑब्जेक्ट जो है लाहौर म्यूजियम में 1856 में कौन से ऑब्जेक्ट आए होंगे, क्योंकि लाहौर म्यूजियम की जो रजिस्ट्रेशन का प्रोसेस है या जो एक्सेशनिंग का प्रोसेस है वो 1867 में शुरू हुआ। सर नेक्स्ट स्लाइड कर दे प्लीज। नहीं, these were the objects sir which we rediscovered in 2016. The project, madam, which you referred while introducing me, we rediscovered these masks out of our reserve because they were unknown, because they were not accessioned. So we rediscovered about 50 ethnological heads of the Schlagen tribe, and later on we discovered from the Punjab archives that these masks were brought to the Wazir Khan Baradari through the financial commissioner, which were working under the Punjab Board of Administration, because at that time after 1849 Punjab Museum Board was holding the affairs of Punjab province. So these were the earliest artifacts which has helped us to know what were the objects that were displayed in the Lahore Museum in the Baradari. Sir, next slide. Because I'm just telling you that Lahore Museum has its start has a different shifting paradigms in its rather it's in collection or in its building. Then later on in 1864 Punjab Art and Industries Exhibition was conducted, and it was established in a temporary erected building, and this building was constructed by the railway architects, and it was basically a temporary one because it has the material like kasuri chuna, which is a mixture of some pulses, rags, and other things, and it has the wooden sharps, and it was temporary, not a purpose-built or building. So the people, when this people appreciated a lot of this exhibition, and this exhibition lasted for 26 years. Which was supposed to be to work here for 6 months, but it took 26 years. And in 1887, the Jubilee celebrations of Queen Victoria, British government decided to build a purpose-built museum as the Central Museum of Lahore, and because in 1875. New School of Arts principal Rudyard Kipling was also the curator of Lahore Museum, and he was well aware of the problems and the issues of the building inherited. Sir, next slide, please. So this is the, sir, I can't see anything because I am just seeing the building, not the text. So this is the Lahore Heritage Museum, which was handed over to museum in 2005. This is the current location of that building because it was restored in 2005 and handed over to us. And later on, we installed the photographic exhibition here, which was related to the history of Lahore from the BC's I don't know what was the date of the Loka Mandir, which was excavated at Lahore Fort, Loka Mandir, or to the British period. So, sir, next slide. In 1890, Prince Albert Victor, the grandson of Queen Victoria, he laid the foundation stone of this building. और जब इसके साथ साथ इसको एक जिबली इंस्टीट्यूट का दर्जा दिया गया, यानी इसके साथ साथ जो है वो म्यूज स्कूल ऑफ आर्ट्स को इसके साथ कनेक्ट किया गया कि लाहौर म्यूजियम विल सर्व एज अ लेबोरेटरी और अप्लाइड स्कूल ऑफ आर्ट फॉर द स्टूडेंट्स. और फिर 1875 टू 1934 लाहौर म्यूजियम का क्यूरेटर और प्रिंसिपल एनसीए, सेम एक बंदे के पास ये दोनों पोजीशंस होती थी. और 1934 के बाद जो है वो म्यूजियम का इंडिपेंडेंट क्यूरेटर जो है वो लाहौर म्यूजियम के साथ हुआ. वही जो मैं आपसे कह चुकी हूँ कि सरदार भाई राम सिंह ने हु वाज अ स्टूडेंट ऑफ लॉकवुड किपलिंग, उन्होंने ये बिल्डिंग डिजाइन किया और गंगा राम ने इस बिल्डिंग को किया. और इस बिल्डिंग को कंप्लीट होने में 4 साल 4 इयर्स लगे. और लाहौर म्यूजियम जो है वो 60,000 एक्सेशन्ड ऑब्जेक्ट्स पे मबनी है बियॉन्ड इट्स ऑर्फन कलेक्शन. ऑर्फन कलेक्शन मीन्स विच collections like I have already discussed that I have rediscovered 50 ethnological heads from our reserves which were unaccessioned. We have a lot of thousands of objects which are in need to be accessioned, but it will take time. So as I already said that there are 45,000 coins, and it means that 15,000 and entire coins collection is in the reserve, and we have a coin gallery which has the replicas on display, because the coins, according to my keeper and whatever I have learned from the numismatics, it is better to display the replicas for the information of the students and place these coins for the research scholars in the reserve. So sir, next slide. And even we have the sir virtual tour, अगर आप उसको कर सकें थोड़ा सा बिल्डिंग के लिए. कैसे?
सही स्लाइड है मैडम, बढ़ाना है?
नहीं सर, उसमें है वो शेयर है लिंक. चले रहने देते हैं. ये लिंक इसका प्रोवाइडेड है. अगर आप लाहौर म्यूजियम की वेबसाइट पे जाएंगे तो आपको कंप्लीट जो है वो वर्चुअल टूर जो है वो लाहौर म्यूजियम का मिलेगा, जिसमें आपको उसकी बिल्डिंग की जो है वो आपको नजर आएगी.
बैक
जो है
करना है क्या होगा?
जी इसको सर प्रेस करना है.
जी सर.
चल पड़ा.
जी मैडम.
Sir, I'm just discussing with my assistant because I am very much poor in the. देखिए.
आप अपने हाथ से कर रहे हैं?
जी अपनी तरफ से कर रही हूँ सर.
जी.
सर शेयर हो रही है आपके साथ?
हाँ यस. अभी शेयर नहीं है. नहीं अभी नहीं हुई. वापस करें.
जी वापस कर दिए सर. सर मेरी माइक फिर कर दें, वो सर खुद ही कर लें. सर आप कर दें, यहाँ से बिल्कुल भी नहीं हो रही है. ये है ओपन है तो इसको करो.
हाँ हम करा रहे हैं.
जी ये जी फिर नेक्स्ट स्लाइड कर लेते हैं। वर्चुअल टूर पर टाइम काफी लग जाएगा, उसमें 10 से 15 मिनट लग जाएंगे सर। नेक्स्ट सर, अब हम बात कर लेते हैं लाहौर म्यूजियम के मिशन स्टेटमेंट की। मिशन स्टेटमेंट, as you all know, it is the justification for the institution, how it works and for whom it caters. तो लाहौर म्यूजियम में जो है, लाहौर म्यूजियम का मिशन स्टेटमेंट है टू कलेक्ट, प्रिजर्व एंड एग्जिबिट मटेरियल, आर्टिफैक्ट्स, वर्क ऑफ आर्ट एंड अदर कल्चर हेरिटेज टू हाईलाइट द हिस्ट्री and cultural heritage of the region and to conserve antiquities of different periods for the awareness of posterity. तो इस मिशन स्टेटमेंट में ही लाहौर म्यूजियम की वो सारी जो कलेक्शन है कि लाहौर म्यूजियम की कलेक्शन साउथ एशियन आर्ट और कल्चर्स पे मबनी है, इससे रिलेटेड है। और आप जो लाहौर म्यूजियम की कलेक्शंस हैं वो 2 मिलियन, जिसे बिफोर प्रेजेंट जो है आर्कियोलॉजिकल टर्म में कहा जाता है, टू 21st सेंचुरी, बिकॉज डेवलपिंग कलेक्शन इज ऑल्सो द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ द म्यूजियम। ये नहीं है कि अगर हमें ब्रिटिश पीरियड में आर्टिफैक्ट्स जो हैं वो मिल गए हैं तो हम सिर्फ उस हद तक रहेंगे, लेकिन एक्विजिशन जो है वो आपकी उस कलेक्शन को जो है वो डेवलप करती हैं। अब ये हाउ लाहौर म्यूजियम फंक्शंस और क्या क्या इसके ऑर्गेनोग्राम के बारे में भी जानना जो है वो बहुत जरूरी है कि वी आर ऑटोनमस एंड वी वर्क अंडर अ बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स व्हिच करंटली हैज 17 members, out of which about 7 members are official while the remaining 10 are from the different fields like finance, law, art, art, numismatics, and different fields. And even we have the 3 former principals of the National School of Arts or the Muse School of Arts. और लाहौर म्यूजियम में डायरेक्टर है और उनके नीचे जो एडिशनल डायरेक्टर हैं जो ऑपरेशनल और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के दोनों साइड्स जो हैं वो उनको देखती हैं। इसके बाद हम बात करते हैं लाहौर म्यूजियम कलेक्शंस और गैलरीज की। लाहौर म्यूजियम बेसिकली जब 1894 में लाहौर म्यूजियम में 6 डिफरेंट गैलरीज जो थी वो बनाई गई थी, और फिर लेटर ऑन विद द पैसेज ऑफ टाइम ये गैलरीज जो हैं ये कभी ये गैलरीज 16 में भी गई हैं, कभी ये 19 गैलरीज। पूरी जो स्पेस है लाहौर म्यूजियम में करंट वो 19 गैलरीज की है स्पेस। समटाइम ये होता है कि आपकी गैलरी बहुत बड़ी है, जैसे हमारी जो ओरिजिनल 6 गैलरीज थी वो काफ़ी बड़ी हैं। अब एक एक गैलरी के अंदर हमने 3-3 गैलरीज डिविजन्स करके उन गैलरीज को सब्जेक्ट वाइज जो है वो इनहेंस कर दिया है। अब हम बात कर लेते हैं इंडस और
स्लाइड आगे बढ़ाना है, बताइएगा।
अब नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज, ऐसा बोलिएगा। ओनली देन दे विल मूव दिस स्लाइड। We are seeing only history slide at present. Azim.
सर फिर आप नेक्स्ट स्लाइड कीजिए। मिशन स्टेटमेंट सर मैं बता चुकी हूँ।
प्रेजेंट स्लाइड में वर्चुअल टूर लिखा है, वहां दबाओगे तो आपको टूर दिखाई देगा।
Azim, either you can change into your slide into a slide mode, or you go take your cursor towards your left hand side and click the slide, then only it will move. Take the cursor to left hand side of your slides, 1, 2, 3 like that. Yes, then what you have done.
सर अभी कोई मसला हल हुआ?
बात आ रहा है।
No, you open it again. This here, enlarge it.
सर अभी आपको मेरा स्क्रीन शेयर नजर नहीं आ रहा?
मिशन तो आ रहा है इसमें, तो यहाँ इसको क्लिक करें।
हेलो
मैम, you take the cursor. You open the slide again. Don't get tension.
हाँ कर रहे हैं।
Sorry.
Yes. Now
Yeah.
you take the cursor, Asim.
सर मैं देखती हूँ मैं
ये आ गया मैडम, मिशन एंड स्टेटमेंट आ गया, आगे बढ़ाना है।
जी आगे कर लें सर।
Yeah, now it is a mission statement.
जी sir, mission statement I have already explained. Next.
Then you take the cursor.
Then I have organogram.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Organogram I have already explained, sir.
Then you
museum
go to next slide.
and next slide,
Yes.
sir. Museum
Yes.
collections and the galleries.
आगे बढ़ाओ। ठीक है।
इसमें भी सर मैं आपको बता चुकी हूँ कि जो है म्यूजियम में 60,000 ऑब्जेक्ट्स हैं बियॉन्ड इट्स ऑर्फेंड कलेक्शन, और जो गैलरीज जो हैं वो ओरिजिनली लाहौर म्यूजियम में जो थी वो 6 गैलरीज थी. लेटर ऑन दे एक्सपैंड टू 19, in sometimes they were to 16, and mostly they remained to the 13. So sir, museum collection, have you opened it?
आगे बढ़ाओ।
The next slide.
आगे बढ़ाएं।
जी.
सिविलाइजेशन गैलरी,
Museum collections. So this is the brief about the era which they are covering. So next, sir, prehistoric and Indus Valley Civilization Gallery. टॉप शेयरिंग करते हैं, ये वो उनकी कर रहे हैं, वो अपनी तरफ से कर रहे हैं, मैं उनको देख नहीं रही हूँ.
यस मैडम, ये सिविलाइजेशन गैलरी आ गई
जी. फुल स्क्रीन
इसको बताना है आपको कि आगे बढ़े.
दिस गैलरी, नो सर, इट्स ओके सर. सर इन दिस गैलरी जिसमें स्टोन टूल से और ये स्टार्ट होती है, जो अकॉर्डिंग टू आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट, बिकॉज आई एम नॉट एन आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट, ये सेकंड मिलेनियम से इसका ताल्लुक है. और दिस गैलरी प्रेजेंट्स वेरियस स्टेजेस ऑफ प्री एंड प्रोटो हिस्ट्री. द ऑब्जेक्ट्स इंक्लूड स्टोन एज टूल्स फ्रॉम सोआ वैली व्हिच इज नियर इस्लामाबाद. द अर्लीस्ट ऑब्जेक्ट प्रोड्यूस्ड बाय ह्यूमन बीइंग्स, जिसमें चर्ड ब्लेड्स और टाइप की जो वो हैं, मतलब artifacts वो मौजूद हैं. The oldest objects in this gallery dates back to 2 million years. Objects from Mehergarh represents the Neolithic period archaeological sites in Balochistan from 7000 BC to 2500 BC. और इसके अलावा इसमें सर मोहनजोदड़ो और हड़प्पा के हैं फेजेस, जिसमें उसकी अर्ली हड़प्पन फेज है और उसमें लेटर फेज भी है. फर्स्ट एक्सकेवेटेड इन 1920 बाय सर जॉन मार्शल. These objects include wheel-turned pottery, terracotta jewelry, and semi-precious beads, measuring weights, toys, and gaming objects. तो सर नेक्स्ट स्लाइड कर दें, इसमें इसके ऑब्जेक्ट्स होंगे इंडस के. तो ये फीमेल फिगरीन है फ्रॉम मेहरगढ़ बलोचिस्तान, और इसका जो पीरियड है वो 3200 to 2600 BC है. फिगरीन is very finely made in buff ware, and this is also a technique and formed by hand without using mold. Artisans of the Mehergarh had great skills to form figurines with clay and manufactured them with thorough process. The female figurine is depicted with curly hair, hairband and pendant. Figurine is represented in humanly form, but face features are supernatural, like a bird, as eyes are pinched and nose is pointed like the beak. Figurines are given the name of mother goddess by the archaeologists, as they were used as ritual cult. So next slide. This is the unicorn seal, which is very famous, and now the girls, the child girls, are very fond to wear unicorn type shirts and other things. A square seal with figure of unicorn and altar below its face. In the script is depicted on top. Seals are very significant objects found at Indus period sites. These most probably were used for taking the official records and were used as stamps. Unicorn was a mythical animal which is usually found on seals. Sir, next. दिस इज द गेमिंग ऑब्जेक्ट एंड डाइस, और जिसको हमारे यहाँ पाकिस्तान में उसको लूडो कहा जाता है, जो अभी भी हम खेलते हैं, जिसमें 1 2 3 4 5 6 वाले वो पूरे उसमें के अंदर दिया। और इसकी वही एविडेंस जो समटाइम मैं अपने बच्चों को भी बताती हूँ कि ये इतना पुराना गेम है, थाउजेंड्स years पुराना है। Cubical dice are found at Harappan period sites. These dice are similar with modern period dice having 1 to 6 dots used in Ludo. Many dice were also found at Mohenjo-daro and John Marshall writes, the dicing was a common game at Mohenjo-daro and is proved by a number of pieces that have been found. In all cases, they are made of terracotta and are usually cubical, ranging in size from 1.2 by 1.2 inches and 1.5, 1.5. So, the dice of Mohenjo-daro are not marked in the same way as today. So the sum of the points on any two opposite sides amounts to 7. Instead of that, 1 is opposite to 2, 3 opposite to 4, and 5 opposite to 6. All these examples found are exceedingly well made with well-defined edges. The points are shallow holes averaging 0.1 inch in diameter. The clay of which they are made is light red in color, well baked and sometimes coated with a red wash. These dice must have been thrown on a soft surface such as piece of cloth or on dusty grounds, for their edges show little sign of wear. So next कर दें. Again, Sadashivrao seal which depict the elephant and manger below the trunk. In the script is depicted on top. Next. Next is the coins gallery. As I have already discussed that the coins, entire coins collection is arranged in the reserve, and it is a collection which has the earliest punch mark coins from 6th century BC to the latest one. So it also shows the chronological history of numismatics in South Asia, because it has a lot of Indo-Greek, Indo-Bactrian, Indo-Parthians. Later on, we have Hindu Shahiya period coins and Hindu Shahi period, and then we have the Islamic coins of Sultanate coins, and later on we have Mughals, Duranis and Sikhs, and even the British coins, and then of Pakistani coinage in our collection. So next. तो ये मुझे सही तरह दिख नहीं रहा. Lahore Museum coins section has unique assemblage of coins numbering 45,000 and covering the time span from 6th century BC to 2000 recent one. This collection makes up 70% of the total collection of Lahore Museum and can be categorized into pre-Islamic collection, Islamic collection, Sikh and British coins and medals. The pre-Islamic category is the largest one. Starting from punch mark coins, Indo-Greek were the first to issue coins with proper dies reflecting the characteristics like goodness of the craftsmanship and simplicity of the legend. We have the finest collection of Indo-Bactrian kings in the form of bilingual coins, Indo-Scythian having fairly realistic characteristics and representation of Buddhism, which is clearly depicted on the coins of Menander I. Indo-Parthian coinage is dominated by Gondophoros, founder of the Parthian dynasty. Indo-Kushan coins follow the Bactrian style with representation of deity on obverse, bust of king on the reverse. Islamic coinage is most diverse in nature, ranging from Delhi Sultanate to Mughals and Duranis. The traditional bull and horseman series style was followed in the time of early rulers like Mahmud of Ghazna. Moreover, the Sikh coinage collection in the Lahore is one of the rarest and finest collection in the world. because Lahore was the capital or the seat of the Sikh government. So we have a lot of Sikh coins. We have even their rare gold mohurs, which are 24 in numbers, while we have thousands of silver coins, and there are number of copper coins which are issued from um, Kashmir and different, because in the latest in the copper coins of Sikh period there are huge variety, because they were issued by the local people also. Even the Kashmiri Sikh coins are has a lot of variety. So the coins gallery is a travelogue of regional history of South Asia for 6th century BC to the recent Pakistani coinage. और इस गैलरी में रेप्लिकास को इस तरह से बनाया गया है, उसको क्रोनोलॉजिकली इसको डिस्प्ले किया गया है ताकि स्टूडेंट्स जो है जो एक्सेस नहीं कर सकते हैं आपकी कलेक्शन तक, कलेक्शन की एक्सेस इसलिए इसमें डिफिकल्ट हो जाती है, एज यू ऑल नो कि कॉइन्स जो है वो बहुत टाइनी ऑब्जेक्ट होते हैं और उसको डील करना और ख़ास तौर पे उसकी जो सेफ्टी है वो समटाइम बहुत आपके लिए वो मुश्किल हो जाती है कि उसके एक तो आप उसके ऊपर नंबर अटैच नहीं करते हैं, उसके साथ आपको कॉइन टिकटिंग जो है वो हर कैस्केट में रखी होती है, और अगर कोई बंदा ट्रेंड नहीं है और आप उसके सामने ट्रे रख देंगे, वो ग्रिड में तो पड़ा है वो ट्रे, लेकिन समटाइम एक सिक्के का किसी दूसरी जगह पे रख देना, एक इसका मतलब है कि क्यूरेटर के लिए आप पैनिक क्रिएट कर रहे हैं कि उसको वो उसकी लोकेशन जब आप नहीं ढूंढ पाते हैं तो आपके लिए प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है। सो स्टूडेंट्स के लिए जो है वो गैलरी डिजाइन की गई है, और दिस गैलरी इज वेरी बेनिफिशियल फॉर द स्टूडेंट्स इन ऑर्डर टू acquaint with the regional diverse history. Next. Unfortunately, sir, I can't have the images of coins because our coin section is temporarily closed, and entire data of the collection is available inside the coins. Gandhara Art Gallery total number इसके हैं 2445 rare objects dates back to 2nd century AD to 5th century AD. Masterpieces include Fasting, Siddhartha, Miracle of Saravasti and Sikri Stupa, और Sikri Stupa आपको बिल्कुल वो गैलरी के बिल्कुल दरमियान बीच में दिखाई दे रहा है Sikri Stupa। और सर नेक्स्ट ठीक है, ओके। गंधारा वही जैसे टेक्सला में भी मोइजुद्दीन साहब ने भी सारा वो डिस्कस उसको किया है कि गंधारा जो है वो एरिया है जो अभी प्रेजेंट जिसमें पेशावर अफगानिस्तान के कुछ एरियाज जो हैं वो इसमें शामिल हैं, और टेक्सला आर्ट जो है वो महायाना बुद्धिस्ट जो हैं उन्होंने इस आर्ट को डेवलप किया, इस फिगरल आर्ट को। सो in this region, the Mahayana Buddhist religious sculptures known as Gandharan art originated and flourished during the first 5 centuries of the Christian era, popularly believed to have been later destroyed by the White Huns in the 5th century AD. Gandharan art developed during the rule of Kushan emperors and under the impact of the Hellenistic dynasties of Greek preceding Kushans in this region. Gandharan art is thought to have introduced the first figural representation of the Buddha. और बुद्धिस्ट आर्ट में ये है कि सर ये रीजन टू रीजन जो है वो वेरी करता है, एज फॉर आई कुड नोटिस कि अगर आप बर्मीज को देखेंगे स्टाइल को वो डिफरेंट है, और अगर हम गंधारा आर्ट को देखते हैं तो वो आपको ग्रीक फीचर्स जो हैं उसमें ज़्यादा नजर आएंगे, लेकिन जब वो लेटर ऑन डिफरेंट साइट्स जैसे रोखड़ी की साइट है वहां से आपको फिर मियाँ वाली साइड के लोग जो हैं उसी तरह के नजर आते हैं। अगर हम बर्मीज बुद्धा को देखें वो बर्मा के लोगों जैसा है, अगर आप नेपाल में बुद्धा का वो देखते हैं फिगरल आर्ट तो वो उन लोगों के जैसा है। तो इसमें ये है, लेकिन जो है गंधारा आर्ट को काफी ज्यादा पसंद किया जाता है क्योंकि इसके अंदर हेलेनिस्टिक सारे, इवन इसमें रोमन जो है इन्फ्लुएंस वो भी आपको कुछ स्कल्पचर्स ऐसे हैं जिसमें वो नजर आते हैं। The gallery showcases a number of friezes, panels, and sculptures depicting the life story of Buddha. These include narratives, reliefs of his previous incarnations, birth, youth, enlightenment. So, यानी ये उनकी पैदाइश से पहले के अमल से लेके उनकी डेथ और फिर उसके बाद जो गंधारा आर्ट ने अपनी डेवलपमेंट की 2nd सेंचुरी एडी से 5th सेंचुरी एडी तक, कि किस तरह से डिफरेंट उसमें आपको एक पोस्टर्स जो हैं रीअश्योरेंस, क्योंकि आई एम नॉट एन आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट, मुझे इतना ज्यादा भी नहीं पता होगा, इसमें डिफरेंट पोजेस हैं बुद्धा के, वो फिर इसके साथ बुद्धिसत्वा के मतलब स्टैंडिंग बुद्धा स्टैचूज जो हैं वो उसमें मौजूद हैं, और फिर इसके साथ साथ जो आर्किटेक्चरल फ्रेगमेंट्स और जो लेटर ऑन डेवलप हुई इस एरिया में, वो सारी चीजें जो हैं वो एक तरतीब के साथ क्रोनोलॉजी के साथ इस गैलरी में मौजूद हैं। जैसे एंड पे आके ये स्टको स्कल्पचर्स पे ये गैलरी खत्म हो जाती है, जो कि लेटर ऑन 5th सेंचुरी में 4th 5th सेंचुरी में डेवलप हुए इन ऑर्डर फॉर रिप्रोडक्शन। जाहिर है कि जैसे जैसे आपकी सरहद बढ़ती जाती है, आपकी डिमांड भी जो है वो ऑब्जेक्ट्स की या जो रिलीजियस वो चीजें हैं उसके साथ साथ वो बढ़ती जाती हैं। जैसे कि हम देखते हैं, आप पोस्टर्स हैं, आपकी प्रिंटिंग ने जिस तरह से डेवलपमेंट की, इसी तरह से बुद्धिस्ट आर्ट जो स्टोन से डेवलप हुआ और लेटर ऑन फिर वो स्टको, और उसके बाद ये है कि आपको वो रेड सैंडस्टोन में भी कुछ आर्टिफैक्ट्स ऐसे हैं जो आपको उसके गंधारा के मिलते हैं। The friezes and other pieces of a reconstructed stupa in the center of the gallery are from Sikri near Jamalgadi district, Mardan. Sir, next slide. This is the fasting Siddhartha, or it was excavated from Sikri Charsada, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa। और इसके बारे में ये कहा जाता है कि लाहौर म्यूजियम का अगर कोई आइकॉन ऑब्जेक्ट होगा तो वो सिर्फ फास्टिंग सिद्धार्था है। और सीकरी एक ऐसी मतलब आपका स्पॉट है कि जहाँ पे वो कहते हैं कि यहाँ पे ऑब्जेक्ट बहुत कम मिले हैं सीकरी के एरिया से, लेकिन इसमें ऑब्जेक्ट की या स्टैचूज या जो चीजें मिली हैं उनकी क्वालिटी बहुत अच्छी थी। सो इसकी 2nd सेंचुरी एडी में है, और ये हमारा वो जो कहते हैं मोस्ट साउथ आफ्टर ऑब्जेक्ट है ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड, जिसकी डिमांड बहुत है। और इवन जो बुद्धिस्ट मॉन्क्स या पाकिस्तान का बहुत ज्यादा साउथ ईस्ट एशिया से एंड फार ईस्ट एशिया से जो टूरिस्ट है, वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ फास्टिंग बुद्धा को देखने के लिए और इनको प्रणाम करने के लिए लाहौर म्यूजियम या पाकिस्तान में आते हैं। सर नेक्स्ट। नेक्स्ट। इसी तरह से सर ये आगे पंचक और हरीति हैं, ये इनकी भी एक अपनी स्टोरी है कि ये दोनों मियाँ बीवी हैं, और जो हरीति है इसके 500 सन्स थे, जिनमें से लेकिन ये कि ये लोगों के बच्चों को बहुत तंग करती थी, तो फिर बुद्धा ने इनके एक बेटे को जो है वो छुपा लिया अपने पास ताकि इसको सबक मिल जाए। तो इसमें भी आप देखें जो इसकी ड्रेपरी है वो सारी इस पे ग्रीक इन्फ्लुएंस है। और ये पंचक ये एक वैरियर गॉड है, ये भी शी स्टोन में ही है। सर नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये मिरेकल ऑफ सरावस्ती हैं, जिसमें मोर देन 50 जो है ह्यूमन फिगर्स इस के अंदर जो है वो आपको नजर आते हैं, और इसको आम अल्फाज में बुद्धा की बहिश्त भी कहते हैं। मतलब पूरा वो जन्नत का एक नज़ारा है इसके अंदर। और सर थोड़ा सा इसको नीचे कीजिएगा, मुझे इसकी डिस्क्रिप्शन देखना। द बुद्धा's half length demigods alternating with garlands rise from a floral canopy in high relief, holding the parasol of sovereignty, and below it over the Buddha's head flying Jenny hold a wreath with a central flower, recalling a similar act of coronation in the western caves in India. Beside the lotus below are lady couple, men and women, stand in worship, perhaps so often the donor of the slabs and the rising half length from the water. Serpent, it is traditional in an aquatic context.
এটা কোন নিয়ে?
এটা ম্যাম গান্ধারা।
কিন্তু কোন নিয়ে? এটা তো মনে হচ্ছে না ইয়ে।
Traditional in an aquatic context, pay the customary homage with stars. Next, sir. Next. So this is the Hindu, Buddhist and Jain gallery. बेसिकली सर हमारे पास एक स्पेस है जिसके अंदर हमने हिंदू, बुद्धिस्ट, जैन गैलरी जो है वो मौजूद है, यानी उसके अंदर डिफरेंट सेक्शंस हैं जिसमें बर्मा, नेपाल, इंडिया और जो है से डिफरेंट मतलब जो इनके रिलीजियस आर्टिफैक्ट्स हैं वो कलेक्ट किए गए हैं, और इनका जो पीरियड है वो 2nd सेंचुरी टू 20th सेंचुरी तक भी है, और इसमें ज़्यादा स्टैचूज हैं। आप नेक्स्ट कीजिए सर। दिस गैलरी इज ऑर्गेनाइज्ड इनटू 4 सेक्शन। जैसे ऑलरेडी सर मैं आपको वो बता चुकी हूँ कि ये सारी चीजें हैं, नेपाल से, तिब्बत से हैं, और गैलरी के अंदर जो उसके बिल्कुल सेंटर में एक पेडिस्टल्स हैं, उनके ऊपर ये सारी चीजें रखी हुई हैं। गैलरी हाईलाइट्स इंक्लूड अ लार्ज शिवलिंगम फ्रॉम द Jhelum region, a beautifully carved figure of Vishnu, a stone piece with sculpted figure of Shiva and Parvati dating from 7th century, and sculpture of Durga slaying the buffalo demon, और Nepalese wood carving है, पेंडिंग टंकास हैं, पेपर मैशी ऑब्जेक्ट्स हैं, और डिफरेंट चीज़ें हैं जो इवन बर्मीज लेकर वर्क जो है वो प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ बर्मा ने 1976 जो है वो लाहौर म्यूजियम को कुछ चीज़ें जो थी वो गिफ्ट भी की थी। आगे जरा नेक्स्ट कीजिएगा। A Buddhist deity in brass with 3 faces and 8 arms seated over a lotus pedestal with his hands in Vitarka argument mudra, having 3 eyes in each face. Next. और 17th to 18th century जो है इसका पीरियड है। तो नेक्स्ट। इसके बाद भी सर ब्रॉन्ज में एक और बुद्धिस्ट डिटी है जो मतलब पोस्चर उनका है। डिटी सीटेड ऑन अ gilded throne holding the stem of a lotus in the left hand and the right hand in Varada Mudra. The left leg is folded. She is wearing a garland and a bejeweled coronet as well as other garments. The palms and the soles are marked with Dharma Chakra. The entire throne is decorated with floral and zoomorphological patterns, gold gilded. ये हैं सर, आगे नेक्स्ट कर दीजिएगा। तो ये एक नागरी इंस्क्रिप्शन में लार्ज स्टोन है जिसको हम नहीं पढ़ पाए हैं क्योंकि हम स्पेशलिस्ट यानी मैं तो नहीं हूँ। नेक्स्ट सर। और मैं थैंकफुल हूँ अपनी कोलीग्स की जो उन्होंने मुझे इंफॉर्मेशन दी। जी नेक्स्ट। तो ये है गणेश का एक फिगर है इन स्टोन सीटेड ऑन द बैक ऑफ अ रैट, his vehicle holding an axe and a flower and a lotus and flower poured in his 4 hands. He is wearing an ornamental crown, has a halo at the back. 2 apsaras are flanking him at the top. The elephant headed god Ganesh is the son of Lord Shiv and his consort Parvati, one of the most popular Hindu gods. He is worshipped at the start of new ventures such as beginning of a journey or moving a house. Ganesh, also the remover of the obstacles, is portrayed as a man with an elephant's head. Ganesh is often honored at the start of a journey. He is traditionally very fond of sweets and most statues to him show him holding some sweets in his hand, and it was from Bor, India. Next. जिस तरह से पहले भी बताया कि शिव एंड पार्वती का है, और ये कब्र की खुदाई के दौरान, ये कब्रिस्तान है लाहौर में, एक बहुत फेमस और सबसे लार्जेस्ट, इवन साउथ एशिया का लार्जेस्ट जो ग्रेव यार्ड है मियानी साहब, ये वहाँ से एक्सकेवेट किया गया दौरान कब्र की खुदाई करते वहाँ से ये मिला। और ये 1926 में एक एडवोकेट मिस्टर रामचंद ने, जो लाहौर हाई कोर्ट के एक एडवोकेट थे, उन्होंने ये लाहौर म्यूजियम को डोनेशन में दिया। He obtained it from mound adjoining Muzang, today popularly known as Miani Sahib. The stele is carved in red sandstone of which the weathered surface is almost white. This type of red sandstone, plain and unspotted, has been frequently used in the ancient sculptures from Punjab and is probably available from the salt range, though exact queries are not known. और इसका वही period जो 7 to 8 century AD का है. Next sir कीजिएगा. Next. मिनिएचर पेंटिंग जो है इसमें 1643 टोटल पेंटिंग्स है और इसका जो स्टार्ट है वो आपको 16th सेंचुरी की लॉर्ड चंद पेंटिंग से होता है और ये कंपनी पेंटिंग्स और तकरीबन 19th सेंचुरी तक की पेंटिंग्स जो कि इस एरिया में सब कॉन्टिनेंट में जो डेवलप हुई उस पर ये मबनी है. सर नेक्स्ट, बिकॉज टाइम बहुत गुजरता जा रहा है. Lahore Museum holds one of the largest and the most representative collection of miniature paintings in the Indian subcontinent. The collection was built up to the early 20th century. It includes over thousands of paintings ranging from early 16th to 20th century. These include folios of Jain manuscripts and paintings from the Persian, Imperial, Mughal, Provincial Mughal and Bazaar Mughal ateliers. This gallery also presents paintings in the miniature traditions from the Rajput and Pahari schools. Examples of Sikh portraiture and miniatures on ivory are also interesting parts of this collection. सर नेक्स्ट कीजिएगा जिसमें इसकी डिफरेंट जो एग्जांपल्स हैं, जैसे ये हमारे पास सबसे जो पुराने वाली हैं उसमें कल्पासूत्रा है. ये भी 15 मतलब मिड ऑफ द 16th सेंचुरी में ये बनाई गई. इसके अलावा फोलियो फ्रॉम लॉर्ड चंदा मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स जयपुर. The Lord Chanda poem was written in about 1370 by मौलादार और ये वो पेंटिंग्स है जब पाकिस्तान और इंडिया की डिवाइड हुई तो लाहौर म्यूजियम की जो कलेक्शन में से कुछ हिस्सा जो है वो चंडीगढ़ म्यूजियम में भी गया. इसी तरह से ये कल्पासूत्रा और लॉर्ड चंदा के जो मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स की कुछ चीज़ें हैं वो आपको चंडीगढ़ म्यूजियम में भी मिलेंगी. इसी तरह से कलेक्शन जो चंडीगढ़ की और लाहौर म्यूजियम की आपको सम टाइम जो है वो आइडेंटिकल भी लगेगी. नेक्स्ट सर, इसमें फिर वो आ जाता है मुगल्स का अर्ली इन्फ्लुएंस जो उसमें आपको ईरानियन इन्फ्लुएंस नजर आ रहा है. पर्शियन पेंटिंग 1630 की है. स्केच ऑफ लेडी और रजा अब्बासी जो हैं वो जो है बहुत फेमस पर्शियन पेंटर थे. इसी तरह से हमें मुगल एम्परर जहांगीर जो है उनकी भी एक पोर्ट्रेट वो नज़र आ रहा है, उनका एक पोर्ट्रेट और ये 1620 में है. लेकिन इसमें वो जो क्योंकि उनके दौर में मनोहर जैसे फेमस आर्टिस्ट मौजूद थे और इवन मंसूर के नाम से भी थे जो उनकी जोलॉजिकल जो पेंटिंग्स थे वो करते थे. लेकिन इसमें किसी पेंटर का नाम एज सच नहीं है. जी नेक्स्ट, इसमें अब हमें वो प्रोविंशियल मुगल और फिर उसके बाद जो है मतलब जयपुर राजस्थान की एक लेडी, ये जो पेंटिंग है लेडी विद होल्डिंग अ रुमाल, इट इज डन ऑन अ पेपर while the remaining which you have seen they are all done on wasleys. So next, हमारे पास हिंदू कलेक्शन में जो है मतलब जिसे हम कह सकते हैं पेंटिंग्स कलेक्शन में बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है. इस तरह कॉइन्स में भी जो है वो काफ़ी जो है वो मटेरियल इंडोलॉजी से रिलेटेड मौजूद है. इसमें ये हमारी कृष्णा एज अ डिवाइन फ्लूट प्लेयर इन चार्टिंग द गोपीज और ये कांगड़ा स्कूल ऑफ आर्ट का है. और नेक्स्ट जो है वो कृष्णा एज गोवर्धन हारी lifts a mountain to protect the village of Brindavan Basoli School of Art का है. ये 17th century की है. नेक्स्ट, इसमें भी डिफरेंट स्कूल्स जैसे ये नूरपुर स्कूल का है और ये पंजाब के हिल्स का है. इसमें एक राजा निहाल सिंह के ऑफिसर हैं हैदर अली खान, उनका एक पोर्ट्रेट है. और फिर इसके अलावा Surpan sister of Ravana, leads the demon army of her brother Hara, shown riding a chariot. ये भी 18th century, early 18th century की एक पेंटिंग है. नेक्स्ट सर कर दीजिएगा इस्लामिक आर्ट्स एंड क्राफ्ट पे। इस्लामिक आर्ट्स एंड क्राफ्ट जो है ये 1600 ऑब्जेक्ट्स पे मबनी है और अबाउट इसके तकरीबन 1400 ऑब्जेक्ट्स आर ऑन डिस्प्ले while 200 are in the reserves, and the basement of the showcases is in fact the reserve. और इसमें रेयर आर्टिफैक्ट्स हैं रेंजिंग फ्रॉम प्री मुगल इरा टू पोस्ट मुगल इरा, इंक्लूडिंग कैलीग्राफिक स्पेसिमेंस, पॉटरी, ज्वेलरी, फैब्रिक्स, आर्किटेक्चर स्पेसिमेंस, and the musical instruments. Even if you could see, you can see the Islamic calligraphy, which was done by the famous Pakistani artist Saad Khan in 1970s, and even on the showcases there is running Surah Yasin, which is 220 feet long. So next, सर इससे भी नेक्स्ट कर दीजिए क्योंकि थोड़ा सा बता चुकी हूँ मैं, क्योंकि टाइम बहुत शॉर्ट होता जा रहा है। सर नेक्स्ट करते हैं सर। ये कंटेम्प्रेरी पेंटिंग्स गैलरी है। कंटेम्प्रेरी पेंटिंग्स जो है अब्दुल रहमान चुगताई से शुरू होती है जो बंगाल स्कूल ऑफ आर्ट से मुतासिर थे, और इसके अलावा उस्ताद अलावा यानी 1921 से लेके टू द रिसेंट जो है इसमें पाकिस्तानी आर्टिस्ट जो है उनका काम डिस्प्ले है। नेक्स्ट सर इसके बाद एथनोलॉजिकल गैलरी है। एथनोलॉजिकल गैलरी जो है ये हमारे पास 3 एथनोलॉजिकल गैलरीज हैं। जैसे अभी आप यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं ये गैलरी जो है ये, इसमें अगर आप लेफ्ट हैंड पे देखेंगे तो आपको इसमें क्ले मॉडल्स नजर आ रहे हैं। मैं इसकी तस्वीर क्लोज से नहीं ले सकी लेकिन आपको, और उसके बिल्कुल सामने राइट साइड पे आपको वो फैब्रिक नजर आ रही है। ये सारे वो हैं सर जो लखनऊ स्कूल ऑफ आर्ट से और फिर इसके अलावा न्यू स्कूल ऑफ आर्ट के स्टूडेंट्स हैं। कुछ मतलब जो फ्लोरा एंड फौना जो इस एरिया के थे, और फिर इसके अलावा जो इसमें क्ले मॉडल्स हैं जो डिफरेंट यहाँ के लोगों की जो कस्टम्स हैं उनको ये दिखा रहे हैं। जैसे सेम ऐसी ही कलेक्शन जो है आपके बॉम्बे में बहुदाजी लार्ड म्यूजियम जो है, विक्टोरियन एल्बर्ट म्यूजियम, उसके अंदर भी सेम इसी तरह के जो हैं क्ले मॉडल्स आप देख सकते हैं। और बिल्कुल अगर आप साइड पे सामने देखें तो आपको वहाँ पे एथनोलॉजिकल हेड्स ऑफ द स्लैगन डिवाइड जो है वो नजर आ रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा एक और इसका और पोर्शन है जिसमें हम सवात गैलरी है, और फिर एक और सेक्शन है जिसमें हम पाकिस्तान के चारों सूबों की जो सकाफत है उसको दिखाया गया है। इसलिए ये हमारी 3 हिस्सों पे मबनी गैलरी है। नेक्स्ट जनरल गैलरी है। जनरल गैलरी is also subdivided into 3 sections sir. जनरल गैलरी में सिख गैलरी का भी आ जाता है और इसके अलावा चाइनीज गैलरी भी जो है वो इसका हिस्सा है। और बेसिकली इट इज़ अ डोनेशन बेस्ड गैलरी। मतलब इसमें लाहौर म्यूजियम की अपनी ब्रिटिश पीरियड की कोई ऐसा चीज़ नहीं है। हमारे पास 5 डिफरेंट पाकिस्तानी पर्सनैलिटीज हैं जिन्होंने इसमें डोनेशन
कोई ना
उसमें हमारे पास फकीरखाना कलेक्शन है जो सिख की इंटायर कलेक्शन है। फकीरखाना की है, चाइनीज जो है वो हमें हिब्दुर रहमान की है, और डिफरेंट हमारे पास जो कलेक्शन बेस्ड गैलरी। और सर नेक्स्ट कर दें इसको प्लीज। ये इसमें सर ब्रीफ इसका इंट्रोडक्शन है कि इसमें donation to the Lahore Museum from various private collections. This gallery holds a spectrum of varied works that include manuscripts, metals and glassware, potsherds and other archaeological finds, metals and miscellaneous objects presented by Maulana Ibn Rahman in 1966. African objects presented by architect and historian Kamil Khan Mumtaz in 1971. He is also a member of our board of governors. This gallery also displays objects of material and decorative significance such as wood effigies from Kafristan and wooden doors from Haveli, Hari Singh Nalwa, Gujranwala and the temple of Bawalal Nath from Jhang region. Next कर दीजिएगा sir. This is a view of the Sikh gallery which is also a part of the general gallery collection. Next sir. नेक्स्ट भी कर दें सर, ये बता चुकी हूँ मैं। चाइनीज गैलरी भी सर वही, ये भी डोनेशन बेस्ड गैलरी है और इसमें चेंग डायनेस्टी से ये स्टार्ट हो रही है, 16th सेंचुरी से, इवन 14th सेंचुरी से भी कुछ इसमें आर्टिफैक्ट्स हैं। ये भी डोनेशन बेस्ड गैलरी है। नेक्स्ट सर। ये पाकिस्तान मूवमेंट गैलरी है जिसमें 1757 टू 1947 की डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट्स जो हैं वो दिखाए गए हैं, और इसमें ऑब्जेक्ट्स जो हमारे पास एक सेशन है वो आपको वो 76 है, लेकिन इसमें जो तस्वीरें या जो पिक्चर्स हैं वो तकरीबन 550 से अबव हैं। और बिकॉज म्यूजियम से आपको कॉलोनियल और पोस्ट कॉलोनियल दोनों नैरेटिव्स जो हैं वो मिलते हैं, और दिस इज आल्सो अ पार्ट ऑफ द पोस्ट कॉलोनियल नैरेटिव। नेक्स्ट सर। नेक्स्ट सर। दिस इज द पाकिस्तान पोस्टेज स्टैम्प्स गैलरी, और इसमें भी ये बिल्कुल पाकिस्तान बनने से पहले का जो पहला सिंध डाक टिकट से इसका आगाज होता है, और आई थिंक वो गालिबन 1851 में जो है वो फर्स्ट इशू किया गया था। वहां से लेके ये अब तक की जो हम डेवलप करते हैं जो कलेक्शन, तो उसमें रिसेंट जो पाकिस्तान पोस्ट के इशूज हैं वो इसमें शामिल किए गए हैं। नेक्स्ट। नेक्स्ट कर दें, इससे भी आगे चले जाएं सर क्योंकि ये बहुत जो है ना वो लंबी हो जाए। नेक्स्ट। लाहौर म्यूजियम की सबसे जो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है जिसकी हमें बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत रहती है वो लाहौर म्यूजियम की रिसर्च एंड रेफरेंस लाइब्रेरी है, और ये इस लिहाज से बहुत यूनिक है कि ये जैसे ही 1894 में लाहौर म्यूजियम बनता है उसके साथ ही जो इसकी लाइब्रेरी है वो बना दी जाती है, और इसके अंदर आपको इंडियन आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे और डिफरेंट मतलब जो कॉलोनियल पीरियड में परचेज की गई थी बुक्स वो मिलती हैं एज अ रेफरेंस बुक है। यानी ये पब्लिक के लिए ओपन तो है लेकिन आप बुक्स वगैरह यहाँ से नहीं ले सकते। फॉर्चुनेटली हम क्यूरेटर्स 4 किताबें ले सकते हैं एट अ टाइम। The Lahore Museum Library was established as a part of Lahore Museum in 1894. It started from a small collection of books in a single room. Now it has grown up with a variety of collection books, periodicals, pamphlets, reports, and articles related to museology. The library is located at upper story of Lahore Museum Auditorium. The library is also famous among the research scholars due to its collection. Scholars rush to library for their research in the field of history and museology, which is not available all over the country. So some rare and old collection in the library are as under the Textile Fabrics of India by Watson 1866, और आई थिंक इसके तकरीबन 14 वॉल्यूम्स हैं, और जिसके अंदर पूरे वो ओरिजिनल जो हैं स्पेसिमेंट्स जो डिफरेंट किस्म के कपड़ों के जो है उसके अंदर हैं, और इवन बहुत देखने की वो चीज़ है और बहुत रेयर है। इंसाइक्लोपीडिया ब्रिटानिका 1882 का है, आर्कियोलॉजी सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया, द जर्नल ऑफ इंडियन आर्ट 1890, इंडियन एंटिक्वेरी बाय इंस्टीट्यूट कार्नेक 1893, और ईयरली रिपोर्ट्स ऑन द वर्किंग ऑफ सेंट्रल म्यूजियम लाहौर 1872 से लाहौर म्यूजियम की जो है वो एनुअल वर्किंग रिपोर्ट्स चल रही हैं जो 1917 तक जो है वो करती है। वो सारा रिकॉर्ड जो है वो म्यूजियम में मौजूद है। और इसके अलावा जो रिसेंट वन है सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर से के जो इंडियन सिपाही थे या सोल्जर्स थे उनसे रिलेटेड बड़ा अच्छा मटेरियल जिसको बीबीसी और सबने बहुत ज़्यादा जो वो कवर किया, तो ये हमें इनरिच करती है। और सर नेक्स्ट स्लाइड लास्ट वन वुड बी लाहौर म्यूजियम ना सिर्फ लाहौर अपनी कलेक्शंस को डील करता है बल्कि इसकी सर्विसेज जो हैं दूसरे म्यूजियम्स तक या उनको इस्टेब्लिश करने में भी लाहौर म्यूजियम ऑन लॉन बेसिस पे दे या अपना स्टाफ जो है उसकी एक्सपर्टीज जो है उन इदारों तक पहुंचाता है। सो लाहौर म्यूजियम is a role model for the entire Pakistan, or even we can claim it is up to the Punjab province. Lahore Museum helped other museums in their establishment, like Bahawalpur Museum was established in 1976, Golda Sharif Museum which is based on the railway, it was established in 2003, and State Bank Museum Lahore, Karachi, sorry, 2004, because our keeper coins has helped this museum to acquire the entire coins collection for the State Bank Museum Karachi. Lalpur Museum Faisalabad, which is also a regional one, and we have also donated more than 100 objects to it. Lahore High Court Museum, which we established in 2016 in line with the sesquicentennial ceremony of that institution, and the Army Museum Lahore 2017, and in 2020 I have curated the Quran Gallery of Baritone because I know a little bit about the manuscript, so I went there and I have tried to done the labeling and other things of that gallery. So this is from my side, because I have the just general knowledge about the museum. I am not an expert. I'm just learning. I'm at the learning phase. So it's sent from my side, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for a very, very interesting presentation. Now the floor is open for discussion. If anybody has any question, he or she can ask, ma'am. Enjoyed it thoroughly. And you do have wonderful collection at the Lahore Museum.
Yes, sir.
Azim, you said that.
It's very good talk and very long information about the Lahore Museum. Do you also run any courses there especially
No,
related
sir.
to art
No, no,
history
sir.
or
No, no.
visuology?
No, sir.
When you have
So
such a
we
good
are all
library
learning
and
through ourselves. Even I have the 15 years of experience. I have never gone to any training, except I have attended an online training of international training program of the British Museum last year, sir. So we all learn from the scholars which visited us. As I already tell you that I am a law student and I have done a master's, by the way, from Punjab University, and I came here and I learned whatever extent I could learn from the scholars, even from the students. So we all learn through doing on the objects, sir.
Azim,
but now you can start for professional training also. And I think Dr. Nandan is saying something. Yeah, Nandanji.
Azim, you said that your museum serves as a role model for Pakistan. So I would like to know three things. First of all, how many students on average per week visit your museum? Second question is, do you have a conservation lab in the museum? Third question, International Council of Museum propagates the idea of celebration of Museum Day on May
Yes,
18th.
yes.
So do you conduct some activities regarding the Museum Day? So
Yes.
please answer me all three questions.
Sir, we daily have the visitors, and mostly the about 200 to 500. Sometimes it's up to the fair weather, and there are multiple students. If you could check our social media pages, you will see that. And if the students from the university are interested for their master thesis or their assignments, we help them. And Lahore Museum is the only source, and it is the museum which has the regional collection, because all other museums has collection, but they are to their regional. We are regional of the South Asia, so students come here. And the other one is the conservation lab. Yes, Lahore Museum has a collection conservation lab, I think since 1970s, but unfortunately this lab is non-functional due to the non-availability of the staff, because since 10 years the ban on the recruitments is going on, so we are without the staff, and we are just dealing with the objects. And the first type of the preservation we are taking on our own. And the icon, yes, we celebrate the International Museum Day, and the ethnological heads which I shown you, these were presented on 2016, because when I saw the poster of the ICOM of 2016, you can see that there were the facial mask cards of metallic cast. And this struck me, and I discussed all this with my director, that I want to present a preliminary report on these ethnological heads. So we celebrate all these days, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Any other questions? किसी को कुछ पूछना है? किसी की कोई queries?
I would just like to know whether your collection is still building up or it's over now. You are not taking any more objects. अभी भी आते हैं.
We are taking, ma'am. Unfortunately, the acquisition of the amount of the objects which cost us in millions are not. We are unfortunate
Difficult
to
to
acquire those
afford.
objects. Even we have acquired objects after the post independence era through the donations, and the Pakistani coinage and the Pakistan postage stamps, such objects which cost us hundreds of rupees or the thousands of rupees, we acquire through amount of
Okay.
purchase.
So generally, you purchase the antiquities.
We
You
due to
don't.
the no,
Okay.
because
Some
the
of
budget does not allow us, because we are the autonomous, and the museums are the charitable institutions, and we are not revenue generating as much
I
the
know.
objects cost.
I know. That is the case everywhere, even in India also.
Yes,
Yeah. Yeah.
same problems.
Yeah. But wonderful. Do you have any educational activities like going to the schools and then making
Yes,
children
we have
come to the museum?
we have the public relationing section, and there are 3 staff members who conduct the tours. And when there are the VVIPs type or the special scholars came and they have queries, we came to the gallery and give them the guided tour.
Okay. Good. Nice. Thank you so much. So, I
Thank
mean,
you.
it's open for
Thanks
many
for
other.
bearing me.
No. It was very interesting, informative, and we got a chance to see the museum firsthand with the scholar himself, herself here. Great. So, I think he has a question. Srivastavji, do you have a question? Okay. So, is there any other question? Meenakshi ji, aapko?
Don't have any question.
No, seems that there are no questions. Anyway, then we should end this session with this. Once again, thank you so much to Ifat ma'am as well as Mishra sir for giving us, all of us, this opportunity to come together with one platform. Unfortunately, I cannot, my video is not starting. I don't know what happened, but then let it be. I can speak at least. And thank you once again for organizing this international webinar and then taking us to different places of the world, especially our dear neighbor country, where the heritage of which has been such precious for Indians also. So we actually got a chance to see the heritage that Pakistan has at Lahore, Takshashila, etc., even the Indus Valley sites. So I should declare that this session is over now. Is it okay, sir? Mishra sir?
Thank you, Majori madam.
Yes.
Given a lot of time in this international webinar. Meenakshi Khemka, co-chair the session, and F madam. जैसा कि बात हुई थी आपसे, आपने बहुत अच्छी जानकारी और पूरा म्यूजियम के बारे में, क्योंकि आपसे लगातार हमारी बात हो रही थी, इसके बारे में चर्चा की। आपने बहुत से हमको एक्सपर्ट भी बताए और आसमा मैडम का नाम आप ही ने दिया था, और बहुत अच्छा ये वेबिनार में अच्छे स्कॉलर्स इसमें जुड़ गए हैं। और अपने पाकिस्तान के एक महत्वपूर्ण म्यूजियम लाहौर म्यूजियम पर बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से बताया। एक बात मेरी ओर से है, वहाँ पर क्या कुछ सिख गैलरी के बारे में भी है कुछ, क्योंकि वो सिख का एक प्रमुख सेंटर रहा है, महाराजा रणजीत सिंह जी की राजधानी रही है वहाँ पे।
जी सर।
तो वहाँ पे म्यूजियम में कोई सिख गैलरी भी है क्या?
सर, जैसे मैंने आपको एक्सप्लेन किया कि जनरल गैलरी है, जो डोनेशन बेस्ड गैलरी है, उसके अंदर से आपने 3 और सेक्शन बना दिए। जैसे आपको मैंने ये बताया था कि फकीर खाना कलेक्शन, जो फकीर सैयद मुईसुद्दीन ने लाहौर म्यूजियम को दी थी, और वो उसी फैमिली से हैं, फकीर अजीजुद्दीन की फैमिली से, जो मिनिस्टर थे रंजीत सिंह पीरियड में। उन्होंने हमें सिख कलेक्शन जो है वो डोनेट किया है। उसी पे बेस करता हुआ हमारा एक सिख गैलरी है। जनरल के अंदर ही वो एंटर है सारा।
Okay. Thank you. Allah please chair, co-chair, and eminent speaker. So next session, yes, our eminent speaker Meenakshi Khemka, Assistant Director, State Museum, Lucknow, India. Chairperson Dr. Mohan Lal, Associate Professor, Ancient History and Archaeology, IQAC, University, and co-chairperson Uttar Srivastav, Director, Heritage Foundation, New Delhi. Dr. Mohan Lal.
जी सर, आवाज आ रही है?
Welcome sir. Please preside the session, and Dr. Utkarsh, Mr. Utkarsh, please introduce our eminent speaker of the session, Meenakshi Khemka.
जी नमस्कार सर, धन्यवाद आपने सत्र के लिए हमें मौका दिया। अभी इस सत्र का जो विषय है वो इंडियन आर्ट हेरिटेज कलेक्शन इन स्टेट म्यूजियम ऑफ लखनऊ विद स्पेशल रेफरेंस ऑफ स्कल्पचर एंड पेंटिंग, और सत्र का विषय रखने के लिए हमारे बीच में है डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी खेमका जी। आप वर्तमान में लखनऊ राज्य संग्रहालय की सहायक निदेशिका हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त आपने पूर्व में क्यूरेटर इंचार्ज के रूप में वोक आर्ट म्यूजियम लखनऊ में भी अपनी सेवाएं दी हैं। शैक्षणिक रूप से आपने अपनी शिक्षा स्नातक और परास्नातक बनारस हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय से पूरी की। 2008 में आपने हिस्ट्री ऑफ आर्ट से गोल्ड मेडल भी प्राप्त किया है। 2009 में नेट की परीक्षा उत्तीर्ण करने के बाद 2013 में आपने अपना शोध कार्य पूर्ण किया, जिसका विषय है कंसेप्ट फॉर्म एंड स्पेस इन द वर्क ऑफ अनुपम सूद। इसके अतिरिक्त आपने एलिमेंट्री कोर्स इन फोटोग्राफी एंड वीडियो एडिटिंग, डिप्लोमा इन चाइनीज मैंडरिन लैंग्वेज, एडवांस डिप्लोमा इन हिस्ट्री ऑफ आर्ट भी किया है। सेक्शन इंचार्ज लखनऊ के रूप में आपने पेंटिंग सेक्शन, आर्कियोलॉजी सेक्शन और डेकोरेटिव आर्ट सेक्शन का कार्य देख रही हैं वर्तमान में। इसके अतिरिक्त आपने तमाम एग्जीबिशन, शैक्षणिक गतिविधियों, सेमिनार, प्रोग्राम को भी सफलतापूर्वक आयोजित किया है। आपके प्रकाशन प्रमुख रूप से डिपिक्शन ऑफ ऑटोबायोग्राफिकल एंजल इन पिक्टोरियल नैरेटिव्स ऑफ अनुपम सूद, जो कि 2015 में प्रकाशित है। अनुपम सूद स्पोक इन द यूनिवर्सल लैंग्वेज इन अ क्रिएटिव ऑवर 2013, अनुकृति सृजन समिति वाराणसी द्वारा प्रकाशित है। डिपिक्शन ऑफ नेचर इन पिक्टोरियल क्रिएशन ऑफ कंटेम्पोरेरी इंडियन वीमेन आर्टिस्ट 2011 में, तथा डिपिक्शन ऑफ नैरेटिव्स इन द गेम सीरीज ऑफ अनुपम सूद ये 2010 में प्रकाशित है। मैडम आपका स्वागत है, और अब आपसे आग्रह है कि आप अपना विषय।
मीनाक्षी, आप प्रेजेंट कर रही ना अपनी तरफ से, शेयर कर रही हैं?
मैं सुनाई दे रही हूँ, आपको दिखाई दे रहा है?
नहीं, नो। अभी थोड़ा आया जरूर था, घूमा था, इसके बाद दिखा नहीं। हम लोग तो
I don't know what is the problem.
मैम आप कट करके दोबारा ज्वाइन कर लीजिए, शायद सही।
दिक्कत हो तो फिर हम यहाँ से करवाएं।
I'm just trying, sir. Not opening, sir. Share नहीं हो रहा है, sir.
Meenakshi, are you trying to open from your side?
Yes, sir.
You go down, there will be an arrow mark will be there.
Yes, I have already clicked on the arrow. Then now
And
a
then,
window.
yeah, you
But
select the middle one. There will be 3 windows. You
yes, sir.
select the middle one.
I have already selected the middle one, a window, but
Then
it's
you
not
share.
share not taking share option.
Sir, ma'am, please share the entire screen, not a window.
Did you open your presentation first?
Yes, that's true. She has to open it first and then share the entire screen.
That may be the reason.
आप लोग को दिखाई दे रहा है?
Yes.
Is it showing to you? Because it's showing that it's sharing your screen.
Yes, we can see the screen, but go to the slide. We can't see the slide as yet.
Yes, now it is okay. Now it is okay. You can enlarge it. Yes.
Now?
Yes, okay. Go ahead.
Namaskar. My topic is Indian art heritage collected in State Museum Lucknow with special reference of sculptures and paintings. We discuss about the art and heritage. Art is the conscious creation of visual elements such as forms, colors, movements that is purposive in itself and though without an end, nevertheless promote the cultivation of mental power for societal communication. And what is heritage? Heritage is our legacy from the past, what we live with today, and what we pass on to the future generation. Our cultural and natural heritage are both irreplaceable source of life and inspiration. This definition is defined by UNESCO. We talk about the Indian art heritage. India is one of the unique nations in the world with a culture that is deeply rooted.
मीनाक्षी थोड़ा वॉल्यूम बढ़ाइए, वॉल्यूम
It's a full volume.
फुल वॉल्यूम।
Ji, India is one of the unique nations in the world with a culture that is deeply rooted in the pluralistic ethos of age-old history, providing creative expressions, value sustenance, and belief patterns to thousands of communities, which constitute to the contemporary Indian society. India has a rich and profound art heritage, such as sculptures, paintings, architectures, etc., which is primarily associated with reason and spirit. But it is also the extensive and varied aspects of social, political, environmental, cultural, and traditional. The essential truth behind the art to the abstract and unmanifest power behind the material world, the primal source of the all things. Now we discuss about the museum and heritage. A museum is a non-profit permanent institution in the service of society that researches, collects, conserves, interprets, and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage open to the public, accessible and inclusive museums foster diversity and sustainability. They operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and with the participation of communities, offering varied experiences of education, enjoyment, reflections, and knowledge sharing. This definition is defined in the IQAC 2020-22 in Slide 2. Now we discuss about the State Museum Lucknow and its collection. The State Museum Lucknow, located in the capital city of Uttar Pradesh, India, was established in 1863 from the collection of Colonel Abbott and was given the status of provincial museum before being renamed the State Museum in 1950. This multifunctional museum has 9 galleries on a display, and 2 galleries, basically named Painting and Art Gallery, are under renovation work. The museum has a varied and rich range of collections such as sculptures, paintings, manuscripts, ceramics, beads, copper plates, ivories, terracottas, bronze, Victory ware, coins, arms and armors, toys, wooden art, ethnographic arts, and natural histories. These are the some glimpses of the artifacts collected in the State Museum, Lucknow. Here we can see the coins from Audumbar coins and gold coins, also different types of Gupta period like Shiv Nandi type, Singh Nihanta type, and Khadag Nihanta type. And the objects are ivory objects. Here we can see two images of one is Mahishasura Ganesh and Kartikeya, and another is Uma Maheshwar in the dancing posture. Here are some metal objects like Pandan from Minakari work and Hukka from Vidri work, which is from Awadh region. These are two arms. One is Qatar and another is Betalex. Qatar is inlaid work with semi-precious stone and jade stone, and the Betalex is engraved with Krishna Leela scenes. These are the textiles in the collections. One is related to chikankari, which is famous for in Lucknow, and another is royal families, jama from royal families with the Jardozi work. These are the clay toys where a lady, which is she is fully ornamented, playing with the frog. We can see here the frog, and under is the wooden door from the Awadh region also, which is fully carved. Here we can see the glass work of the Awadh region. This is the bowl which is inscribed with the ayat of the Quran, and this is the Itradan. This is the ceramic bricks with the grapes wine, and these are the some ethnographic objects of the Tharu Janjati and the natural history objects like rhinoceros. Uh, there are also some archaeological heritage in our museums, which reflects the environment and human-environment relationships. Like these are two Neolithic objects. One is a Neolithic scraper and other is Neolithic celt. Uh, these are the copper implements of anthropomorphic form in bronze, which also indicate that Harappan civilizations and their trends. And now these are the some glimpses of the museums in all over, but basically the topic define the sculptures and paintings in special context. So now we discuss about the sculptures. Sculptures refers to three-dimensional art produced by converting hard or plastic material into three-dimensional objects, usually by carving or modeling. The design could be made as freestanding objects or in an environment with a variety of materials such as clay, wax, stone, metal, fabric, wood, plaster, rubber, and so on. This could be carved, molded, cast, wrought, and welded or assembled and combined. The concept of sculpture has been found throughout the civilization in the history. For example, we can see here the mother goddesses. One is from Indus Valley civilization and another terracotta from pre-modern period. These are two pedestals found from Kankalipula, Mathura from UP. Here we can see some inscriptions which indicate that sorry, this pedestal is donated. We can see here two arches and one legs of one figure which is fragmented. This show that there is deity or some deity who is standing here. There we can see the fragments of the statue, which is half lower part. Another pedestal is also from the Kankali Pila, where we can see three women figures in the joining hands, looking front. There we can see here a lion, which is also related to the Buddha and Buddha school. Here we can see the elephant from Mathura, elephant in the medallion. As we know, the elephant is related to the life of the Buddha, the birth of the Buddha, uh, where her mother seen a dream, and white elephant, she saw a white elephant in her dream. This is another example of Talmu's palm capital from 1st century BCE Mathura. For example, we know normally Mathura is the center of the art from the Kushan period. So we can see there are some fruits. This is very not so much common as we can see the capital, the palm capital on the pillar, because normally we find the capital of the animal figures or anything else like Purnaghat or Kalash. But because of the palm with fruits, we can connect it with the deity Balram. The another uh, example is of Ayak Pat of Shivesha, 1st century from Kankalitula, Mathura, UP. Here we can see the Toran Dwar, the Vedika, and the pillars also. There are some inscriptions in below sides which indicate that these Ayak Pats from Shivesha of Shivesha. The Purna of the Bodhisattva is very important, which is very visible. The Sanghati found on the both of the shoulders and the heavy folds indicate that this is also the Gandhar features. This is the another images of the terracotta of Gazalakshmi of Shunga period. There we can see the Lakshmi standing on the pillar and two elephants on both of the side of the Lakshmi. This is the another example of the Panchmukhi Shivling from Bhita, Allahabad, 2nd century BCE, before Common Era. As we know, this is the rare example of the Shivling. There we can see the 5 faces of the Shiv. One is here, two is invisible because of the this side of image, and one we can see here. The important things of this image is that we can see the Shiv in the body personified form with the limbs. You can see here there is the Yagyopavit here, and there is also a face, and there is also the trident like the Ushnish. These 5 faces is the symbolic of the Tatpurush, Aghor, Vamdev, Satyojat, and Ishan, which is this topmost face. The another this is the example of the lady figures on the pillars. Here we can see the lady with the picture where a, a lady figure is also gazing from the arches with the Vedika. This is the blind arch, and this is a lady standing with a tree, and here a lady standing with a burner. These 3 figures indicate the 3 stages of the we can see that in society, contemporary society, where where we can see the environment is important part in the art also. Here is the Kartikeya of the 2nd century BC, where we can see the Kartikeya is holding a spear in his hand. He is having a and also a fruit in other hand. He have a necklace with a pendant where we can see here, which is also as known as from the lion's mills. Here is also we don't find the mukut, but we find the jata form or herbaceous form, well formed. This is another form of Shiva from Laksheshwar D. Balia, found from Laksheshwar D. Balia. We can see the broad eyes of the Shiv, but which indicates that this is a very ugra form, but the smile of the face also shows the form of Shiv. He is holding a spear, not the trident, in his hand. This is another example of Ravan in the 10th century of Kanpur. Ravan found in the pitiable condition. Here we can see, because as we know the condition of the Ravan here, where he wants to uplift the Kailash mountain, and because Shiv and Parvati in his her private moments. So he avoid to meet the Ravan. That's why Ravan, with the ego, he just want to uplift the Kailash mountain. But Shiv is so supreme that his toy is enough to his toy is enough to the power again against the power of the Ravan. And we can see here the Holocene. There are some Shivgans here and Nandi also. This is the Devki Krishna in Sutika Griha period from 10th century AD. Here we can see the Devki is in breastfeeding postures in the reclining mode, and she is holding the Krishna, who is the adornation of Vishnu, avatar of Vishnu. We can see here the Yashoda and Krishna also there. This may be Yashoda and Krishna. And we can see here the Ayud of the Vishnu, the Mal, Gada, Shank, and Chakra. There is also the Purna Ghat in both of the side of the pedestal in each corner, and there are some images, some miniature images here we can see, and there are also some miniature images here. These series of male and female figures in different attitudes uh, shows that Matrika's uh, Shiv, Kumaris, Varahi, Brahmi, and Ganesh also. Here we can see the two form of Vishnu, which is known as Dashavatar Vishnu, and another is Vishnu. Is one found from the Palakankal from Pratapgarh. We can see here the Vishnu is standing on the Trirath pedestal. You can see here the Trirath 1 and 2 and 3. Here we can see he is Kirit Mukut and Vanmala bearing. There is also the Mekhla, Chakra, Shank, Padma, and under hand maybe the Gada. There is two Vigadas holding the lotus flower, uh, just the center point of the Vishnu, and here we can see the incarnations of the Vishnu. Like we can see here the Lakshmi, the consort of the Vishnu, the devotee here is in Anjali form, Anjali Mudra, Anjali posture. There is also the Buddha, Ram, Balram, Vaman, Varaha avatar, Matsya avatar, Kurm, Narsingh, Parshuram, and here Balram and Kalki. Now we can see this another example where we can see four-armed Vishnu wearing the Kirit Mukut also. The There are also the Un Bandh here on the chest, the one mala, the mekhla, and the close dhoti, which is approximate transparent but not fully transparent. There are also the Shankh, Chakra, Gada, and Padma in his hand, and also there is we can see here the pedestal with the lotus flower. There is also we can see the Shankh, Chakra Purush, Gada Purush, Padma Purush, Here we can see the devotee in the Anjali Mudra and Garun. And there are one six, we can see sannyasi in both of the side in Anjali Mudra. One is looking there and there is an Anjali Mudra. There is also, we can see here the Lakshmi, the consort of the Vishnu. This is another example of the State Museum Lucknow. The Vaishnavi seated on his Van Garund, holding Shankh and Padma. Here, this is the Vaishnavi known as where the hollow of the lotus found on the back of the face of the Lakshmi, and the feather of the Garud is flying like she is flying in the sky. This is another example of Saraswati found from Gorakhpur. This is uh, she is holding the veena in her hands. Here are four hands Saraswati, which is fully ornamented, and we can see here her right hand is damaged, but uh, from one hand she is holding the wire of the veena, and another is on the tap. Uh, she is holding the manuscript from the left lower hand, and a duck you can see us here, and two devotees also there. Solid swan. Here we can see the Agni found from Rudrapur, Gorakhpur, which is the another example of the Pal period. The basic of the Agni is we can see with the pot belly and beard face. Her mukut is like the flame postures of like the Agni, like the fire, and on the back side it is like we can see here. This is in the dispersed form. Here we can see the god, the Vahan of the Agni, also there. He is also sitting on the double layered lotus, which is fully blown. We can see here. The Yagyopavit is shown here. He is also holding the ornaments like their kundal in ears, bracelets in the head, hand, and there's also we can see here the Nuput type, uh, sitting in the Lalitasan postures. And there is the incarnation of the Varaha avatar of the 10th century of the found from Jhansi. The importance of this figure is that this is very large form, and this is the zoomorphic form of the Vishnu in the boar incarnation. Here we can see the image of the Lakshmi in the Anjali form. There is also the Sheshnag, the reptile snake in the coiled form, and we can see here the miniature figures in the gem. This is the five gemmed 1, 2, 3, 4, and one is here on the top back of the board. There is also a band of the necklace of the miniature figures. These five bands show that the five deities, five bands of deities, like first band show the Vinadhar Shiva, dancing Ganesha, seven Matrikas, and nine planets, and that is Navgrah. The second band show the figures of standing Vishnu and holding his attributes in different ways, like which is also the 10 incarnation of the Vishnu, like Matsya, Kurma, Vara, Narsimha, Vaman, Pashuram, Ram, Krishna. In Vishnu from holding Abhay, Gada, Shankh, and Chakra. The third band shows, here is the third band, this shows two figures of Vishnu and 10 male figures holding pot in left hand and while right hand is in Abhay pose, mudra, Abhay gesture, which is 12 Vaibhav of Vishnu. The fourth band, here is the fourth band, snake in left hand, while right hand in the Abhay mudra, which indicate that these are the 9 Navna, and which named is Anant, Vasuki, Shesh, Padmanabh, Kambal, Shankpal, Dhritarashtra, Takshak, and Kalya. Again, in this band, we find the four-seated male figures carving jars in left, carrying jars in left hand, and right wings again in Abhay Mudra. These are possibly four oceans and six crowned male figures holding jars, eight similar wood-headed figures, which is eight Vasus according to Vishnu Puran. In the fifth band, we find the 12 seated male figures holding jars and Abhay Mudra, and 9 seated male figures seated in the same equations holding jars and in Abhay Mudra. There are also in the here in the neck band we find the 10 Aditya and 15 other male figures. Now we discuss about the paintings. Painting is an expression of ideas and emotions with the creation of certain aesthetic qualities in a two-dimensional visual language. The canvas of the artist can be wall, cloth, paper, board, etc. The elements of the paintings are shapes, lines, colors, tones, and textures used in various ways to produce illusion and sensation of volume, space, movements, and light on a flat surface. These elements are combined into expressive patterns in order to represent real or supernatural phenomena, to interpret a narrative theme, or to create 4D abstract or visual relationships. The roots of the Indian paintings. The earliest Indian paintings are the rock paintings of the prehistoric times. They were merely naturalistic depiction of the elements, artistic presentation of its exploratory relationship with the nature. Man's evolution also saw razor sophistication in his artwork, and after several millennia, Ellora and Ajanta's paintings represent more detailed rock paintings from mineral colors. Now we discuss about the paintings collected in the State Museum, Lucknow. Museum's collections have the school of miniature paintings as from Jain, Mughal, Rajasthani, Pahari, Persian, Malwa, Datia, popular Mughal, Awadh and Company paintings, etc. These miniature paintings, usually in a pastoral or a court setting, is dominated by the masculine or feminine figures. These creations are highly charged, emotional and creative states that are also depicted through rags or musical styles. We can see here the Rasikriya, for example, where two lady figure in one compartment and one male figure here in the other compartment. They are celebrating the season also, which indicates that there are some rainy seasons where the water is drowning from the sky. There are clouds in the black gray style here. The lights in the sky in the snake form. There are peacocks on the trees. The fully grown here we can see two creatures, the birds in the swans in the pond, and they here are three male figures enjoying the music. This shows that this is the season of the Savan. There is another example, the yogi of the Marwar found from circa 1800 AD. This is the typical example of the Rajasthani style where we can see the one yogi is here doing worship of the Shivling. Two yogis are playing musical instrument, and here some is engaged in the different activities. Here we can see the dogs, which is also the symbol of the Shiva, like Bhairav, and we can see here the flag Dhaj in the typical uh, Shakti form, and here we can see two thugs or two we can see two thugs in the posture of the yogi, as we identify it from that from their arms holding in gun, sword. Here is the you can see here arrow and katar also, but they are wearing the clothes of the yogi, and their hairstyle, their beard, all are in the yogi forms. Here we can see the Rag Megmalhar of the Bundi style. The Bundi style have the spot figures with white ornaments of the pearls, and beard male figures with the mustache, which is typical examples of the Bundi style we can see here. The main things of the paintings we can see the all these personified in the deities form, gods and goddesses form. There, the Krishna is the especially easily symbolic representation of the season and melodies also. This particular illustration indicate two things. One is the rag, and another is that the season. As we can see, the rag Mekmalar is the seasonal mode, and we can see here two and three two gopis here and one gopi is here playing music. There are some lotus in the ponds, and as we can see here, the lights, the clouds, and the trees are there. This is another example of sun worship of the Kota style. This also indicates that there is the lady who is just coming from the taking the bath and doing the earth to sun. Sun is the power of energy, which we can see here, and it gives us the sunlight. Here we can see the tree, the terracotta green color in the backgrounds, the red hashia, the vermilion color, the green tone in the Plato. These are the typical color tones of the Kota style of paintings. Gods and goddesses or male female figures are drawn, but also the birds and animals is also drawn in Indian art. Here we can see the parrot from the Rajasthani style, the black buck from the Mughal. The specialized of the Mughal style is the hashia. We can see here. There's also find some inscriptions. These are the Ashwari Ragni from popular Mughal, which is personified in the the symbols of the Ashwari Ragni is the snake. Here are two male figures who is looking there and talking to each other. This is another example of the Pukhi Bandhan from Kangra style in the narrative style. Here we can see Krishna. Take, here Krishna is walking, and here Mata Yashoda uh, tied the Krishna from the ukhal. This is another example of Vishwarup Vishnu from Pahari style from approximate 18th century AD. Here we can see the Vishnu, and they are some symbolic representation of the earth. Like here is the water, the earth, the vegetations. We can see here In the earth portion, we can see the vegetations and the sky. We can see here the Shiva, the sun and the moon, the Vishnu in the Sheshnath and thousand spaces, and here is the Brahma. Here, the vision of Vishnu holding various hands, holding the different ayuds in his hands. This is the Hindu deities of Kangra style. Here we can see Ganesh, Shiv Parvati with Ganesh, Matsya incarnation, Vaman avatar, Narsingh avatar, Kurma avatar. Sorry, this is Varaha avatar, Kurma avatar, Narsingh avatar, Krishna avatar, where Krishna is holding the hair of the Kans, Balram avatar, Kalki avatar, Krishna, Balram and Subhadra, and here is the Ram avatar. There we can see the 10 faces of the Raman have one face of the Ratha. This is another example of the Samudra Manthan from Monday style. You can see here the Kurma avatar of the Vishnu, the Mandrachal Parvat, the Vasuki Nag, and there are some demons. They are gods Vishnu, Shiv, and Brahma. And here are the jewels from the churning of the ocean. From the churning of the ocean. The horse, the bow, Lakshmi. This is under. This is the cow, the Eravat, the horse, Chand. Here is the Radha Krishna from Kangra style. This is the masterpiece of the State Museum Lucknow, where Radha offering betel to the Krishna. This is typically example of the Kangra style of the later phase, where we can see the oval face of the main figures to decorate, and here we can see the ornamented margins. The depiction of the nature of the Kangra valleys also can be seen in all the Kangra paintings. See the background of the Radha Krishna. This is another example of the Ganga Avatar scene, where Bhagirath in the age-old form praying to the Shiva, and the Ganga coming from the Jata of the Shiv. As we know that Kangra is the very cold place, so that's why according to the place we can see here the fire. The Parvati is holding the clothes of the skin of the deer. There is the snake in the Jata of the Shiva. There is the Chandra, and we can see here the elephant, the Ganesh. Another image is Kirhanan from Kangra style. This is also very famous.
Yes, sir.
This is also very famous. The story of the Mahabharata, as we know, that the game of the dice. This is the another example of the birth from our period. The Nawab Asfadullah sitting in his pavilion in Awadh style. The Christine of the Ghaziuddin Haidar of the Awadh style, who offers the British resident officers. You can see the Awadh architecture, the Awadh Jhumar, the drapery here. This is also the Ghaziuddin Haidar from Awadh style in the sketch. You can see here the chair. We notice here these monuments, this table. Here the Bahu Begum of the Awadh. You can see the royal emblem here. This is the famous procession of Muharram, which is found from Awadh style, and here the Nawab Asfadullah sitting on the elephant and the Duldul, the horse, showing the Duldul. This is an inmate of Parikhana from Awadh Shali, which is very beautifully depicted. And this is the Under Begum of Awadh drinking hookah. This is Bilati Begum playing a musical instrument from Awadh, and she is the Begum of the Nasiruddin Haidar. This is the Prime Minister of Agamir Awadh. This is the Nawab Amjad Ali Shah of the Awadh. This is the last Nawab of the Awadh, Wajid Ali Shah. Now, after looking these images, we observe that arts and antiquities of the State Museum Lucknow reflect different methodology and material of Indian art. But the basic concepts or the theme behind all the forms remains the same. Ancient Indian art primarily shows beauty and sublimity of the divine. These artifacts reflect opulent culture and heritage of the country. From ancient civilization to the present time, the marking of the various gods and goddesses is found in art, which has a special meaning associated with Indian religion, culture, civilization, and philosophy. There are also use of symbols in sculptures and paintings to express the complete concept behind the forms. The external forms and aesthetic elements is important in art, but the meaning is of paramount importance in the aesthetics elements also, which is the soul of art. Indian art capturing the essence of day-to-day activities of contemporaneous society, which reflects to natural environment, flora and fauna, women's position in the society, knowledge of fashion via costumes, ornaments, hairstyle, etc., cultural values, ethics, economical and political condition also. Indian painting, they are depicts varied subject matter such as sports scenes, harem scenes, illustrations of text, rag and ragnis, naika blades, portraits, etc. according to the interest of the patroness of the king. Thus, now I can conclude my presentation. It can be said that there is the myriad aspects of Indian art and the nine main transient emotions nervous found in Indian art, which is the complete celebration of life. It embodied the basic elements, the ideals of the Indian culture are thousand desires, thousand.
Yes.
Now,
Dr. Mohanlal sir. Dear person sir, Dr. Mohanlal. Dr. Mohanlal. Utkarsh.
हाँ सर, मीनाक्षी मैडम का बहुत ही शानदार और बहुत ही सारगर्भिक आपने अच्छे तरीके से चीजों को प्रस्तुत किया और इसको सुनने के बाद लखनऊ म्यूजियम देखने की उत्सुकता और बढ़ जा रही है।
जरूर आइए हमारे लखनऊ म्यूजियम।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल नहीं, क्योंकि आपने जो भी इसका मूर्तियों का और सिक्कों का पेंटिंगों का जो दार्शनिक पक्ष और सैद्धांतिक पक्ष दोनों का इतने संजीदा वर्णन आपने किया है कि उसे देख करके उसके पीछे का इतिहास जानने का और उत्कंठा हो जाए।
एक्चुअली होता है कि किसी भी चीज को एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए ऐसे तो हम एक ही ऑब्जेक्ट पे बहुत डिटेल तक बातें कर सकते हैं, घंटों बातें की जा सकती है, लेकिन ये है कि कंसाइज फॉर्म में अगर चीजों को बताना है तो हम उसकी कुछ चीजों को ही, उसके कुछ पक्षों को ही बताया जा सकता है। हर एक पक्ष को हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे एक्सप्लेन नहीं किया जा सकता है।
नहीं बिल्कुल, ये सबसे बड़ी चीज है, दर्शन का अपना अपना नजरिया होता है। तो आपने जिन नजरियों से पेंटिंगों को रखा, चाहे कांगड़ा आर्ट हो गई, बूंदी आर्ट हो गई, एक पक्षों को बड़ी बखूबी से आपने उकेरा है कि वो शब्दों की तरह बोल रहे हैं, उसे देख करके लगता है। तो देखने का एक नया नजरिया भी इससे आदमी के अंदर विकसित होगा। और पूरे इस आपके संक्षेप आपने जो प्रस्तुत किया है, इससे समझ में आ रहा है कि लखनऊ संग्रहालय वास्तव में बहुउद्देशीय संग्रहालय, ये किसी एक विषय को लेकर के नहीं है। चाहे इसके सिक्कों का पहलू देखें, प्रस्तरों को देखें, पेंटिंगों को देखें, तो आपका ये जो प्रस्तुति रही सच में बहुत ही ज्ञानवर्धक और रोचक रही। हम चाहेंगे कि मिश्रा सर से आप सर संक्षेप में आप बातों को कहें।
किसी का कोई क्वेश्चन?
Any question? Audience?
मैं पूछ सकता हूँ?
जी सर।
मैडम, आपका लेक्चर जो है काफी अच्छा रहा। हम चूंकि अभी एक सागर यूनिवर्सिटी में आए हैं कुछ यूनिवर्सिटी के वर्क से, तो थोड़ा बीच में नहीं सुन पाए, मगर जहाँ जहाँ सुन पाए बड़ा ही अच्छा आपने उद्बोधन दिया, काफी रोचक था। बहुत सारी प्रतिमाओं का जो आइकनोग्राफिकल डिस्कशन आपने किया काफी अच्छा था। और जो है
प्रभुलाल ठक्कर जी का कुछ प्रश्न है। हाँ सर,
हाँ
पूछें।
हाँ, तो अगर किसी जो भी इस जो पेपर प्रेजेंट हुआ है इस पे अगर किसी की जिज्ञासा है, तुमने प्रतिमा बताई, उस पर लक्ष्मी है ना?
जी 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 सर।
हाँ, वो बड़ी बड़ी रेयर प्रतिमा है, वो रेयर प्रतिमा है, ऐसी प्रतिमा बहुत कम मिलती हैं।
दैट इज नोन एज वैष्णवी।
हाँ, ओके। नहीं, मगर इस फॉर्म में और बिल्कुल सुरक्षित प्रतिमा है, अच्छा है। इसके अलावा आपने बाराही की एक झांसी से प्रतिमा मिली है, वो आपने बताई। ये जो बाराही की खंड में ये मिलती है, ये कई जगह से हमने देखी सेम है, और इन पे अभी रिसर्च वर्क नहीं हुआ। इस पे कभी ऐसा हो तो रिसर्च वर्क करने की इस पे जरूरत है।
एक्चुअली अगर हम देखें तो गुप्ता पीरियड में, ड्यूरिंग द गुप्ता पीरियड देयर इज आल्सो नोन एज वराह यज्ञ। तो उस समय इस तरह की इमेजेस का यूज होता था, तो वही ट्रेडिशन जो है वो है। बट जो इस इमेज की जो खास बात है वो ये है कि बहुत लार्ज फॉर्म में, मतलब बहुत ह्यूज फिगर है ये। दैट इज द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ दिस फिगर। और मतलब अभी इमेज में तो देखने में उतना नहीं लग रहा है, जब आप इसको सामने से जब देखते हैं तो सामने देखने में लगता है कि मतलब इसका एक एक चीज आप देखने लायक है।
हाँ, तो इसके बारे में वही हम बता रहे थे कि ईरण से जो पशु बाराही मिलती है, नृ बाराही की प्रतिमा ईरण से गुप्त काल की मिलती है, उदयगिरी में मिलती है। बाद में हम पूर्व मध्य काल की बात करें तो ये जो आपका खजुराहो में बहुत सारी है। और ये अभी आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया ने जो है यहाँ बांधवगढ़ में सर्वे किया है, यहाँ से कुछ प्रतिमाएं मिली हैं। ये काफी अच्छी प्रतिमाएं हैं। और इन जो बड़ी प्रतिमाएं बनती थी, इनके पीछे एक और चीज मिल रही है अभी ईरण से मिली, कि छोटी प्रतिमाएं उनकी अनुकृति बनती थी, उस अनुकृति को देख के वो बड़ी प्रतिमाएं बनाते थे। तो ये अपने आप में काफी जो है ये जो आर्ट है हमारे भारत की जो है काफी समृद्ध रही है। आपने बहुत ही उम्दा प्रेजेंटेशन दिया, आपको हमारी तरफ से ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। और समय का वो है, दूसरा सेशन शुरू होना है, हमारी तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
केदार स्वामी जी का क्वेश्चन है।
मैडम, कंग्रेचुलेशंस, बहुत ही सुंदर एंटिक्विटीज आपने दिखाया। ये जो वराही आपने दिखाया, आज मेरा मन खुश हो गया, क्योंकि मैं जब शिकागो आर्ट इंस्टीट्यूट गई थी यूएस में, उनके पास बहुत ही सुंदर वराही है। मुझे बहुत बुरा लगा, मुझे पता नहीं था लखनऊ में है। मैं लखनऊ 2-3 बार आई, पर स्टेट म्यूजियम अभी इस बार जब आऊंगी स्टेट म्यूजियम जरूर आऊंगी। तो ये वराही इज वेरी वेरी रेयर। मैं बीच बीच में आ रही थी जा रही थी, थोड़ा सा काम था। ये कौन सा सेंचुरी का है? शायद आपने बोला होगा, मैंने मिस किया। कोई बात नहीं मैडम, आप बाद में वो ग्रुप में डाल दीजिए, अभी ढूंढने की जरूरत नहीं है।
मैं ग्रुप में डाल दूंगी।
हाँ, मुझे ग्रुप में, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में डाल दीजिए। और दूसरी बात, ये जो आपने पेंटिंग्स दिखाई वो बहुत ही अच्छे कंडीशन में है, उसका पिगमेंट बहुत अच्छा है। तो इसको आप कैसे प्रिजर्व कर रहे हैं?
मैम एक्चुअली क्या है कि हम लोग यहाँ पे एक तो हमारे यहाँ खुद कंजर्वेशन लैब है, दूसरा जो है हमारे कंजर्वेशन लैब में बेसिकली स्कल्पचर्स और मेटल ऑब्जेक्ट्स का होता है। तो इसके लिए हम लोग एनआरएलसी है यहाँ पे, नेशनल रिसर्च लाइब्रेरी एंड कंजर्वेशन सेंटर है, तो वहाँ से हम लोग कंजर्व कराते हैं। अभी हाल ही में मैंने अभी रिपोर्ट बनवाई है अपने म्यूजियम्स की, कि कुछ जो मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स हैं या कुछ पेंटिंग्स हैं उनकी कंडीशंस थोड़ी सी फ्रेजाइल हो रही है, तो उसके लिए मैंने बात किया था और मतलब वहाँ से रिपोर्ट बन चुकी है। बट अभी कहते हैं ऑफिशियल प्रोसीजर थोड़ा सा समय लगता है, अब वो प्रोसीजर हो रहा है तो उसके बाद फिर वो प्रोसीजर होगा पूरा।
वेरी गुड,
वेरी गुड। हम लोग बेसिकली इसके लिए कंसल्ट करते हैं,
कंडीशन बहुत
काम अच्छे हैं।
अच्छा, बहुत नहीं, एनआरएलसी तो स्टैंडर्ड इंस्टीट्यूशन है ना भारत का,
तो एक्चुअली वो लखनऊ में है,
और वो लखनऊ में है, वो और एक एडवांटेज आपके लिए। एनआरएलसी आई थी एक या दो बार सेमिनार्स में, पर वो लोग स्टैंडर्ड इंस्टीट्यूशन है, उन्हीं को रेफर करना अच्छा है।
जी। और दूसरी बात ये है कि एनआरएलसी मैंने खुद ट्रेनिंग की है, तो अच्छा बताते हैं वो बहुत।
हाँ, आपको एक आइडिया भी है। वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड। एक क्यूरेटर जो म्यूजियम में काम करते हैं टेक्निकल को, ऑल राउंड आइडिया रहने से ऑब्जेक्ट्स बचे हुए रहते हैं। जब कुछ नहीं पता तो सबसे अच्छा नियम है उनको अकेला छोड़ देना।
जी जी।
ओके, या थैंक यू।
जो बना है मैम,
हाँ,
वो 10th सेंचुरी का है।
10th सेंचुरी, फैंटास्टिक, वेरी गुड वेरी गुड। कभी मैं एक आपको चित्र मांगूंगी एक बाराहा का। अगर आप स्टोरी सुने, ये जो हमारे गवर्नर थे आंध्र प्रदेश के रंगराजन, उनकी वाइफ काफी
रंगराजन,
हाँ हाँ, उनकी वाइफ काफी बराहा में काम की, वो बराही में।
जी, उनसे मेरी मुलाकात है। एक्चुअली एक सेमिनार के दौरान हमारी मुलाकात हुई थी। तो उसमें मतलब शी वाज चेयरपर्सन।
Okay, very good, very good. She passed away, poor thing, but she was a very good academician. Yeah.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर मोहनलाल सर।
Thank you, Meenakshi ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
मीनाक्षी खेमका मैडम और उत्कर्ष श्रीवास्तव इस सेशन के चेयरपर्सन, को चेयरपर्सन और इमिनेंट स्पीकर, सभी को धन्यवाद है। आपने मीनाक्षी जी, आपने लखनऊ म्यूजियम का बहुत ही अच्छा यहाँ पर जानकारी दी। और निश्चित रूप से हम लखनऊ आते रहते हैं, लेकिन कभी स्टेट म्यूजियम नहीं आ पाए, NDRI तक रह जाते थे। लेकिन अब आगे आऊँगा, समय निकाल करके जरूर देखूंगा उसके लिए। और धन्यवाद सभी को। और अगला सेशन चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर KR पीर मोहम्मद सर, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर हिस्ट्री, वर्तमान में डेपुटेशन में है ऑल इंडिया सिविल सर्विसेज कोचिंग सेंटर अतियार चेन्नई। को चेयरपर्सन मैडम लज्जा भट्ट, रिसर्च स्कॉलर, आर्कियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट, राजस्थान विद्यापीठ साहित्य संस्थान उदयपुर। एंड इमिनेंट स्पीकर सैयद गुल कैलाश, फील्ड ऑफिसर, आर्कियोलॉजी एंड म्यूजियम डिपार्टमेंट, खैबर पख्तूनख्वा, पाकिस्तान। आपका जो विषय है चर्चा का, कनेक्टिंग रॉक आर्ट एंड माइथोलॉजी, ए केस स्टडी ऑफ कैलाश वैली। वेलकम ऑल ऑफ यू एंड आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग टू डॉक्टर पीर मोहम्मद सर, प्लीज शेयर द सेशन एंड introduce our eminent speaker, Sayyid Gul Kailash.
Thank you, Professor. Good evening, all. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Skankumar Mishra for conducting this wonderful international webinar series from 5th to 15th November 2022. I have great pleasure in introducing the eminent speaker, Sayyid Gul Kailash, who is going to deliver a lecture on connecting rock art and mythology, a case study of Kailash valleys. Sayyid Gul Kailash wants to preserve the endangered Kailash culture and language in a remote region of Pakistan. A member of the indigenous community herself, Gul Kailash wants to keep traditional beliefs, language, dress, religion, art forms, and other cultural elements alive. As the first Kailash archaeologist and the only Kailash woman trained as a scientist, she is a compelling representative of a culture under threat. Once powerful and widespread, the Kailash civilization numbered tens of thousands of people, yet only about 3,600 Kailash people now remain. Professor Kailash is an archaeologist, culture activist, museum professional, storyteller, and field officer at Directorate of Archaeology and Museum, Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. Currently, she works as UNESCO World Heritage Site, Jaulian Monastery, Kanpur, Takshila. She is also an emerging explorer of National Geographic. In 2010, she received a presidential award from the President of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Asif Ali Zardari. She worked with UNESCO as a social mobilizer on a culture mapping project in 2010. She was part of prestigious cultural heritage management training at Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., USA. She is also part of many documentary short films, including the DW documentary. She produced and directed a short documentary film on Kailash, Kailasha, the Core of Culture. She promotes Kala's culture and tourism at the national and international levels. She has published an article on Kala's community, master's research of burial tradition of Kala's comparison to Gandhara grave culture. She is about to complete her post-graduation from Qaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, Pakistan. Research, her topic is Connecting Rock Art and Mythology, a case study of Kala's valleys. She was also part of many excavations and explorations program with Hazara University and the Home Department, Director of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. So once again, I welcome Madam for delivering a wonderful lecture on connecting rock art and mythology, a case study of Kala's valleys. So please.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's me, and thank you so much for such a wonderful introduction of me. And I'm really honored for this webinar. And thank you so much connecting us like online, all the people here from around the subcontinent, which is not possible for us to see each other's heritage physically sometimes, but it is really honored to be here and to see the presentations, the amazing work of the people from the neighboring countries. Thank you so much once again. And before, without delay anything, because I have a problem. 4 p.m. in Pakistani time, we have a light shortage, so I have to start my presentation before I face the same problem again. Thank you so much once again. Thank you. इस स्क्रीन शेयर हो रही है सर?
Not yet, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
Now it's visible. Yeah. Thank you.
Visible? Okay. Thank you.
I think you can enlarge it also, Syed.
Sorry, sir?
You can enlarge it. You can
Full screen. Full screen.
Yeah. Please press Shift and F5, so it will be enlarged.
Oh.
Okay. Is it okay now?
ठीक है, enlarge हो सकता है सैयद,
हो गया सर?
थोड़ा और बड़ा हो सकता है।
सर पता नहीं।
हाँ ठीक है, चलिए ठीक है।
Syed, then you have to move your cursor to left hand side of the slides and then click. Then only your slide will move.
Okay. Is it visible in the screen?
Is it visible? Yeah, is it visible?
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much once again. Kailash is considered the world's oldest living culture and religion. There are various types of research work was carried out by the different scholars on Kailash valleys. Due to the uniqueness, the culture and tradition is always remain under the attention of scholars nationally and internationally. The 4,000 indigenous tribal group of people are living in 3 small valleys, Bamburet, Rambur, and Birir in district Lower Chitral, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, before you people can see me like this and I'm just look like an alien, so I want to show the short documentary film about the Kailash community, because without knowing the Kailash to present my paper is kind of difficult to understand. So may I allow to show that documentary?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Sir? Okay, thank you. Thank you. After the documentary, I will present my paper again. Now I am showing the documentary film here. I hope people will enjoy to see it. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's visible.
Okay.
We believe only one God.
We have some messengers inside in our houses. We sacrifice for them, and they will take the messages to God. Kailash culture is a rich culture, a unique culture all over the world.
Primero, Sinayakina, Adi Sikandaria Zamakam.
সুন্দর সাথী ও মায়া बहुत सुंदर साथी वाह वाह दादा ये वक्त में बहुत सुंदर पुष्ट पुष्ट कैसे वाटते असं किंवा जानी अलबत्त तर मामरे जरूर मु असं सुंदर साथी असं चंद ओ माया वो सुंदर साथी साथ शेती तशी मैंने
Like in past, Kailash people ruled Chitral, including some parts of Afghanistan and Gilgit Asman.
From the beginning, our culture is like a shamanism. The shamans, were deciding that what the people have to do. We celebrate the festival for a new year. So we decorate all the houses, all the cattle houses with flower. Means that it's a welcome of a new year. Then we decorate all the things with flower.
Dasturoma Batana Magap. Unja Zamana Mura Manakai Tichak. Daudai Kai Tichak Tabdil Jaya. Amanje. Gaya Dastura Bisara that day Suari Kari Gayali Oma Purashi and Najasta Pura. Abiyai Komas in the day. And they are Chakia.
In Kailasha culture, there is a concept of pure and impure, Onjashta and Pragata. So there are certain places that are not allowed for women to go there. The high pasture, especially the altars and some temples.
During festival times, we have religious songs. Marriage ceremonies, we have some other songs. And death ceremonies, we have some others. When someone burns, we sing songs and we dance. And when somebody dies, and we also make dance and we also sing songs.
Asa Kalina Parute, Acha Karute, Asa Kia Akio Asalam, Yare, Tokia Dia Lugay, Ayanka. Putra Via Vaya, Shini Harkas Kodai Abdaya, Tata Asalo Bashilai. Matak Kachahi. Aso adema watu na shati homa somshia wasanata koma masati judati.
تو آیا کارنده من آیا مسلمان بو مسلمان از بدی تن آل است مسلمان تن دشمن است مسلمان چتا سبتی الله آیا کارنده کیه کی لخاله کلی مارنده استو وسرنده سودایا کن بو بیر مارنده امی بعضی ماترنده کی امی تعلیم کارو لا سکوله اسی شرین تیروی ودنده kitab matrawan da se retawe matrawe marande kalashas kawashi kup kawashi shi kalashas geno te kitab kawashi wonde musulman asta yali shi kitab shi kitab na saw shi janata ta shi duja ka sa shi pashende matrande he shi kalashas kawashi shi wonde.
In 16th, 17th, and 19th centuries, the forced conversion was taken by Islamic warriors, Islamic preachers, and people from Usun Valley, Nurdistan, and Kailash Valley, some valleys of Chitral, they converted to Islam. And some people who do not convert, they run away from the places and remain in mountains. And some people, they kill themselves by putting themselves in rivers.
We had more than 40-50,000 when we had our own kings in Chitral region. We have only 3 valleys left. Before we had big valleys in Ursun, Shishiko, Janjaret, and Drosh. These were the bigger valleys. And then the number of people, started to get less and less. And now we are, less than 4,000 total population here in 3 valleys.
वाला शायद वजह नमाज में कि मजहब हर का मजहब को जाएगा या कमल यदल शेकर ऊपर वाली
Eli sheki asike masala ne kaliman ne matri pe tu dunia hamisa farka yasi avta tay kiamat ne tay jannat ne Allah pak tay kalashaz batiyo dujak fauza yas oje sawo maya seo biren seo istne kasala chitra jamai kalashiz bati kiel lata هم شيء مذهب أزد مذهب شيء مذهب مسلماني شيء مواضيع نيجاري دي شامو كوكاري بيجي South Asia
Kailash community needs the major things what we think is very important: education, health, and cultural activities to sustain their unique culture. Like in education, they don't have their own institutions, and they are going to schools, in primary schools, and they are teaching Islamic studies, and that's a big problem for them. Once they grown up, they starting getting at the Kailash culture because they have learned already other religions and the Kailash people, they don't have any written materials, written proof, and they are discouraging by the teachers, and that is a really big threat to the culture.
Just if someone likes to convert, we cannot say anybody that you will not convert. Wherever he wants to go, which religion he accepts, we don't mind this. It can prove that you are from a happy family, from a happy people.
Thank you so much. Now I'm going to start my presentation again. I hope it was not much boring and not take that much time.
That was really fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
It's
so
very
much.
interesting. Yeah.
Thank you. This was the documentary, and I was interested to show because without knowing about the Kailash to present my paper was just kind of very difficult to understand for the audience. That's why. As already we saw in documentaries, the Kailasha have their own way of life, and they celebrate the every occasion, such as seasons, harvesting, goat husbandry, migration to the pastures, seasonal festivals. These festivals are not for the entertainment, but are important rituals and prayers are part of these festivals. Many rituals are performed during the festivals. The research topic which I selected for my research is very important. It is called the Sharabiraya Kutramo, which performed during the Chemos festival in December. There are four major aspects of this ritual, which is it is start from the Churinari, the chain dance and ritual, and the suit drawings in the temple, dough figurines, Sharabirayak actually, and Dizilavata. Dizilavata is basically called Dizila means created thing, and Vata means place. Historical background of the rock carvings is as scholars in the literature. I saw that Dr. Ahmad Hassamdani 1991 and Peter Snowy 1995 believe that the rock carvings in the world are belong to the hunting gathering ritual and maybe the sign of migration. Snowy mentioned that these figures are entirely in Hindu Kush, may be created by the goat breeders, which the Kailash are in connection with a certain ceremony and a certain myths. Uh, Peter Snowy, he was the first one who was stuck in Kailash Valley during the winter because of the snowfall. He was not able to back to come Islamabad, and then he was the first one who went to the Dizilavata, the rock carving area, and he saw it was his discovery in 1955. And he is a statement, Mr. Saifullah Jan. He is a very good Kailasha leader and very first educated person from the community. And he worked with the anthropologist and archaeologist in the Kailasha Valley. He denies Snowy's statement and said Sharavira ritual is almost 2,000 years old. According to my observation, Saifullah Jan said, I heard about these carvings in the entire world. No idea about the other carvings, but here those are created by the supernaturals, maybe fairies or other superpowers. In Kailash, they believe those carvings are not creation of men, but by the superpowers. The recent work on the title aim for the connect the story of rock carving to the ritual history of the Kailash people. The pictographs and wall painting are made with soot located inside a temple. Both production are related and response to the same cultural background. Dizilavata, Pindavata, Suchichot pictographs depict the same themes and animals still drawing on temple walls with soot. The Kailasha people believe that the shadow of such drawings and dough figurines depicted in above mentioned size. Aims and objectives of this research, to understanding the religious importance of the rock art assemblage, which unfortunately the scholars overestimate or underestimate to connect the religious belief system with the rock arts, the sensitivity of the ritual, why it is important for the Kailash community. It is people emotions towards the still live practice, the changes and proper documentation of the ritual and folk tales, the shamanic predictions before it's silent under the so-called modernity. Chomos festival is basically called Gona Chomosya, the big festival of remembrance. Winter festival, the people of Kailash do several rituals because they believe this festival is the biggest sacred and pure festival. According to the Kailash elders, their prayers are accepted during the Chomos, and the entire coming year depends on it. It starts from the 6th December and ends at 23rd December every year. The festival is representing the lights, prayers, rituals, remembrance of the ancestors, the entry of younger ones in the Kailash culture. Uh, how the ritual of the rock assemblage started? It is started on 13th December, fourth day of the Chomos festival. The art assemblage started from the day of Churinari. Young boys and girls do chain dance from some specific point where the chewing tree. Chewing tree is basically a wild um, plant. I just can't define it. I don't know what it is called in the other language, but we call it chewing. Chewing is a very like endangered plant nowadays. And the girls and boys started this chain dance from the chewing tree, and they come to the temple, each temple in their village, and they after they took three anti-clock round with the singing on the sacred song. They move to the another temple, and the Churinari song are only allowed to sing during the winter festival.
Sayyid, sorry for disturbance. Sayyid, sorry for disturbance, but your slides are not changing.
Your slides are not moving.
Okay.
Syed, you take your cursor to.
Okay, I'm sharing it again. I'm sharing it again, sir. I think there's some. I don't know what is. Maybe the network issue is going on here. Just. Is it okay now, sir?
No, yeah, it's okay.
Okay, now it's
but you take the cursor to left-hand side of the slides and click each slide. Yeah, now it's moving. Yes.
Now it's moving, sir?
Now it is okay.
Okay, sir. I think I was here. The chain dance.
Yes.
Okay. Is it moving now, sir?
Yeah, now it is okay. You have to click for each slide.
Okay. Ink making process. Now it is okay, sir. The screen is showing the another slide, the ink making process.
Yeah, this is what the art of.
Actually,
now
it's visible.
It's moving. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Go ahead.
I think it's like whenever I launch the screen, there is some issue. So is it okay if I go on with this?
Yes, fine.
You have to click each time your slide on left-hand side.
Okay, sir. Okay. Later, the young girls and boys bring fresh stone from the riverside and collect the walnut buds to make a charcoal paste for the drawings. We are not allowed. Our kids are not allowed to paint the temple with any other pens. They make their own ink and they bring the fresh stones from the river, including the fresh walnut bark from the trees, and they make their own ink in the temple. And it is the process is very very pure way, and it is ritually you have to do it in a pure way. Making of the sooth drawings in the temple, 14 December. After removing all the old painting in the temple and refresh it with the pure mud, on the 5th day morning, without breakfast, the boys and girls start doing sooth drawings at the temple, and the entire day, vessels and talks are not allowed, because they believe if they do, soul or spirit of the drawings move for Dizilavata before time, or maybe they need full concentration to make the perfect drawings. Basically, it's as I said in the beginning, that the people believe that these drawings and the dough figurine, which I am going to show later, they have a spirit, they have a soul inside them, and they move to the Dizilavata, the rock carving area, and it is the belief system of the people that this spirit and soul are depicted on the Dizilavata rock carving area. These are the dough figurines. This also the people believe that the spirit of and soul of these figurines are travel to this lavata, the rock carving area. Before grinding the wheat flour for the sharabirai dough figurine, first the water mill, including the water channel, are purified properly. It was one of the very sensitive ritual. The man who takes part in ritual, they will wash himself and wear a clean clothes. He could not be bareheaded for making the sharabirayat dough figurines. They use a separate floor water utensils which should be well purified as taught by the shamans. 15 December free spirit ceremony. According to the Kailash mythology, the free the spirit soul of the dough figurines and the suit drawings in the temple before people wake up, mostly around 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. We sing a song for Sharabirayak and we waken up all the villagers. That is the another level of fun time. The Kailasha told the spirits before they releasing them to the mountains. It's a very beautiful line. I love this line. Shing jebro chari puri goshti para. Oh my Sharabira are goats to the mountains, eat grass and give us back our strength. The concept of Sharabira proceedings to the Dizilavata. Non-Muslims are not allowed to touch and make Sharabira. As I mentioned earlier, that this is very sacred and very pure ritual. Only Kelasha are allowed to make the dough figurines and the wall painting in the temple. Uh, Otherwise, it does not proceed to Dizilavata, the rock carving area. A Kailasha man shared his experience regarding the ritual. He said, on the occasion of the ritual, a Muslim friend not listened to me and continued to make sharabira. The shaman dreamed about the ritual and told me, your ritual is not considered as a pure, your sharabira also not allowed to join the other sharabira to Dizlavata by the fairies, because you allow the non-Kailashi men to make it. Therefore, you have to perform the ritual again. Rock carving sites in Kailasha Valley. There are three crucial archaeological rock sites in Kailasha Valley, such as Pindavata. Pindavata is in Rukmu, which is believed the local people created by the bird. And Dizilavata is created by the supernaturals. It is in the Kailash Valley, Bamburet. Suchichot is another interesting thing. And when I was on the literature review and I saw the rock carvings in Australia, they also called it ghost writing. And in Birir, the people also call it ghost writing, Suchichot and ghost writing. Although with the different names of the site, the religious perception of these archaeological sites are same to the Kailash community. They believe the spirit of the Sharabirayak and the suit drawings travel to these sites. Their religious hopes make it an essential part of the fertility of animals up to date. The art human left behind are myth for many. As for Kailash too, the new age group is confused about the oral traditions and the rituals they perform unknowingly. The most common answer of the youth was, our forefathers did it, that's why we are doing it. And we believe the ritual as they do in the past. This was the young generation's answer whenever I asked them what is the background and why you believe on such ritual. And they said, okay, our forefathers did it, that's why we are doing it in the same way. This was the most common answer of the young generation in Kailash valleys. A chronological concept, the Kailash community about the rock carving is it is very unique. They're telling about it, and the date of rock art is very challenging for us. Nobody exactly knows when it happened. Our forefather told us that it is from the beginning of the world. 98% Kailashi male female replied. Only 2% people said it may be 3,000 years old. Almost 90% people of 90% people of Kailash know about the Sharabirag ritual, but why they are doing it, only few people can give you very small information about it. They reply, we are doing it for the fertility of animals. A chronology of rock art. It is complicated to give us a chronology of a rock art, especially on the perception of Kailash people. For example, most of them replied, "We don't have the written record, but we believe it is old as the world is old." By using the relative chronology of rock art drawing, all we have is Professor Dani's relative chronology, which he had partially explained in his book 1991 History of Northern Areas of Pakistan. According to him, these rock depictions are dated back to prehistory. In 1980s, the prestigious scholars Karl Jottmar and Professor Ahmad Hassan Dani launched a German study group for the proper systematically investigation of the ancient rock art in the northern region. According to their survey, the earliest rock art in the northern Pakistan date back to 9th millennium BC, roughly date late Stone Age. According to the Google search, rock carving or pictograph have been found almost all over the world, except Antarctica. Scholars believe it dates back to the Neolithic and late Upper Paleolithic, roughly 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. This is acknowledgement. I was rushed to finish it because I have already told that I have an electricity issue here. That's why I'm just giving the floor to the audience to ask if there is any question related to any suggestion, question, or any recommendation related to my topic. I will really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can I ask something?
Yes,
Sayyid,
sir.
Sayyid, is there any connection with Kailash Valley of Afghanistan and Kailash Valley of Pakistan? I think both are same, connected. Culture is
Afghanistan
same.
and
Afghanistan and Pakistan.
yes,
Both
sir.
are
Yes,
same.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Second thing,
Afghanistan. Yes, sir. Afghanistan in ancient time, there is a place which is called Nuristan. That was basically called Kafiristan, and Kafiristan was the huge place for the Kafir people till 1894. In 1894, Amir Abdurrahman, the ruler then in Afghanistan, he ordered the general slaughter of the people who are not converting. They must be killed. So a lot of Kailashi Kafirs were killed in Afghanistan, and some of them escaped and they came to Chitral. Now there is no Kailashi left in Afghanistan more, sir.
I think Nuristan, Paristan, and Kapistan. It is same thing. Now,
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you, is there any mythological or any evidence that these people were connected with Raghuvans or Lohana community, that is Ramchandra and Hanuman? Can you think that way?
Sir, there are a lot of things which I think that, in the Vedic cultures, between the Vedic culture and Kailasha people are like same. We people called the messengers Mahadev, Indra, and like that. But I didn't see anywhere the Hanuman concept, but there is Indra and Mahadev in Kailash.
Is there any questions?
That way it is connected with Mount Meru. Mount Meru is known as Kailash also. Present day Kailash is also known as Kailash also. And this Kailash Valley is also like that Kailash.
Yeah,
so there might be some connection.
There are, yes, because Kailash also considered Kailash means the pure and sacred. It belongs to that mountains in somehow, but I don't have a clear justification about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Said Girl, for giving a vivid picture about the Kailash community and the connecting rock art and mythology. You have made a wonderful study. Actually, it's been explained better because due to your electricity problem and other issues, I think you have completed very early. Is there any question from the audience here? Is there any question? Thank you, Professor Thakur, for asking question. Actually, I have also had a doubt that there is any connection between Kailasa and Kalasa. But Kalasa is it is located in the northwest of the. If you search in the Google, it is located in the northwest of the Pakistan, and here Kailasa is far away, and it has to be studied in future because the speaker also not in a position to, because it's a little difficult question to answer just in a one word, because it needs a thorough study because it's a sensitive issue. See, understood, and you will also understand the situation here. And here I forgot to introduce that Ms. Laja but research scholar of archaeology, Rajasthan, Vidyapit Sahitya, David Vidya. And if there is any question, now I request Najam to deliver the proposed vote of thanks. Before handing over, I once again thank Said Gul Kalas for delivering a wonderful lecture, and also the audience for asking very nice questions. Over to Lajapat.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. Shahid Gul, ma'am. It was a very wonderful lecture and very informative. And some day ago, I went to the Bundi and I saw this kind of the hunting scenes in the Kurpad and this some of the rock art sites, and it's quite similar. That some of the hunting scenes and some themes and all. So it was such a fabulous lecture, and very wish you very good luck for your future. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, and you just blessed us
Thank you
with
so
your
much.
knowledge.
Yes, it is in entire world and specifically Ladakh, India. There are some very similar rock art in Ladakh. I
Yeah.
have some friends, my Facebook friends are there, and they share some pictures with me from there. So I was really amazed to see that it's very similar with them. Like, yes,
Yes,
that's true.
exactly. And the themes and the particular, there's the horns and some standing postures, and all are like you feel like it's a carbon copy. Yeah, and they mostly use
That's
the hematite, that red oxide, red stone. So it's quite similar. Yeah.
Yes, it is in the entire world, but the Kailash people have their own way of belief system on it. They think that this is not the human made rock carvings. These are from the supernaturals, and the dough figurines and the wall paintings they depicted on these walls, and they have very unique way of thinking, and the shamanism and entire their concept among the Kailash people. But my research was its very first time I carried such research in the valleys, and my focus was to entirely the community perception, because the archaeologists and anthropologists underestimate or overestimate their way of thinking about the carvings. That's why I was the first one who believe on their belief, and then go door to door and to know what they actually feel about it. So thank you so much for appreciation, and I'm seriously feel honored to be here and to present my paper. And I really thankful to my supervisor. She allowed me to present it before it is the final drop I submit to my university. This is my fresh work. And I just finished my post graduation from Quaid University, and today I presented it. And all thanks goes to my supervisor, Dr. Osmar Isvi. And thank you so much once again, the audience, for bearing me and to listening to me. Thank you so much.
Wish you all the best
Thank you, ma'am.
for
Wish you all
completing
the
your
best.
research.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Pir Mohammed, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, आपकी ओर से
So I thank Syed Gulman, and of course the organizer who give a good opportunity to connect India and Pakistan, a way of cultural exchange, and it also unique opportunity to know about the peculiar, because here I am in Chennai. I cannot even imagine the people, those who are living in Hindukush, that Kailash Valley and everything. And thank you, the organizers. And here, this area, you have to explore more, because this is the gateway of India, and the Hindukush hyper pollen process. It's a very crucial one to know the history from northwest of India, and you should hope that you will explore more in future. And Once again, I thank Dr. Skand Kumar Mishra and his team
Thank you,
for
sir.
giving this opportunity. I thank the speaker as well as the co-chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pir Mohammed sir. Thank you, Lajja Bhatt for chair and co-chair, and Syed Gul. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको। और आपने कैलाश वैली का, जब हमसे अब्दुल हमीद सर ने कहा कि मैं पाकिस्तान के कल्चर के बारे में, खासकर बलूचिस्तान पर मैं फोकस कर रहा था, तो उन्होंने कहा कि सर एक बहुत अच्छा स्थान है यहाँ कैलाश वैली, और हमारे यहाँ की एक स्टूडेंट हैं और वो प्रेजेंट करेंगी और आपको ऑडियंस को काफ़ी पसंद आएगा निश्चित रूप से। और बहुत अच्छा आपने यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट किया। आपका व्हाट्सएप नंबर हमारे ग्रुप में नहीं है, जो हमने पूरा ग्रुप बनाया है उसमें हेरिटेज का, तो इसमें यदि हो सके तो आप हमारे व्हाट्सएप नंबर शायद हमारा होगा आपके पास, जो है जो हमने इनविटेशन भेजा है, तो मैं इसमें जोड़ दूँ तो लोग जो है एक दूसरे से जो इस तरह का की बातें हैं, वो लिटरेचर और इसकी बात जो है एकेडमिक बातें, वो होती रहेंगी। जैसा आप उचित समझेंगी तो आप।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू। अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं उस ग्रुप में नहीं हूँ। मुझे हमीद साहब, डॉक्टर हमीद चित्राली, वो मेरे प्रोफेसर हैं, वो मुझे कनेक्ट करते रहे ऑल द वे, और वो मुझे सेंड करते हैं ये करना है, अपने ये करना है, और मैं उसको कह दूंगी आपको, वो मैं उसको कह दूंगी वो नंबर शेयर करे सर। मैं कह दूंगी उनको कि मेरा नंबर आपके ग्रुप में शेयर करें। जी सर।
एक्चुअली आप और हदीका का मैं मैसेज उन्हीं के थ्रू भेजता रहा हूँ, क्योंकि उन्हीं ने मैंने आप लोगों का नाम दिया था, और आज थे भी, वो हो सकता है हूँ भी अभी, आज वो को चेयर भी थे एक सेशन में। तो थैंक यू, और आगे भी आप लोगों का कोऑपरेशन मिलता रहेगा। ओके, थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू। नेक्स्ट सेशन our eminent speaker, Dr. Indrani Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Department of History, ICB College, Guwahati, Assam, India. Chairperson, Dr. Madan Meena, Honorable Director, Adivasi Academy, Tejgarh, Gujarat, and co-chairperson, Dr. C.M. Mishra, Professor, History Department, Government, TRS College, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. Welcome, Madam Indrani. Dr. Indrani, welcome. Welcome, Dr. Mishra. Dr. Madan Meena, शायद है नहीं, वो ने अभी मैसेज किया है, शायद वो कहीं टूर पे हैं। और requesting to Dr. C.M. Mishra, please preside the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Indrani Chaudhary. Dr. Mishra, please unmute yourself, sir.
सर आवाज आ रही?
हाँ, आवाज आ रही जी।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू। रेस्पेक्टेड कन्वीनर प्रोफेसर स्कंद कुमार मिश्रा जी, चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर मदन मीना, डायरेक्टर आदिवासी एकेडमी तेज गाद गुजरात, and our eminent speaker Dr. Indrani Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Department History, ICB College, Guwahati. Thank you, thanks. Very, very welcome to you all. Title of the talk is Northeast India and Southeast Asian Cultural Relationship with reference to stone jars of Bhima Hasao, Assam. I like to congratulate about this chapter. This chapter is very useful, and this chapter is actually considered as a good theme of this webinar. The theme of the webinar is socio-cultural, archaeological, natural, geoheritage sites, monuments, and museum. And I think this will be very useful lecture for everyone. I hope this topic will cover about archaeological sites, neo-heritage sites, ancient monument. It expresses socio-cultural relationship between India and Southeast Asia country, especially Indonesia and Laos. This topic will be useful for researcher. This is useful for competitive examination, and it will be useful for conceptual clarity. I hope our eminent speaker will describe about all these aspects. Eminent speaker, Dr. Indrani Chaudhary, she is assistant professor, Department of History. She has this specialization in ancient history and culture. She has his area of interest is art, archaeology, heritage sites, and Northeast history. And she has interest in gender studies also. Presently, she is Secretary of Itihas Sankalan Samiti of Assam. Glad to know. She is member of Indian Art History Congress. Also, she is member of Northeast Historical Studies. Very good. And I think we are happy to know about the eminent speaker. I know ancient megalithic jars that are discovered in Assam were first cited in the year 1929 by John Henry Hutton and James Philip. They were British civil servants. The presence of jars was recorded by them to have been found in 6 different sites, which will be discussed by our Indrani. The jars were not, the jars have not been scientifically dated, but links could be drawn with the stone jars that were discovered in Indonesia and Laos. And I hope Indrani ji will discuss. Sites have morphological and typological similarities. She will express the similarities also, I hope. The jars that were discovered in Laos were dated, and it showed that they were placed at the sites during the second millennium. I think she will discuss about the carbon dating also. Inside the jars, human skeletal remains have been found, while remains were also found buried around the jars. The function of the jars that were discovered in Indonesia remain unconfirmed. I hope she will discuss about the function of the jars. Research scholars suggest that they were also used in similar mortuary rule as the ones found in Laos. These are many areas, and I hope Indrani ji will discuss about this. Please deliver lecture, Dr. Indrani.
Thank you, sir. Namaste, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Chairman, sir, who giving me opportunity to speak before you. And my topic, Northeast India, Southeast Asia, cultural relationship with reference to stone jars, Dima Assam. Because I have sent my slide to sir, Chairman, sir, and sir, Chairman, sir will discuss. Means, because I am going through this topic with my mobile phone. That's why it is difficult for me, because I am the top of the Kamakya hill. My college is like that, but it is, mobile connection is always difficult. So that's why I am using this thing. Please don't mind.
स्क्रीन पे आ रहा है, स्क्रीन पे आ रहा है.
Okay, okay, sir. Sir, I'm speaking right now. Everyone, good evening to all. Happy India. So, sir, my point is the Northeast 10 is a physical cultural bridge between India and Southeast Asian. The region has a relationship with countries like Myanmar, Thailand, Indonesia, Cambodia from very ancient times. Both the region has a ethnic and cultural ties. It argued that Indian maritime contact in Southeast Asia can be dated in 4th century BC. It was therefore trade network which not only mark the trade access, but also characterize trajectory and culture of the region. Both this region sharing a common physical features like art, dance, form, social, cultural, eating habits, weaving motifs, hunting practice, and cultural practice. Southeast Asia was particularly attractive to Indian merchants. Plus, in old days, because of the natural and agricultural richness, it was the Swarna Bhumi, land of the gold, Tokola, the land of cardamoms, and Narikal Deep, land of coconut. These names are found in Ramayana, Pali Nidarshana, and classical texts. They followed the two routes to enter their land. One through the land via Bengal and Assam, Manipur, Burma to reach the different parts of Southeast Asia. The other route was maritime route from Comoran coast or the Bay of Bengal to Cape of Common, Malayan Strait of the Malay Peninsula. During the Gupta period, there was a much demand of Indian goods, and a trade between India and Southeast Asia was seen in the land of spices, rice, growing fertile land, flourished, with the Hindu priests and Buddha monks accompanied mercantile and assume a leading, spreading message India through the cultural and Southeast Asian region. Since no political ambition was living in hermitage and ashrams of local welcome them, the merchants of monks, Hindu Brahmins, and priests travel in the kingdom of Cambodia, Indonesia, in a large numbers. And Indian culture, religion, civilization spread in Southeast Asia. Indian religion, political, through literature, mythology, artistic motif, style absorbed deeply in the local culture as a greater interaction with India to settle the courts of Southeast Asia. Buddhism came to this region in India, 3rd century BC, when Buddhist monks were sent by King Ashoka. Besides Hinduism, Brahmanical also entered in the mainland Southeast Asia in 14th to 20th century BC in Showa period. They entered via the sea routes monsoon, which brought directly to the southern part of Thailand. They migrated Tamil domain south via Andaman Nicobar and stepped to at Tokola, the present Tekenpa district of South Thailand. Settlement in Southeast Asia. There is a reference in foundation of colonial Southeast Asia emigrated from India. There were two routes emigrated, one by land through Assam, Burma, and other Indo-China Sea through the Bay of Bengal. Historian R.C. Majumdar has shown Indian colonies proceed through Indian region through the East Bengal, Assam, established colonies not only in Burma, but also in the valley of the Sindhuing, Irrawaddy, and Salween, the Mongkong and Red River as far as Yamun. To the east hill bordering the Manipur, there was a Hindu kingdom Ta Sinji, about 150 miles further east beyond. Sindhuing, another kingdom just north Nuang Sea. In Yunnan was a kingdom Nan Chao or Tali. The upper Burma was colonized by Indian was established kingdom, Orme, Pagan, Tangkhung, and other places. Similar kingdom in Laos in central Indo-China. The colonies proceeded by the sea exhibited Arakan, Lower Assam, Malaysia, Peninsula, Simam, Cambodia, Cochin, China, Annam, on the mainland in the island of Sumatra, Java, Borneo, and Bali, East India. In Pan, the tiny kingdom of locality Malay Peninsula, founded in a number of Indian Brahmins migrated here in search of wealth, recorded the Liang Su in 7th century Chinese source. On Sanskrit inscription, in 3rd century AD mentioned that Indian Brahmins were presented in the area today as a Vietnam and Cambodia. According to the Burmese chronicles, prehistoric times, Saika prince came from Kapilavastu, Nepal, and founded a kingdom in Upper Burma and ruled the generation. Another group of Kshatriyas came during the time of Buddha. They were moved towards and founded their capital, Sri Kshetra, now called Hamwaja, near Porme, present Paya, town of Myanmar. Sir Edward Gate point out that Indian king Samuda, who ruled Upper Burma 105 AD, it was possible that Samuda belonged to the ruling family in Assam. This reference indicated that both politically and culturally Indian history in India, well, Northeast seems inseparably connected with ancient history of Burma. Arkan and South East Asian countries, especially Assam, Northeast politically, culturally has important link with South people of Southeast Asia. Common festivals, though Southeast Asia countries, Northeast India are separated nations, geographically region, both share a common festivals and rituals. It is fascinating within the unique cultural practice, community being replicated, performed by the people of different community altogether. Such community naturally play to bring communities, countries together. There are festivals celebrated people both of the region in similar each other. This semis creates feeling oneness with one another and vector the forging stronger between the two regions. The people of Laos celebrated Pi Mai, New Year, like the Brongali Bihu in Assam, which is also celebrated in Assam New Year. Pimi Lao celebration became an synonymous Lao identity. This celebration attracted the fanfare, traditional throwing water of each other, pursuit, dance, and singing song. The cleansing of statue and image of Buddha is also rituals and celebration. Devotees collected water falling off from the statue's image and pour on one another, an act of ridding them from past sins. Celebration of Songkran, Thailand Sangam, and Arunachal, also similar festivals celebrated people in both the region. Sangkran festival, similar Pimai, Songkran, celebrated Arunachal Pradesh tribe, Thai, Khamtis, Singphos, Tangkhos with festival with favor and zeal. It's marked the advance of the new year. These 3 festivals is celebrated with the people throwing water to each other. The very important ritual festival, bathing the Buddha, people all over come to witness this event. The pouring of water symbolizes the cleaning of spirit, mind, and body. Beside the language speak, Thai people living in Arunachal Pradesh, Assam has some similarities, language spoken in Thailand and Laos, as well as the branch of Thai Kadai language family. Shifting of cultivation and old age method of agriculture system, originality Neolithic period, is still practiced here in Southeast Asia and Northeast India. This method is considered incredibly associated with social structure, religious belief, traditional knowledge, fair and festival concern practice communities in both geographical region. There is a similar between both the region had the term of pottery and tool typo technology of Neolithic culture too. Northern black polish ware made by indigenous potters of Longpi, Thangkhul, Nage, tribes of Manipur, people of Southeast Asia, almost same. For making of Thangkhung people, still adopt the handmade technology of pottery. It does not require any metal tools of figure pottery efficient fashion. It is a black in color. Not black polish ware has been discovered in South Asian countries too. Thus, these similarities, both the region had a uniqueness and standpoint of both region assimilation from stronger association being common cultural practice in the legacy. Stone jars of Dima Hasa. Dima Hasa, district of Assam, earlier is known as North Kasar Hill, is archaeologically rich and is known in prehistoric archaeological remains in stone jars. For the first time, jars were discovered by colonial administration J.P. Mills, J.H. Hutton in 1920. Different places in North Kasar Hill, Bolsan, Derober, Molongpa, Kobak, Kartong, and Nudle in North Kasar Hills. These jars were perhaps used as an ancestral bone reciprocally of ancient tribe. Not such similar type of stone jars found in anywhere in except Northeast Hill. However, similar stone jars found in Southeast Asia countries like Laos and Philippines. In Laos, extensive studies were carried out by stone jars by McDonald Colony in 1930. She proposed that these jars of Laos were made by Austroasiatic speaking people who lived around 800 to 700 BC. Looking in distribution of the Laos and Northeast Hill, she proposed that this group of people travel with their unique culture along with salt trade route entered in North Kasar Hill. They were also group were equipped with knowledge of iron. The recent study of jar site Laos further pushed back an antiquity jars of the second millennium BC. Such information of Laos has been immense significant in evaluating the origin and affinity of construction of ethnicity of Northeast India. There were no mention the stories regarding the jar at present ethnic communities. The present ethnic communities living in North Kasar do not claim the authorship of these jars. However, Jemi Nagas refer the tribes called Siami who made the jar. There is not much information about this Siami. Perhaps this information provided by Jemi or Siami Austroasiatic speaking language. Anyway, there is no doubt the jars belong to prehistoric period and made by Austroasiatic speaking people who live in North Kasar Hills before the migration of Southeast Asia region. The jars were facing vandalized both by nature and human extent. That was only right now 180 jars are preserved. Presently, thereby 400 jars reported by J.P. Mills, J.H. Hutton during the time of 1930. Now only 100 remain, 80 remains. It was an initiative by J.P. Mills and J.H. Hutton. The site developed and protected during this time, an iron fence was erected around the area preserving the jar. But when explored in 2014, after almost 18 jars were no trace and irons were fencing were not found. Village informed that they were removed the fence and pillars. So number of jars has been destroyed. The sites represented various sizes, shapes. All the jars were made by locally available sandstone blocks. These average height of these jars range between 150 to 50 centimeter. There are 4 types of jars. They are followed. Type 1, the first type represents elongated bi-concept jar. Second, this type of represent bi-concept jars where the edge is almost in the center. The apex where the cavity is carved border in the other apex. This type of represent the jar is size between 70 centimeter to 40 centimeter. Type 3, this type of represented cylindrical type. Type 4, this type of represented convex bi-concept. In this shape, height of the jar is smaller than the diameter. The edges of the faces is so large that the jars look almost bulbous. However, in some cases, edges of the little sharp. Besides engraving, the footprints, triangle, circle were noticed in some of the jars. Some of the engraving are not clearly visible. They were either damaged or natural agents or by humans. Some of the pieces with flat surface are engraved with human face and other kind of symbols like circles and lines. The jars at all sides made a sandstone. It seems that jars were strategically made near a source of sandstones to reduce the effort of transport them. The jars were fashioned from the sandstone black using tools made of metal. All almost jar carried out parallel mark caused by sizzle. It seems that sizzle were iron. The outer surface of the jar was smoothed or polished to remove the sizzle marks. According to Mills and Hutton, jars were used funerary purpose. They had found human bones in the jar. It is believed that Laos and Assam certainly show a great affinity in shape and size distribution and also produce same tradition. This artifact emphasizes the similarity or affinity of archaeology in both region and also show the sharing of common culture, which reveals the relationship of both the region. At present, Indian relationship with Southeast Asian countries is a key pillar of the foreign policy of the nation, which is a part of East Act policy. For this, India has set up a separate mission to maintain relationship with this mission, with this region, and in turn of economic and political strategies. Thank you. This is my presentation, and I want to mention about how Southeast Asia relation with Southeast countries relation with our Northeast region in political way or cultural way. In later period, we can see that Southeast Asian region because the Burmese who entered in Assam and the Ahom communities also from the Burmese, and they entered Assam and they settled in this region and they rule almost 600 years and they have assimilated. So we have a good connection with Burma and other regions also, Southeast Asia, Laos and other places. So political way also, cultural way also, we have a great connection. In this way, in this my paper, I want to throw the highlight in that the area how Southeast Asia can be connected with the region. Thank you for everyone. ধন্যবাদ। Thank you, sir.
Indrani,
Yes,
can I
sir.
ask you one thing?
Sure, sir.
You mentioned one site named as Koba.
Yes.
I think there is one village here in Gujarat near Ahmedabad. Now, you mentioned Koba is where located where? Laos or Indonesia or Assam?
Kobak.
Koba.
Kobak is one place of means in our hilly place of Assam.
Assam. Okay.
Yes, yes. Yes, sir. Kobak is also related to Dima Hasa area. 20 or 30 kilometers far away from Dima Hasa. Dima Hasa is a district, Karbi Anglong district, in that place. Okay, well, it is scattered, sir. It is not in one place. It is the whole huge area, sir. Almost 400 sculpture means that port, jar pots has been found, stone jars found in different places. Not one area, 5-6 area. Dima Hasa, Bolsan, Debori, in a North Hasa, Mongpo, Kobak, Katang, Nulge. This was almost 20-30 kilometers. Almost everywhere it is found. This stone jars and even human seals also, different seals also. This is the place, sir. This is another place. I have collected it in one form. That's why it's difficult for me to. That's why I shared it. place is interesting, sir. All pots are different shape, different size, and polish also. Some carvings is also there. Footprints also there. So beautiful, sir. Some of them are damaged right now. Only 130 is preserved right now. So archaeological, this time 2014, Archaeological Survey of India taking initiative and taking study on that ground. So we are looking on it, how much they are doing. This is the things we have to look after, and we have to, if studies done more in this part and Indonesia, then it will be more benefit both of two countries, and cultural linkage will we have our different fishing habit, even dress, manners, everything. We have a connection with Southeast Asia, Thailand, Laos, Laos, especially in Burma, always connection.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I need, please express the function of the jar.
Yes, sir. This is the stone jars actually. It was found in Karbi Along and a number of areas, and it was available in different, almost all parts of, only in Karbi Along, and it is similar type of we also found it.
Hello.
Other areas. Sir, no current is there. That's why I cannot see anything. I am in college right now, so it is difficult. Sir, no current. Right now, there is no current, sir. Just no current. Current is no light. That's why it's a difficult. I am in a college right now, so okay, sir. Anything?
I think identification of jars
Yes,
and conservation of jars and
Yes.
management of jars is
Yes.
needed.
Yes, needed. Yes.
What efforts are doing by the government?
In 2014, they are doing, sir, in this matter regarding this conservation, but now they have not. But they are still doing their process.
Okay, right, madam.
Okay, sir.
Very useful lecture, and you
Thank you,
have
sir.
expressed many SPR, and I think you have discussed tradition, common culture, and you have also discussed the technology of the jars, usage of the jars, and you have done very well. And I think some more discoveries are needed, some explanations are needed, because the cultural relation of ancient Indian and Indonesian and Laos is very important for us. And if we are doing such work, I think this will be a great achievement of our archaeological and historical background.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Over to Dr. Mishra ji, Skand Mishra ji. Over to Dr. Skand Mishra ji.
Yes, sir. Thank you, डॉक्टर इंद्रानी मैडम। बहुत अच्छा आपने यहाँ पर प्रेजेंटेशन दिया है। थैंक यू डॉक्टर CM Mishra sir for chair the session. एक्चुअली नॉर्थ ईस्ट पर ये हमारे वेबिनार की पहली टॉक है जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट पर हुई है, और पिछले वेबिनार में कई लोगों ने कहा कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट पे आपका अभी खाली जा रहा है। मैडम ने पिछली बार चाहा था लेकिन थोड़ा लेट हुआ, तो को चेयर के रूप में वो रही हैं, लेकिन इस बार उन्होंने इसको उस खाली पार्ट को भी पूरा किया। अभी मैडम ने एक स्पीकर और हमको प्रदान कराई हैं नागालैंड से, जो वाइस चांसलर हैं ग्लोबल यूनिवर्सिटी के, हेमेंद्र दत्ता सर। उनका भी लेक्चर 13 को होगा। तो मैडम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दोनों चीज के लिए कि आपने एक एक्सपर्ट भी प्रोवाइड किया और स्वयं भी यहाँ पर हमारे वेबिनार में लेक्चर भी दिया और सेशन को भी आप शेयर करेंगी। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैडम। डॉक्टर सीएम मिश्रा सर हमारे अग्रज हैं और हम लोग अगल बगल के कॉलेज में हैं एक साथ, और एक साथ पढ़ाई भी किए हैं शुरू में, और हम लोगों का जो नेटिव प्लेस है वो भी लगभग एक ही ब्लॉक के हम लोग रहने वाले हैं। तो उनसे बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू थैंक्स सर, थैंक्स।
धन्यवाद सर। ओके नेक्स्ट सेशन, लास्ट सेशन ऑफ द डे। इसमें दो टॉकर्स जो है अपनी टॉक देंगे। ये डभोई पर है, द गेम ऑफ मेडिवल टाइम, डभोई गुजरात में है। मैडम पूजा शर्मा, आर्किटेक्ट, अहमदाबाद इंडिया, एंड मिस्टर अल्केश जवेरी, न्यू जर्सी यूएसए। अल्केश जवेरी जो इंडियन हैं और गुजरात के भी हैं, और लेकिन अभी यूएसए न्यू जर्सी में रह रहे हैं। तो कुछ पार्ट इसमें मैडम बताएंगी पूजा शर्मा, और कुछ पार्ट जो है वो अल्केश जवेरी जी को बोलना था। तो मैं को चेयरपर्सन प्रोफेसर सुष्मिता सेन, हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ आर्कियोलॉजी एंड एंशियंट हिस्ट्री, एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ बड़ोदरा गुजरात। मैडम सुष्मिता सेन मैडम, उनका मैसेज था शायद डेंगू हुआ है उनको, बता रही थी। तो हमें लगा कि तबीयत भी होगी सही तो शायद ज्वाइन करें। सुष्मिता मैडम, प्रोफेसर सुष्मिता सेन मैडम शायद है नहीं। को चेयरपर्सन के रूप में मैडम संजीवनी विद्या रत्ने, एजुकेशन प्रमोटिंग ऑफिसर, कोलंबो नेशनल म्यूजियम, श्रीलंका। मैंने मैसेज किया है, वो जल्दी ही ज्वाइन करेंगी शायद, क्योंकि अभी थी वो, थोड़ा सेशन लेट हुआ है तो शायद वो हमारा मैसेज फोन आ रहा उनका। यस मैडम, प्लीज ज्वाइन। ओ microphone, your microphone. No, from our side is auto. No problem from our side. Hello. हाँ ज्वाइन कर चुकी हैं वो, शायद कैमरा ऑफ है। Both are not working. Why? लैपटॉप और मोबाइल मैडम? पूजा तब तक अपनी स्लाइड शेयर करें आप.
Good evening, sir. First of all, Alkesh sir is going to present, so I would like to request him to
अल्केश से
present
बात
first.
हुई क्या? अल्केश हैं?
Yes, sir, I can see him in the meeting.
डॉक्टर अल्केश, अल्केश जवेरी जी.
He is present, yeah.
Yes, Alkesh sir.
Yes, one second, sir.
Okay, I think, excuse me now, I think my...
संजीवनी के जो को चेयर हैं उनके माइक में कुछ प्रॉब्लम है.
Oh,
आप
now it, maybe I think now it is okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Welcome and you and please introduce our eminent speaker both Pooja Sharma
Okay.
and
Yeah.
Alkesh Javeri.
Yeah, sure. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You all are most welcome again for the international webinar series under the theme Socio-Cultural, Archaeological, Natural, Geo-Heritage Sites, Monuments and Museums, Identification, Conservation and Management. It's a conduct government MSG Rewa. So in this session, there are two speakers going to deliver their talks. So it is a great pleasure for me to introduce our speakers today. First, may I introduce Pooja Sharma, the architect, Ahmedabad, India. She is an architect by profession and a heritage enthusiast by the passion, with 3+ years of experience in the field of architecture and building planning. She is a researcher in architectural heritage and always learn about the architecture of the past. And she started her education in TGGE SN Kansagar School in Rajkot and Delta School in Rajkot. And she had degree in Bachelor in Architecture in Dubai Prakash College School in Architecture. She worked as a junior architect junior architect and intern architect, and also freelancer in architecture and interior landscape. She obtained many awards and honors like National Student Design Competition, Housing for All and 3rd rank, and Bachelor in Architecture first class with distinction, and also National Virtual Conference Water Heritage of India as a participant, and also International Architecture Model Competition Top 20 7th rank, and first National Undergraduate Essay Competition participant, and International Architecture Thesis Award as a participant. And also next speaker is Mr. Alkesh Saveri. They are expert committee members on Heritage Foundation jargon in India, and he had his postgraduate diploma in Human Resource Development and Master of Science in Statistics, Operation Research and Computer Programming from Maharaja Sajrio University in Baroda, and working as a retail sector since 2006 in USA with Walgreens at different position, currently working CVS Pharmacy at the front of end and as a shift supervisor. Worked as a training officer and program coordinator at All India Institute of Local Self-Government India, in charge of computer training programs at Vadodara Center and the multipurpose health worker training programs for the 10 years. We are assistant in smooth conduction of various conferences by All India Institute of Local Self-Government at local and national and international level. And he also participated World Mayors Conference, Millennium Development Goals and Roles of Cities at Kochi, India, organized by All India Institution of Local Self-Government. And also the international seminar on disaster and crisis management at Vadodara, and state level seminar on chemical related disaster and its management, and forum and innovative approaches in municipal finance, and also national seminar on fire and safety management, and workshop of the best practices scheme of solid waste management for the Vadodara Local Authority Technology Exchange, Birmingham. And also his main love is Gajalakshmi motif and its development and spread over Plan India, constantly reading various articles on Gajalakshmi and updating information about her. He is a member of Heritage Foundation, Chalgon. And also he presented various papers on heritage, like on Holi in North America, role of women is building water structures, the unsung lyrics of Hira and Teni. The at Flokore webinar held on conducted jointly by Malinadu Vichayana Janapada Jana Parampara Sambodhana Kendra and Rancha Kandu Sagara under the theme folk and tribal religious culture and practices. I'm sorry for the some words, and so may I cordially invite them to deliver the speech under the topic The Boy, the Gem of Medieval Times. Thank you.
Namaskar to everybody. Good morning in America, good evening in India, and namaskar to everybody, because we are in different zones, so we all have different times. Today we are going to present one of the important city of the Gujarat, that is known as Dabhoi. The lecture is divided in two sessions basically. One portion will be talked by me, that would be the historical session. The second talk would be talked by Miss Pooja, and I had an opportunity to meet her while I was doing presenting the paper for Hira and Teni in Dabhoi, and we came into contact, and I thought that her ideas are very important for conservation of the Dabhoi fort. So I requested her to join this session and bring to the platform, so the world also know how great the Dabhoi city is, and how nice is. Dabhoi is a very important city of Solanki kings. Actually, Dabhoi was in existence before Vadodara was even born. Right now, Vadodara is a very important city, but Dabhoi is in existence before Vadodara was born. So considering the age also, this is very important business hub on the Silk Road. How we can say is like around and in Dabhoi, you can see various types of step wells. And as I calculated by some person, and when my friend talked with my friends, they found that there are 50 step wells. Presence of step wells around a city makes you know that how much the important the city was. Lot of people will be caravans would be flowing around this city, and the stepwells would have been built for their stay and water support. So the session would be in the three sections. First, I would present some Dabhoi, about Dabhoi. Pooja will then say what is the conservation, and at the end, we would be presenting a small video of Dabhoi gates. The video is made by me by collecting some pictures. In case there is a repetition, please forgive me, because we try to make it on. I try to make it or collect the pictures on my own and make it. So whatever is collection is there. Sometimes there may be repetition in the collection. So without now taking your precious time, let me start my presentation by sharing my screen. And I have a special connection with Dabhoi, which I would reveal at the end of my session, while I would be thanking everybody. Thank you, and Thank you. So let's start the presentation. Hope my screen is visible to everybody in a minute. Please let me know if my screen is visible.
Yes, now is your screen is visible, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me a moment, guys. Let's start to go into in the city of the Daboy. The Daboy was one of the great city in the medieval times, and this is the first impression of the Daboy when you enter. And this is the Hira Gate of medieval times. Looking to the history of Daboy, the Daboy history is divided into various eras, but the in previous sections are not much available till Gupta time. So if we look at this is a whole historical setup of Daboy, how it started: Solanki era, Waghela era, Sultanate era, and Mughal and Maratha era. So this is timeline. Thank you very much, Ms. Pooja, to provide this timeline. Starting in the city, when we talk about Gujarat, Gujarat is a very important state. It is a state which has a various kinds of heritage. If you say Harappan heritage, it will be present. If you say medieval heritage, it's present. If you say in the middle start, the heritage is present, and at the end, you can also in Gupta heritage also that is present in Gujarat. And at that end, today we have a very important part of a heritage which has developed as a Sardar Patel statue and the or Statue of Unity and Narmada Dam. So this state of Gujarat was a rule under various Mauryas, Guptas, later Guptas, Valbis, Pratiharas, and Chaudas. When material what was available hasn't been able to collect a lot of records, but however we can see that after Solanki we get a considerable amount of records, and according on based on this record we can say that during the Solanki and Waghela and other eras of Rajputana till the Mughals came in, it was a very important city and was in a peaceful. So when the city and states are peaceful, they start making a lot of sculpture and development, as it is happening right now also in India. That when in the current situation, there is a lot of development going on because there are no fights or no riots going on in India. So during that state, they started building great buildings, and the stone sculpture construction was very important here. So here is one of the example. This is not exactly in Daboy. This is an example of how nice stone construction was there during the Solanki era. This section has been added later. You can see the pipes and other stuff. That is a British and to support it, and is a British had tried to conserve. We should thank British government also very much that they collected a lot of data from us. They tried to conserve our monuments, which we had sheerly neglected it. जैसे वैसे हमारे हिंदी में कहा जाता है घर की मुर्गी दाल बराबर कर दिया था. So let's go to the next slide and see what it says. So whatever was the study and mass of the study we found from the Gujarat said that during this Chalukya and Chavda kings, the heritage was developed, but sadly, as the Gujarat was in the plain region, lot of raids and fights, lot of attacks were on the city, and as a result, on the state, and as a result, all this beautiful heritage which they had developed, or all the beautiful monuments which they had developed, were plundered, broken, and everything. Still, whatever the part is remaining is a really part of beauty. We already have seen somebody with a Rani Ki Vav in the last seminar, and these were the people who were building who are the builders of Rani Ki Vav. But fortunately, Rani Ki Vav was saved, whereas this structures they were open, and so they were attacked. The top one is the Daboi fort, and this is a part of Rudramala. which was again developed during the Solanki age. These are the gates of Zinzuwad, which you can see, and Daboy Gate. So in this century, there was a very great development of Rajputana kings. These Rajputana kings developed developed various started solidifying their rule in different parts of and northwestern Gujarat, northwestern India, and they started to get their strongholds. Now to protect this stronghold, they started developing the forts. So fort was a special military technique culture which was developed by in the Rajputana time to protect the cities. As Dr. Sikrusa says that Sondaga Solanki also what they did was they not only built but they created the guilds, like it's a group of people who will go and build the forts. The second thing was this, though both the forts, the Boi fort and Jinjuwad fort look similar, you will never find that they are copy of each other. They are not present. And due to this guilds, we find many sculptures all around Gujarat, Rajasthan, some places of Madhya Pradesh also, which were under Solankis. The fort of Daboi is a result of this kind of craft. So initially, this fort was initiated by Siddharaj Jaisi, but later on, the main construction and the development was by King Vishal Dev, who was a Waghela king. Now here we are seeing a Pattan pole. Again, you see the gates. We saw the Zijuwar gate. This is again Pattan pole. Pattan is a word, very important word in the western region. Pattan means a very important city or a part, main city. So Anilwad Patan. Anilwad was the name of the city. Patan was given a suffix to it, saying that it is a very important. Somnath Patan. When you say Somnath Patan, so Somnath is the name of the city, and Patan is the importance, that how important it was. Like a metro city. If you say metro, right now Mumbai, Madras, Bangalore, blah blah blah, all are various cities. So though these, so well, as I said that anything was important was they built the similar gates, but they never copied it. You see the corbels of different both of the gates. Let me take you the previous slide, and you may be able to compare both the gates. This is a Zinjuwar gate, and this is Pattan Pol. See, if you look at it like from the far, most of them will look similar. And this continuous tradition continued till Parmaras and down even during Mughals also. But later on Mughals, this making of corbels were difficult by Mughals, so they started building arch structures. And there was a tradition for naming the fort gates as a Pattan. So this was Pattan Pol in Chittor. This is the Lake Bonsar, which was developed by Siddharaj Jain's mother, I think, Minal Devi. And this is also a very good construction of this. Is I'm showing the examples of the Solanki era sculptures, so you may get the idea how Dabhoi would be if you go inside. This is again see the same thing. What I said. This is collected from British Library, and this is a Mandhata gate. It's on banks of Narmada, because Solanki rule extended till in some parts of Madhya Pradesh all the way down south till Bombay. So you may see certain temples in Maharashtra which may have a Gujarat effect, and that is due to the guilds which this Solanki is carried, which I discussed in the previous slide. So looking at the location of the Dabhoi in Gujarat, here you can see how important is Dabhoi in Gujarat. Sorry, my mouse is like difficult to. This is Dabhoi in Gujarat. Oh, sorry, my guys. This is Dabhoi in Gujarat, located exactly at the next level. and this is again the boy in the state, and this is in the Google map. So you just see the location, and you can clearly see that it is almost near the areas where there were different rulers, and that's why it was very much important city of the Gujarat. There is an important temple of Gad Bhavani in the boy also, and the same Gad Bhavani is in Patan gate too. So whenever you go to Patan also, you will see a Gad Bhavani temple. You see Gad Bhavani temple in the boy too. So this is the entrance of the Gad Bhavani temple. Now the name of the boy is a new name. Before it was called as Darbhavati or Darbik Grama, and that has been found in various scripts written by Jains. So Jainism in Solanki area was also at a peak. So we will see only the information we get is from the Jain. More information we get about the Solanki kings is from Jain's scriptures. And Darb, it came from word Darb. Darb is a very important grass. Tomorrow, a lot of people will be using Darb day after tomorrow when there will be Grahan. So it's a very important sacrificial grass in our Indian Vedic society. This is again a Hira gate. So as we say that it was available in Jaina, and this is one of the section of the Hira gate. So this is the where, as I discussed again before, how long the Siddharth Jayasingh ruled. This is actually a representational map. Is not the original map of Siddharth Jayasingh's rule, but what I found was it was covering almost area, but the Siddharth Jayasingh's rule was almost up to Jalore region over this section too. And there have been evidences found that he used to go through the Luni River, travel through the Luni River in the boat to go to Binmal and Jalore and other regions. So his rule was almost spread all the way up to northwest. So what we look is that Mool Raja, the Chawdas were surrounded by Mool Raja, the founder of Solanki in Chalukya dynasty. And then they extended their rule all the way up to the Konkan region. And Bhimdeva was very great ruler, but due to the various attacks coming from various sides, he was not able to develop. So later on, when Muhammad Ghazali learned about the Bhimdeva's prosperity, he had started attacking Gujarat like crazy. Every 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, he was attacking and in 1025, February 1025, he took over the Somnath and looted it like crazy. Again, then Bhimdeva, when understood, he again drove him back. But then it was all what was in Gujarat was almost taken away by these people. So his son Karna, whose name was Trilokyamal, with name of Trilokyamal, started to take rule over Gujarat, and Siddharth Jayasingh after him took over. It was that time of Siddharth Jayasingh where Gujarat reached to its peak or epic. As you say, Gupta age is important in Indian history, where there was a best sculptural development. Similarly, in the Gujarat history, Solanki age was the best, where they saw the best kind of development and best kinds of the other thing happened was that the guild they built were so powerful and so nice or so expert that though Mohammedans conquered Gujarat, but they could never conquer the sculpture built by them. They had to adopt the structure. So you will see in various places that Even if you see the Mohammedan sculptures, you will see that there is a part of Hinduist structure. This slide shows like how this was copied. You see the corbel over here. This is taken from Daboy. If we can see, this is an example. So I cannot like say prove, but we can see how they have copied each structure over here. So Mohammedans, though conquered the as a ruling, but they could not conquer the sculpture which the Solanki had established, and this is the sculpture. We already discussed about Jinjuwar, but Jinjuwar was more exposed. Being on the borderline, it was more exposed from the attacks coming from Sindh, a Sindh had already fallen down to the Muslims. So that's why these are very important military structures. But since Jinjuwar fall down, it has lost more glory, more structural effect. And just now, in couple of days back, I read that some part of the Jinjuwar gate has also fallen down, or a wall has fallen down, and similar thing happened in Daboi also because of the rains. So conservation of these things are very, very much important. And as we said that, I already said that Siddharth Jesse was not a person who would just deny the stronghold or the strength or the protection of his kingdom. So he had built various forts, and he was always free. So Champaner, Achalgarh, Chandravati, these are the region of northwest, were also under his sway, and he would. So he started building the gates, but he had not completed the gates. He had just started there and just made the gates, but later on they were destroyed. And as I said, the Dabui was important fortress. So here are the four important gates of Dabui: the Hira gate, all the four gates, and as I said that it was on the border of three various regions: Dabui, Gujarat, and there was another King Chalukyas. If you guys might have seen the serial Sobha Somnath Ki, Chalukya were ruling in the last wars, so we are not going into a lot of slide. But this is again the gates of Kalika temple. This is Mandata gate, again copying. And before we go to the next slide, we have to Vishal Deva had two important ministers which are very famous for building temples in Abu, the Delwara temples, Vastupal and Tejpal. So when Visaldeva started ruling, he was very important. He was like he also wanted to make repairs and everything, and he started fortifying the cities to keep them away from various attacks from different people. They were not only facing attacks from outside, but they were facing attacks from inside also India. So they wanted to make it fixed that nobody attacks. So they started building these all fortifications and also repair the fortification and erections. So this is one of that gate in Mandata which was repaired. So Tejpala started building the gates, and here what happened that when the Solanki kings, it was a peaceful time, they were building various temples. Building of temples in a state or in sovereign state is very important. So I would say building of holy place, not the temples. Why holy place is important? Because that keeps community together, and when community sticks together, it protects itself from various attacks. Okay, it's a duty of king to protect the state, but if people inside are not protected, they won't be. So the building these temples were bringing the cross communication, cross culture of various communities together, and then they saving. So Vastupala and Tejpal, who were very great builders, they started building various structures in Dabhoi also, and in and around the region like Chanod, Nandod, and more. So some king who was jealous, like whose name was Google, and he was serving, he was in the the Godra area, he sent, showing that, oh, king's duty is to fight and not to build the temples. So he sent the dresses, a girl dress to the king of Patan. And Patan king was very taken aback that why this person is thinking, am I a coward? So he sent Vastupala and Tejpal to fight against king. And then when in this expedition, they started fighting and they conquered the region of Godra. And the Google was then taken all over wherever the Vastupala and Tejpal go build the temples. Google was carried on cage on the elephant. And later he was brought to Patan, where he was made to wear the apparels of ladies' apparels. So they showed that we are not just building the temples, but we can fight also. But the thing is, we want to take care of our citizens. That's why we were building this forts, temples, and others, which are the main kind of peace and prosperity. Coming again back to the gate, this gate was entered diagonally. So gates are very important military structures in of a swastika form. Swastika form entrances. One second, guys, my mouse is stuck up. So this way the swastika structure comes like. So you enter from this way and then come in this way. So every time you will have a corners. So corners were very important place where the army could not enter and they could fight. So Daboi gates were based on this kind of structure. I will show you the slide where how the structure is. This is again a line work of Hira Gate, how it would have looked by James Burgess, collected from British Library. So in the present situation, out of all gates, the Vadodari gate is the best gate which has been well preserved. The remaining gates are also in good condition, but the best preserved gate is the Vadodara gate. From Vadodara, you will see that gate. These are the 4 again gates of Daboi, just to give you a view. So names, Hira Bagod is the Hira gate. If we talk about Hira gate, it would take a whole another seminar. So I may have to go another presentation just talking about Hira gate only. Nandodi Bagod, Chandodi Bagod, and Mahudi Bagod. This is again a line work of Hira gate. So whatever Hira gate you are seeing right now was not the original Hira gate, but it has been also rectified, built, conserved by Muslim rulers too. That's why you see this arc structure over here. Basically, there was no arch structure. It was a corbel structure in the Indian military forts. This is only the fort you will see where it has a like a arc structure. So gateways were considerably remodeled by Muslim, and pilasters in the outer half of the passage are replaced by pointed arches that we already discussed now. They also added some brickwork to the gates. It was mainly made of stone. And also you will find some inscription all around where the repeated construction and renovation of the gate has been found. The other important thing was these kings were also considering water of the city. What is because it was a fortress, so the amount of water and food should be enough to fight considerable times of years, not months, years. So they built lakes, and in these lakes they also built a wow as well. I would show the picture of well. This is a Saptamukhi wow, which is a very nice piece of work. And here you can see the brickwork also has been added to it. It's not only a stone work, but study is impossible because this lake has been constructed in such a way with the aqueducts that in any time this lake hasn't been emptied. Considerable times even the Local self-government also tried to empty it, but they were never able to empty the lake to make it beautification. So that why also I have a news clip that's showing that they don't want to develop the lake, but still the work is not done. But this is the reason why it is not done. So these are again pictures from Hira Gate drawn by Henry Cushions. This is Hira Gate from back, taken picture by James Burgess, and this is the real picture in the later time. This lake we are talking about, you see, I already saw the wow. This is the well inside the lake. The lake is two octagons, and in between here there is a causeway to move all the way up to the walls of the boat. The whole there is a line and causeway to walk around, on which the horses can easily ply. Like 4 horses or 5 horses can easily go. So if a baton is or there is a pattern of soldiers moving, then you can see that they would move in 5 soldiers each. So at a time, if they are the total number of on the causeway, as per my estimate, there should be 1,000 soldiers or 700 soldiers could be staying, moving on at one time. This is the temple of Mahakali from the side on the Hira Gate. Basically, this is Hira Gate taken from various angles because this is a very important gate. And this contains very important different kinds of sculpture. Here you can see the big sculpture of Narasimha, the 2 elephants. The other important thing is this contains 2 important inscriptions during Vishal Deva were known as Vaidyanath Prashasti. And on those Prashasti you will see it has a inscription written about building and reconstruction, or you can say rebuilding of the, it's not rebuilding but it's restoration of Vaidyanath temple. There are also another sculptures of which were another another inscription available by which says about Vastupala and Tejpala and their whatever they did in and around the boy. So this is Vadodari Gate again. You can see how big the wall is. Why I am giving the picture of the particular angle, so you know the how important the fort was and how big the fort was. It was a small fortress, but the way it was designed to protect is important. Vadodari Gate. These are the intersection of the Vadodara Gate. This is Maudi Gate. These are some intersections of the Maudi Gate. Nandodi Gate. Intersection of Nandodi Gate. Out, you are seeing this from outside, and from city you can come inside. These are also various structures, and you see here the restoration work is going on by ASI currently. Again, back to the Hira Gate. This is the inscription I am talking about. So later on, after Solankis, the Muslim took over, and after Muslim took over, again Daboi was taken over by Marathas, and Marathas also helped to develop Daboi. Before I think Sayaji Gaikwad made the city of Vadodara, or Pilaji Rao, the father of Sayaji Rao, took over Vadodara and built up as its main city. He still kept his ruling from this Daboi fort only. Again, we come to see the Vadodara Gate. This city stands on a ground level when complete took form of irregular square. When the city gates were built and the walls were built, it took an irregular square. It's not exact square like you see, but an irregular square. And we were the thick walls, and at every interval, these Bostons were built and dressed with ashlar machinery. The addition of the brickwork was in the later time in the Daboi, and these additions are also I think are of the later time. They are not. They were not when Daboi Gate was built. Here there were corbels, and from where archers could shoot the arrows. But then when cannon came in, they had to, and musketry came in, they had to change these gates. So they are very important to us. So this describes the curtain walls are about 30 feet high and the top parapet the 10 feet thick. So it's a 10-foot thick wall, which could serve as walkways and other stuff, and were therefore the later on part. They had a pinnacle like this, which I will show you in the later slide. But later on, with introduction of a cannonball, those pinnacles were filled, because pinnacles were when elephants or they come and strike very with a harsh, the pinnacles will be able to hurt them, and as a result, the people will move back. So now, unfortunately, there is nothing left in names of wall. Only certain items have been remembered. So here you can see this was the construction of the gate. So these are the pinnacles, and later on, when they were filled, they were turned into walls. So this is plan which Henry Cushion draw. But you don't see any pinnacle or Boston Tower near the Hira Gate, because Hira Gate was destroyed large. But still, whatever is existing is the best Hindu military gate of the world. So this is very old picture, which is taken from British Library. Here you see the pinnacles, and here you see the position. Here there is no way that we can say this was used for cannon. This was used for a person to stand. These sections were protecting person from hitting the arrows, and from here the archers would fire an arrow, different kinds of arrow. One group will fire one arrows and then move back, and the other group from this area would come and again take over. Again, the second group will be ready, and that way they keep on turning around with the arrows in every area. That's why this is Boston Tower. This is, I don't know what has happened to this tower. I have never seen it. So this tower must have been turned into rubbles, and the bricks may be in some of the Davoy houses. This is a picture of Vaidyanath temple taken by Henry Cushions. This is the current state of Vaidyanath temple and this is a same temple from another angle. So you see what is the condition right now. This is a image of Gadkalika. Again, back into the front of the Davoy gate as we travel back in the gate, and we are back. So this gate was built by chief architect Hiradhar. And when king asked what is the payment you want, he said, just name one of the gates in my name. That's why this is a different. This gate is known as Hira Gate or Hira Bhagor or Hira Gate. This is the main important gate of the. So just add my name to the payment. That is my payment. So say that we forget about Vishal Dev, but we cannot forget about Hira, even when we are moving in the boy. These are again pictures of Hira Gate. Here you can see Samudra Manthan. Very large images of various Indian deities. Basically, in picture, when you go to the gate, you will really see the beauty of this gate. I cannot express in words. My words will be very small for this. The backside of the Hira Gate we saw before. Now, these are the two Vaidyanath inscriptions, the pictures of Vaidyanath inscriptions. Going down, again 3 gates of Daboy. This is the well which I was talking about. This is inside the lake. So whatever the moisture or the water was in the lake, if the lake becomes totally dry, they would be able to still get the water from these wells and the valves. How beautiful planning. Okay, let's see this now. We saw the beauty of Solanki era. Now we see the beauty of Gaikwar era. This is the 10th tala which was made by Hiradhar Shilpi. There is another story. It will take a whole seminar, so I don't want to discuss much about that. And here you see the Dabui junction. Now is no more. But this was Asia's biggest junction, and it was a narrow gauge, Asia's biggest narrow gauge junction, from where there were 5 lines meeting together and going to different places. I have mentioned in one of the slides the names of various lines, but I think that we have to be taking care of time too. So this way, this is 10 Talao, which we discussed. This is again an octagonal talao built by Hiradhar Shilpi for her wife, so that she could easily get the water, and which caused Hiradhar Shilpi to be दीवार के अंदर उसको चुनवा दिया गया था, और उसको फिर वहां उस तैनी, क्योंकि तैनी was an important maid of Siddharaj Jaisi. She used to feed this. They hid Hira in the wall, but they made sure that he never dies there. They were feeding him with the proteinaceous ghee, and for the small air, they had a small pinnacle from where the air could go in. Because the whole team knew that if when the gate was complete, the last corbel nobody would be able to put except Hiradhar. So on the later stage, when the gate was complete and the king asked that let's put this up, corbel, everybody said no, none of us are trained to do that. Only Hiradhar can do it. But king said, I have already killed him, or I have penanced him to in the wall. How would it? So they asked that please give us Abhay Vachan, and they bring Hiradhar Shilpi out. Hiradhar Shilpi made the wall, the last corbel or the last pinnacle on the top of the Hira gate, and since his lungs were not had gone down for the breathing purpose, he could not take too much air from outside, and took his last breath and died. And the state of or the century lost one of the best Shilpi of the Indian military fortress. Here what I was talking about, the aqueducts. These are representatives the aqueducts pictures taken from Patan, but a similar kind of aqueducts may be here, but they haven't been found anywhere in the Bo area. So whatever we say, we can only say by the experience or by the whatever is available in the written material. So here what happens is these aqueducts have been closed. So see how it becomes in summer, the 10th Talab. Whereas the Daboi Talab is never empty. That is my experience. And I have seen in so many years. So this is the place from where Hira was filled with clear butter. We already saw that too. This is the place from where Hira was filled with, he was given ghee. Now again we are back to the Khanderao. So Maharaja Baroda, as we said that, I already said before in my start also, that it was an important place for the business. So a lot of people were doing business, and since the cotton production was very much in that area, to transfer the cotton to the city of Vadodara or on the main lines for Vadodara railways, Khandera built a small railway which was driven by oxen, and there were 6 carriages that were drawn on the railways with various. I will show this lines also if in one of my pictures we have it. But later on he also saw that the steam engines were developed, so he brought all the steam engines. Now these steam engines could not work on the previous set railways, so they had to remove all the rails, and they had to put the new rails for the steam engine. And when this was put, this Miyagam Karjan line from Dabui was closed for 2 days. So later on, these steam engines were bought in this Dabui junction, and new rails were laid. Today they have removed this. So this is a narrow gauge railway line. Everybody has seen Simla Kalka line. Simla Kalka line was just to move the British to the Simla, but whereas this was for the commercial use. considering the development of the city. One important thing is that Dabhoi Junction also had a largest amount of different kinds of steam engine which could roll on the various narrow gauge. Photo of Dabhoi Junction again back. So this was the Dabhoi Junction when it was operational. These were also this what you say this marble tiles and is a later addition. Before it was just a painting. Going down, this was a coach which was used, and right now it is in the heritage park. Now the lines have gone, and all these history pictures you would be able to see only in the heritage park. So this is very important thing. This is turntable. So the engine would be settled on here, and to change the line, the turntable will be moved, and it will go on the another line, and then the railway would go. So this is what was to change the direction of the engine. So if this is the direction the engine comes, this is its facing, it will stay on the turntable, then it will be turned around and the same line will be used to go back. This is Rolling Stock Park at Pratap Nagar in Goya Gate, Vadodara. Dabhoi Junction. This building was built by Gaikwads. See the beauty of the building. So we are talking about a very important line that started from Dabhoi, stopped at Vadodara and ended at Miyagam Karjan. In 2018, this railway was almost derailed to give ways to the broad gauge for the development. And here is in this link, if you go, you will be able to see all the different pictures. Since we have less time, I cannot show all the pictures. The last train to Dabhoi and Chandos was operated on 20th May, which I traveled, and the last train on Miyagam Junction was in July 2018, and then they were decided that they would remove these narrow gauge lines. So now currently they are trying to build broad gauge railways and connect us. Now Dabhoi also, this is a demolition, pictures of demolition when the Gaikwad railway station was broken. So this heritage building is already gone from Dabhoi now. So here is an article which describes, and here are the names of the lines: Dabhoi Timba, Dabhoi Miyagam, Karjan, Dabhoi Moti Kormwal connecting Pratapnagar, Dabhoi Jambusar, Chota Udaipur, Tanakla, and Dabhoi Chano. These are where the various railway lines they were going from Dabhoi Junction. And the article shows that the 50 tourists in 2010 came from Britain and they boarded all the trains and moved on all the trains, and they have photographed. Luckily, if we find this documentation, the documentation of the narrow gauge railway is very, very well preserved by Dr. A.K. Srivastav in the Heritage Park, divisional manager. Again, we are back to Hira Gate, seeing the Dabhoi Gate. Now, this is the part I was talking about. This will be a corbel, and this you see this right angle wall. So, if army enters from here, they don't enter straight. They have to turn around on right angles. That is called swastika rachana of the fort. This is again the part of Hira Gate, and this is King Vishal Deva with all his army. Inscriptions. Here you can read some words in inscriptions. We tried to take the best pictures. This all the pictures are various friends have signed. Okay, I haven't gone to take these pictures. This is Garkalika Mata temple. This is the festival of Navratri in and around the Garkalika Mata temple. And this is the sad state right now this lake is going on. And here I asked Pooja to start her presentation for the conservation, and later I would show you the videos of Dabhoi kids. So this is the part of the city, how beautiful it is. This person is very important of Dabhoi, and it's called the Dayaram. So from this section, I would just stop my presentation for a couple of minutes and ask Pooja to give her slide, and later on again I would start my presentation from this position.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Pooja.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good evening, one and all present in this webinar. I'm glad to be a part of this international webinar, and it is a great opportunity to present among you all scholarly people. First of all, I also thank uh, Professor Mishra sir for giving me this opportunity, and special thanks to Alkesh Zaveri sir for making me a part of his presentation. Although it is a very short part that I'm presenting, but I'm glad that I'm a part of this webinar. So just give me a moment to share my screen.
Pooja, share your screen.
Yes, sir. Just give me a moment. Okay, can you all see my screen? Is my screen available?
Yes.
Okay. So, in continuation to Alkesh sir's presentation, I would like to further elaborate on the architecture heritage of Dabhoi and my approach on how to preserve and promote the heritage of Dabhoi, which was the last thing that Alkesh sir talked about, the sad situation that is currently present in Dabhoi. My presentation includes my architecture thesis work, which is all about architectural heritage and raising awareness amongst people regarding its conservation. First of all, I would like to introduce about what is architectural heritage. Architectural heritage is usually a landmark which is unique and which is geographically and historically identifiable place. It may be classified into four major categories, which are local, regional, national, and international levels. And architectural heritage is a symbol of representation of any of the following, such as a culture or religion, person or event, socio-economic or political status of the region, or the settlement or civilization of the region. What is the importance of a heritage site? It is a community asset, it is a source of knowledge, it gives an cultural identity, and it is also an economical asset of the place. It also acts as a note or point of reference in the sense of a landmark. Like people can take it as a point of reference. But the thing that I would focus on my presentation is the issues that architectural heritage is facing. The issues may be any of the following: the misuse of the landmark or the building, the social ignorance of the place, or the lack of awareness among the people about the heritage. As a study of the same, I have taken the case of Dabhoi, a fortified town, for my design thesis project. Firstly, I did a part, research study on the history of the old town and the what all architectural heritage landmarks are present in the town. And then after I identified one such historical context within Dabhoi, which can be transformed into a public place or a tourist attraction. Not elaborating much on the research part, as Alkesh sir has already briefed us about the same, I would just like to present the design approach that I have foreseen in my thesis project in a very concise format. First of all, I would just start with the town planning of the system, looking at the larger scenario of the town, how the town was foreseen by Jai Singh Sidraj. The town is planned in a square axis. Fort wall There is a fort wall with four major gates on all the four cardinal directions. The town is divided into four major quadrants, and there is a central open space in between, which is such kind of planning is called iron grid kind of planning. And also there is a moat of water surrounding the fort wall as a safety precaution for military purposes. The main axis of roads are running from east-west and north-south. There is a water body in the center, which is the major gathering space of the town, also known as the Nageshwar Lake or the central water body. There are also many various small water bodies, as you can see in the pictures in my slide. The stepwell, Saptamukhi stepwell, central Daboi Lake. There is a sluice on the opposite end of the Moti Bagh, the causeway leading to the Moti Bagh, and one such lake is present in the vicinities of Daboi, which is known as Ten Talao. The sketches that you can see below are depicting the evolution of the town. Firstly, there were only the water bodies that were planned out. As I mentioned, that it is an iron grade planning, and due to the military purpose, there were little water bodies on the fort walls, which could be acting as a safety purpose for the security of the town. Then the major two road accesses were developed. Later on, the settlement patterns started coming up. The Jain and the other various communities started coming up in the near the Nageshwar Lake, and this is how the town has evolved so far. Then after, I had to select one appropriate site for uh, which can be ideal for heritage development, or which can be transformed into a tourist attraction place. So there were three probable site options. The first one that you see is the place near Vadodara Gate. The second one is the central water body, Nageshwar Lake, and the Saptamukhi step well. And the third one was Hira Gate, which has a Kalika temple also along with it. So out of the three identified options, I had to select one which could be transformed. Comparing the three options, the first option is a government and a private land, whereas the other two were government land. So one can raise this matter and approach the government to utilize this land and convert it into a heritage site and keep it open for tourists to visit the place. Whereas first option was not such much appropriate because it also has a private ownership. The second point was the kind of land use. The option 3 that I have chosen is the Hira Gate and Kalika temple. It is a residential plus recreational space since it has a water body surrounding it, and also Hira Gate is the major node of the town. The advantages of the site were that it has a backdrop of Hiragate and it is adjacent to the Ban Lake. So there is also a scope for waterfront development around it. And other advantages we can see, there is also an ongoing proposal for Hiragate contextual development, and a museum can be come up in the near future. And that is why I think it is a most appropriate option that I can go with. So going with the option 3, I have proposed my design, which I will share with you. First of all, what all was kept in mind while developing this place? As you can see in the pictures, these are the surrounding places of Hira Gate, the Ban Lake that you can see. It is totally spoiled with garbage accumulation, and that is the major reason that people don't like to visit such a place. Tourists are not attracted to the place. So what all can be done or what all can be proposed by us so that people can identify our heritage and value it? So the core activities that came up to my mind was we can propose a museum, an information center, a library, and the supporting areas such as a gathering space, cafeteria or recreational space, waterfront activities so that people can get attracted to this place. Also, along with it, there was an idea to propose a heritage walk. So there were two options that I was working on. What all can be covered within the heritage walk and what could be the route. So this was the proposed heritage walk map. So in the map that I prepared, the landmarks that I have covered are Hira Gate, first number. Second is the Kalika temple just beside it. Third one, Nandori Gate. Fourth is the Vadodari Gate. Fifth is the Daboi Tower, which is lesser known. Fifth is the Daboi Tower. Fourth is the Vadodari Gate that leads towards Vadodara. Sixth is the Mauri Gate. Seventh is the historic sluice. Eighth is the causeway in the central water body. Ninth is the Moti Bagh area, the vegetable market. 10th is the Saptamukhi step well, which is a very ancient step well, and people must visit this place, which is my point of view. And 11th is returning back again to the Ban Lake, where the heritage walk ends. Just to give an overview, these are the photographs of the site, the place surrounding the Hira Gate. You can just go through the pictures. Just going through the pictures, you would realize how uh, intricately carved this gate is, and one cannot, words are not just enough to describe the monument. And even though the place is an ASI protected monument, no attention is paid to develop it. So I'm just proposing a design for the same. These were the initial conceptual drawings that I was preparing, how the site can be responded. Various sketches showing how the building can be placed such a way that the monument is elaborated, how lakefront can be developed, and what all supporting activities can be placed. The design concepts were driven from the planning of the fort gate itself. As you can see, the planning concepts were a footprint of the fort gate itself, the entrance from the center and the built mass with a central void, an open space in between, a symmetrical volume, and a projecting or protruding opening on both the sides. So whatever built form I was proposing, I was taking inspiration from the existing monument itself. These were the various massing options of the building, various options in which the building, whether the building would face the Hira Gate or the lake or the main roadside. Now, interpreting the fort gate, the proportions of the gate were studied, how the staircase could be placed, what are the proportions of the mass versus void. So this is the main site plan of my area of design. The orange rectangle that you can see is the proposed institute that I am proposing in my design project, which is just in front of Hira Gate and adjacent to Ban Lake and the major road connecting to the town. I would just blow up the entire plan. Just give me a sec. So this is the main plan of the design. This one is the institute that I'm proposing. Here is an old temple already present. The journey starts from number 1. Here is the entrance of the institute from the 9-meter wide main road. This is the entrance of the institute. One would enter from here. The 17 number that you see is the parking space. This is the way to the lakefront. I've developed a lakefront taking advantage of the Ban Lake, the water body already present here. Second number is here is the entrance foyer of the institute. The three number that you see, all these are museum galleries where sculptures can be displayed, ruins can be displayed. Also, ruin gallery is also included in my proposal. This is the Nageshwar fort that I have proposed. It is a water body. You can see that it is similar to the town planning system of Dabhoi with a central open space, which is a water body, and the surrounding is a mass. This is how I have interpreted the larger context in the smaller design. Here is the reception or waiting area of the institute, 5 number. 6 and 7 are the curators and the admin office of the entire institute. 8 is a ticket counter and a luggage storage space. Ninth is a souvenir shop. Also, a souvenir shop is included in the proposal, and a workshop. Other places like viewing deck. There is a viewing deck. The already existing stone deck that is already present at the site is utilized as a viewing deck where one can stand and take a view of the entire monument and the lake, also the institute as well. Here is a Madhav temple which is already existing and that I have proposed to be restored and used as a gathering place. This is the plaza of Chainsi Siddharaj. Here is the huge monument of huge sculpture of Jai Singh Siddharaj, which embraces the history of Dabhoi. A plaza has been dedicated in the entire design to Jai Singh Siddharaj. And 19 is the viewing gallery, the gallery of James Forbes. James Forbes has uh, uh, written a lot about Dabhoi. Here is an amphitheater where outdoor activities can take place related to history and heritage, cultural events can take place, public gatherings can happen. This is the Hira Gate itself. The landscaping has been revised, and here you can enter the old city. So it would act as a major node of the town, and tourists can be attracted in a way. All the peripheries of this Ban Lake have been developed as sitting places, as you would see in lakefront development projects. So this was the main plan of the design, master plan. These are the floor plans of the museum galleries and the ruins galleries. The first floor includes a library, reading area, stack area, store, a multi-purpose area, and utilities. And in the basement, there is a sculpture gallery, ruins gallery, where ruins can be displayed. People often see stones lying, engraved um, stones lying here and there when you would visit Dabhoi, but they don't understand what is the importance of it. They just consider it as a piece of stone. But I think that it could be brought up into a museum and it could be researched on, and various underlying stories can be discovered. There is also a restoration area and a visitor's guide, which could be a place from where the entire heritage walk is being guided, and the gallery of Hiradar Shilpi. So these all were the major spaces included in my design proposal. On the right, you can see the detail of a ruins gallery, how ruins can be displayed and people could discover the hidden story about Dabhoi's history. I had also made a digital model of the same, of my design. These are just a few pictures of the same. Also, a handmade model was made to describe what all I am envisaging in this project. So this is a handmade model of Hiragate and the proposed institute. Some sectional drawings which could show the relationship between the monument, the land-water interface, and how human activities would come up once this place is activated. Like, one must think about this, how human activities could take place, so that there is a one-to-one connection and people could uh, get a relation with their heritage, which they are not knowing about already. I would just flip through some zoom in pictures of my model so that you could get a clear picture. This is the Hira Gate, and this is the Heritage Plaza that I have proposed, where cultural events can take place related to the history and heritage of Davoi. This is the viewing gallery of James Forbes. One would come up here from the basement up to the ground floor, entering to the Jaisi Siddharaj Plaza. This would be the uh, heighted sculpture of Jaisi Siddharaj, and these are the viewing decks and the lakefront sitting spaces along the water body, the Hira Gate itself and its compounds. This is the way towards the old town. The gallery of James Forbes, where the verses written by James Forbes can be displayed on both the walls, and visitors can just climb up and while reading the same and enter the Chaisi Siddharaj Plaza upwards. These are the views of the model. This is the plaza that I'm talking about. The museum gallery. This was a minute model made to just understand how the concept of museum will work for heritage or history related purpose. How would be the circulation, how the displays could take place inside the museums. It was a longer research study for on the same topic, which I have not been elaborated here. Various other views of the model. This is the lakefront that I'm talking about. These are the chhatris where people can sit and just enjoy the view of the monument, the backdrop of Hira Gate, and the water body besides. Also, lakefront activities can take place here, the evening outdoor activities. This is the amphitheater. This is the existing Madhav temple that I'm talking about, which could be restored and people could come up here again. Various other views of the model. This is the temple, way towards the lakefront. These two are the major building blocks of the institute: the museum, viewing gallery, ruins gallery, library, restoration area, and the workshop. All the functions have been incorporated in this proposed building. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. That's it on my end. I hope it was informative, and it is just an attempt on how we can raise awareness amongst people to conserve our lesser known heritage. Any comments or suggestions are welcome. Thank you. Next to you, Alkesh sir. You may continue with the video.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. So we were talking, as Pooja proposed about Daboy. Here are some those pictures of these places which are in the current status. This is one of the heritage building of Daboy. When you enter through Mahudi Gate, you walk through this causeway. This is very important building. These are some Jain temples in Daboy, and this is what I was talking about. The beautification of the lake they want. As we know, we also cover flora, fauna, and others. So there is a very great bird sanctuary over here. There is a bird sanctuary in Daboy, near Daboy, that is called Vadwana Lake. So if you can include in the pujas, after your heritage walk and the whole day walk, early in the morning, people can go and visit this Vadwana Lake. It would be a choice.
Yes,
Second
it's a
thing I was
nice
going
idea.
to add is to have a kiosks
Yes, sir.
where you can see the
It's interesting.
history of Daboy. That's why this video was actually made.
Yes.
So how the kiosk can look. These are all your hidden slides. So I'm going to
Yes,
flip it
yes.
in. Oh, sorry guys. Just faster. So here we see the gates of Daboy in various videos. I have tried to compile all with the pictures. This is the person, our Reddy, who share me all pictures. So here we come to the Maudi Gate, and these are the images of Maudi Gate. The Maudi Gate basically has a sculptures of Shakti Sampradaya too, which you can see here, and Nath Sampradaya. Also, there are yogini sculptures in all different gates. Basically, Nando the gate, you will see, which may be appearing after this. This is Nandoti Gate, and here we have sculptures of yoginis and vyalas, mythical image. Yogini sculpture, Chamunda. See the big sculptures, restoration work. This is, I think, Vadodara Gate. This is the person who has provided me all the pictures, so I am very thankful to that. So I hope you guys enjoyed my video. At the end, I'm going to thank all the people who have helped me, because I am in USA and they have supported me with their various pictures and history of Daboy, and giving me the required study material. So first of all, I would thank to my wife Asha Zaveri, who is resident of Daboy and has helped me a lot to give me knowledge about Daboy. The second is Amar Redde, who supplied me all the pictures for the video. Vitrak Patel, he is also a young kid from Daboy who is running our Daboy page, and he has supported me. A few friends, Bhargav Kansara, Doria Yashesh. Special thanks to Dr. Sri Krishna Jugnu sir, who gave me the reference about the Pattan poles. Dr. Jitendra Gavli, whose nature walk pictures I've used. Mandipa Bose and Shilpa Mishra, they gave me the pictures also. Dinkar Vyas and Harshad Bhai Kadia also gave me the pictures. And near to the Daboy, before I end up, there is another place called Karwan, which is a Lakulish Nath Sampradaya place, which is also a very important place, and we can visit there. So that can be included in. Then Sri Jitendra Singh Ji Gaikwad, one of the members of royal family of Vadodara, and all the heritage lover friends who gave me the pictures. Special thanks to Sunil Modi who took various pictures, and Tushar Dhaket who gave me that pictures from narrow gauge. So here we I take and end my presentation. And over to the
Ankush bhai, can I ask you one question?
if anybody any questions, they can ask me, please.
Uh, I'm PS Thakkar. I want to know whether are there all 64 yoginis at Nandodi Gate?
A deep study is required for that, and most of the sculptures have been ruined out. So I'm
Okay.
not sure you will. They must be 64 yoginis because these guilds have built, but a lot of them has been lost in the ruins. So unless and until we do a deep study, we won't be able to know about it.
Okay. One, I want to
Because
draw your I want to draw your attention to 3 points. One
no,
is
one second. Let me finish, sir. Because these doughboy gates have not been put in a lot of research, and that was the main purpose to bring this to highlight so that people can go and do a significant amount of research work. So the questions like this can who occur to different people can be answered. So that was the main reason to present this slides and show you all the gates and talk about it. There is no significant research done in doughboy gates. I felt like if Sushmita madam would have been in as a coach, as a chair, and would have attended, we could have sent some students from MS University to again do a great
Yes.
study over there. Now you continue, sir.
okay. I want to draw your attention to 3 points. One thing, I think Pattan is used for port town, seaport, coastal, or riverine port. And
Yes, you are
second
right.
thing, Sidra Jaisim was traveling from Patan to Sanchor to his maternal uncle's place. From
Yeah, he
Varahi
was a
to Varahi, he was going through chariot, and later on he was going by boat in a river from Tharat to Sanchor. And
sir.
another point,
I would like to know this point because I am also working on Binbal. So please share your contact to Mishra sir, and I would take care of that point too.
I am member in Atulya Varso also.
Oh, good. Thank you. I am
And,
also member of Atulya Varso, so we would be in contact, sir.
yes. And another thing I was thinking that you said swastik gate. I think there were L-shaped gates all over in Kutch. Most of the fort, there were
Yeah,
L-shaped gates to reduce the force of elephants.
yes, this was told by me yesterday only by Mr. I forget his name. He's one of the one who makes various pagdis. So I'm not remembering his name. Jaivir Si Jadeja. He explained me this swastik gate structure,
Okay.
and that's why I put it because they know more about the fortresses because they are the vanshaj of the Rajput kings,
Mhm.
and they do the study. That's why I took these points in that view.
And there were 5 gates in Junjuvada, and the lake is Sinesar Lake, and there is a well in Sinesar Lake also, and nearby there is Samarvav, and out of town there is Maitri Vav.
I do understand, sir, but we are talking about Daboi, so I
No,
won't
no,
know
no.
all the details of
Okay.
Jinjuwad.
But you can take a study also Jinjuvada.
Sure, we would add to the point when I come to India.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not in India. I'm already from US and I'm presenting everything from US.
That I know.
So collecting the information is difficult. They don't even give it. If you call somebody a professor, just see our professor. She missed the whole session. Any more questions? Mr. Sir, it's over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Alkesh ji. Thank you, Pooja, for giving a nice talk,
Welcome, sir.
international webinar, especially Davoi, ancient city and heritage city as your study. This is heritage city of Gujarat.
Yes.
Thank you. And now, Sanjeevani. Sanjeevani, Madam Sanjeevani. Yes, please. You are good.
Yeah, and thank you, Ms. Pooja Sharma and Ms. Akesh Safari for your great talk about the boy. It is in Gujarat, no?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
Gujarat.
I visited India several times, but I didn't visit that the boy. It's a fort. Next time I will try it. It's a beautiful, beautiful place and other
Yes,
things.
you must visit.
That is beautiful and excellent presentation. And I also learned a lot about the things. And thank you sharing your knowledge with us. And thank you for organizing committee
Thank
too.
you.
And thank you very much. And goodbye. And over to
Thank
Mr.
you, Sanjeevani, for giving time and share the session. And thank you, Alkesh ji uh, and Pooja for nice presentation
Thank you,
in this
sir.
webinar. Thank you, all of you. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., first talk on National Park of Nepal, uh, head WWF Nepal. Okay. Thank you.